Good morning and a very warm welcome to Switzerland, where we're into day 3 of the quad series. But first, we have a one-off non-tournament game between Switzerland and Jersey, and we've got Abraham here to do the honours with the coin toss. So Abraham, take it away. Jersey will call.
Heads.
The call is heads, and it has come down tails. So for the first time, Jersey actually lose the toss. Switzerland, what are you going to do?
We're going to bowl first.
Okay, so Switzerland are going to bowl first. I'm going to have a quick chat with Danny Medagoda. I mean, that's an interesting toss. What's the thinking behind going there?
So it's going to be a hotter day today, so we want to make sure our fielders aren't spending it in the hottest part of the day, as well as we've always lost the toss and had to bat first, so we're trying to mix it up as well.
Talk to me a bit about yesterday. You had an interesting game against Spain. It was a bit of a roller coaster ride. I imagine you're slightly disappointed about how the way the game went, but there's lots of learnings from it as well.
Absolutely. So yeah, we set a good target, but they were able to chase it down with two very strong batters who didn't look like they were getting out at any point during the game. Plenty of stuff to take away from it in the fielding and the bowling and just in the tactics, but it should be a really good game coming forward. Take it into the next games as we go along.
And you have already played Jersey once. Have you got any learnings from that first game? Any tactics?
Absolutely. We've seen now their bowlers. We know what their batters are like, so we can use them a little bit, use what we know, and then apply it to the game.
Well, I think you've got a great chance, and Jersey, of course, off that defeat yesterday as well. Brazil, they're coming into the tournament. How much are you looking forward to playing them?
We are very excited to be on the field with Brazil. They bring such good energy, and obviously the professionalism, their standards are really, really high, so anything we can learn from them, it's always better.
Well, I think learning is kind of the key for Switzerland this week, so I wish you the best of luck for today's game, and I'm sure you're going to have a great game.
Thanks a lot.
Let's bring in the losing skipper for the first time on the toss, Chloe Greek. And what would you have done had you won the toss?
Yeah, we would have bowled first. We've done really well chasing so far. Obviously, just a bit disappointing yesterday, but we've got plenty of positives to take away. So we're looking just to try and restrict Switzerland again, stick to our game plans that we know, and then go out and chase it.
Well, speaking of yesterday, it was a bit of a baptism of fire against Brazil, but just with Switzerland as well, I'm sure there was many learnings from that game. What did you take away from it?
Yeah, we've played Brazil twice before now. Yesterday was the third game, so they're a strong team. We know that. That's the level we want to get to. We're probably not far off, but yeah, we've got a few bits of learning to do. But yeah, they're a great team, great players, and yeah, we're looking just to try and bounce back today.
And this is the final game for you guys. It's not in the tournament, but it's the final game of your tour. How has it been for you in this hot Switzerland heat so far?
Yeah, it's Jersey's had a bit of a heat wave as well, actually. So we're fairly used to it, but yeah, look, we can only control what we can control. So yeah, get out there and put on a good performance with the bat.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with the bat and of course with the ball as well. And it'd be sad to see you go, but have a great game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there you have it. It's going to be a one-off game then between Jersey and Switzerland. It's not part of the tournament, but of course it's still a T20I game, so ranking points are on the line. I know both teams are looking to bounce back from the defeats yesterday. Someone else who's looking to bounce back from a fun gala yesterday evening is Vinny Sandu. Of course, he's leaving us today as well, along with Jersey, as he goes over to Hornchurch. But I'm looking forward to calling one more game with him this morning. So Vinny, it's over to you, and I'm sure we're looking forward to another cracker this morning.
As we get ready for this T20 International between Spain and Jersey. And also, happy birthday, ECN. It's really exciting that we have made it 7 years since our first ever broadcast game, 29th of July, 2019. So, here we go with the start of day 3, and it's Vani Danuka who is coming in, and first ball is worked way off the back foot for 4. Really nice shot. Amy Aikenhead struggled to make an impact early the other day, but obviously off to the races here. Very good shot to get the day started. Good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Great to have you with us. So Aikenhead and Grace Weatherall, the opening combination for Jersey. maybe it's a good toss to lose for them. I suppose they haven't batted first in the series. No, they do like to chase. But obviously, it's important you gather experience doing both. And yes, as Tina said, I'm bouncing back after a really fun night. And big thanks to Cricket Switzerland as well for putting on the gala dinner last night. It was great to have all the players and the officials there, and all the organisers of what's been a really successful week so far. And it goes up and over the top. Not quite out of the screws. Slight fumble from Danny Metagoda is going to allow a second. And characteristic fumble as well. It just shows Jersey as well. On the ball. Push back. That one doesn't escape the infield. Yeah, so we had a wonderful night. It was great to celebrate the success of the first ever T20 Internationals on Swiss soil. Obviously, the home team yet to get a win this week. They'll be hoping for a bit of an upset here over Jersey. I think we're a bit stung by that loss to Brazil, who were uber impressive last night. Jersey made it a decent score batting second, but they were kind of battered out of the game, weren't they, in that first innings? As Brazil racked up 243, by far the highest score of the series. Yeah, so big hello to everyone in the chat, and happy birthday, ECN. 29th of July, like I said. It's the 7th anniversary of me doing my first ever cricket. There's a few survivors. One of them is Rico. Rico was at the first ECL. He wasn't commentating, but he was a part of the officials during that tournament. End of the first over, and Jersey 8 without loss. Not a bad over from Danuka, fighting back after that boundary. First ball. I want to say good morning to Rob Thompson, who's watching from New Zealand. How great to have you with us as always, Rob. Hello to Christopher Ward. Helix is lurking today, he told me as well. And it is a slightly early start. It's half an hour earlier. And it's a triple treat today with this match and then 2 other matches which are part of the quad series. Brazil taking on Spain in the middle match, and then Brazil will take on Switzerland in the final match. So Switzerland do have 2 matches today, the first and the third. Jersey finished their tour with this fixture. It won't be part of the final day of the quad series tomorrow. So I've been calling this colloquially the Jexit match. Jersey will make an exit after it. Here's DeBolka. Good to have her back. Not a bad start. Weatherall, with her first ball, pushes it into the offside for a single. Grace will be keen for a big innings here. Big score in the first game and a couple of lower scores in the last 2. She'll want to finish on a high. Aikenhead also will want to cement her spot at the top of the order for Jersey. Played away. This will test the outfield, actually. I think it's going to get there. This outfield is lightning fast, and every day it kind of breaks its own record. There's been no rain here for a while. And this is smart batting, isn't it? Just using the pace. I think the smart batters here have kept the ball on the ground more often than not, unless it's begging to be hit aerially, because there is such great value. Really. Naina Medisandri there at point had no chance to chase it down. And pretty well bowled from DeBolka. And also a bit of chat about Henry Blofeld. And a lot of people thrilled. I had so many messages last night as well saying how great that we had blowers on. Another ball that's going to run down to deep third. Open spaces down there, another boundary. Minimum of risk there from Aikenhead, who's made a really strong start here in the power play. Probably going to look at plugging that gap. They've got the long on back But I think they will make the change now with third staying back, and long on will come up to a mid-on inside the circle. And I said it in the chat, but, Henry's a marvellous commentator, but he's an even nicer person. He sat on the same table and shared a few stories last night. Obviously, his were a lot better. Great fielding at point. Yeah, so for Switzerland, good to see Franziska Kuhnberg, Austrian-born Swiss international, back in the lineup. Does a good job there at point. That's going to be trouble here, as that will crash into our table. Woken Tina up, who's just wandered in. Another 4 runs to the total. Just picking the gaps and quite clinically picking up the boundaries here. So end of the second over, and the score is 21 without loss. So 2 overs down, and looks like it will be Vani Danuka to get a second over. 3 boundaries in that second over. As Aikenhead is flying now over to Wetherill at the other end. She wants to go aerial as well. 1 hopper down to Danny Metagoda. Does handle that one cleanly. And another person that was handling themselves very cleanly last night at the gala dinner, as always, the one, the only Tina Goff. And welcome and happy birthday, Tina, to us, because we're 7 today.
Happy birthday to us indeed. Is there going to be cake?
Well, we had a party last night.
We did. A premature party.
We did. Yeah. I mean, every year on the 29th of July, I do think back to that first ECN on the first day. I know that I showed you a clip from last week.
You were ever the professional, but there's been improvements.
Definitely. This is going to be into the gap and another testing chase for the Swiss fielders. They won't be able to pull this one back either. Aikenhead just continues to kind of work that area of the field. I don't think the Swiss bowling's been that loose. It's a decent length ball outside the off stump, but Aikenhead very intelligent, using the pace of the ball. Yeah, so happy birthday to us. Congratulations to you as well. There was a lot of good chat about your performance in the series so far last night as well. As this has hit through the offside, that's going to be 4. That's a proper cover drive, isn't it, from Aikenhead? Perfectly balanced. And once again, it runs very quickly to the boundary. Just thinking maybe a good toss to lose for Jersey, who I'm sure would have bowled. And I think their captain, Chloe Grehan, said as much at the toss. But it gives their batters a chance to potentially put on a big score here and individually have a bit more time in the middle, perhaps.
Absolutely. I think they maybe got a bit of making up to do after the game against Brazil yesterday, which certainly was a rude awakening. And now they've got no choice but to get runs on the board.
Good ball here. Deep cover's gone back. So I think this power play is obviously pretty challenging for Switzerland, who only have the 2 outfielders to play with. You've got 2 batters there that are able to hit the ball in various zones. I suppose the other thing with Switzerland is they don't have any out-and-out paces, you'd say. Danuka is a handy bowler, but it's kind of medium pace and not necessarily rushing the Jersey bats. Wetherill hasn't had too much of the strike. Was in the wars yesterday physically. Hits the ball very hard. This is going to find the gap at mid-wicket, and that's going to be 4. Again, how hard is this surface? That was hit straight into the turf, and it fairly raced away. 4 carreras más.
I think the first bounce of that ball there was on the AstroTurf, and that just made it accelerate through.
But the second bounce didn't slow it down, did it? It just continued to rocket away. First boundary to Wetherill. Straight down the ground this time. Metagoda's been busy down there. She'll keep that to 1. So it's a bit of an interesting day, isn't it? You've got this game, which isn't part of the quad series, but obviously it's a full T20 international. End of the third over here, 36 without loss. And Brazil, who was super impressive yesterday, will play back-to-back against Spain and then Switzerland. And we've got our own commentary musical chairs that we'll be doing today. Tina is the chair that we are working around. She'll be in the seat all day. But I'll be here first game. I know Phil should be here for the last game. He's travelling. And middle game, who knows? We might get some blowers. We might get some rhino as well. So
I'm open to all options.
That's good because we are going to use a few options today. Talking sucks. I suck. Anyway, here's over number 4. Partially knocked down there at mid-off, but I think it's still going to run away for another boundary. A little bit of no mercy here at the moment. And Switzerland, they need a wicket so badly here, don't they? They need to try and turn things around. That's a tough stop. I know she gets a piece of it there. That's Sejal Vinod, but can't make the stop.
It's so punishing as well because usually when you get a half stop in, you've got that second bite of the cherry. But on this quick outfield, if you don't stop it dead, you've got no chance. I think you just stopped a fly dead on your shoulder, didn't you?
I was trying to illustrate where that ball hit Vinod.
Ah.
Wetherell tries to moose this away, but gets a bit of a bat on it for a single. Aikenhead obviously setting a cracking pace here, 27 off 14. I've got something for everyone in the chat. It is our 7th birthday. We have some people that have been here almost all the journey, maybe all the journey. Normally on this day, I ask a couple of questions for our chatters. Let us know how you discovered ECN and when. Aikenhead off the back foot. This one does get cut off in a rare dot ball. Yeah, let us know how you discovered ECN and what the first tournament you watched was. And also, like, your all-time favourite ECN moment, if you have to pick one. And kind of the older the better with these, because it always jogs my memory. I mean, I'd probably throw it on you first then, Tina. Aikenhead up in the air, just gets over the field. Certainly wasn't timed. Pickard will do the fielding. They'll get back for 2. So I suppose for you, was the first time you discovered ECN when you played on ECN in some those internationals against Austria, where you just basically kept tearing up the record book every game?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And I don't think I realised at the time that was really ECN because it was just for us T20Is.
Yeah.
Which were being filmed, and it was during COVID as well, so it was already a bit of a strange time.
Well bowled. Big appeal. Umpire says yes. Aikenhead is going to have to go. Dubulka gets that one to leave her. It took a while for the umpire to be convinced, but he sensed that there was some bat. Well taken behind the stumps by Ananya Srinivasan. And Switzerland have their first. Jersey lose their opener. Aikenhead was looking good, but has to walk for 29. 43 for 1.
Yeah, she has to drag herself off. I don't think she was particularly convinced by the decision. The umpire took his time. Let's see if we can see anything on the replay. Again, the angle doesn't really help us. Her bat was away from her body. So I don't know if there was a noise, if it could have been anything else, and then maybe just a case of whether it was taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper.
The way the sound travels at this ground interests me. I don't know if it's the topography, but there's definitely been a few where the bowler has been absolutely convinced, and luckily the umpire is near the bowler, and the sound's carrying in that direction. But I wouldn't say it was a full-throated appeal from Ananya behind the stumps. I mean, if there was a noise, it's hard to say what it could have been if it wasn't bat. But anyway, the informed Annalise Merritt will come to the crease at number 3. So they needed something. Dubulka back in the side. You know, Switzerland are happy to have her on the park. Gets an important wicket because Aikenhead was looking.
I think Anya was so concentrated on getting that ball cleanly into her gloves that she almost forgot about the appealing part. When it was cleanly, she did belatedly appeal. I think the umpire just took his time, but came to the right decision.
Merritt wastes no time at all. Slices his one away into the gap. That's going to be 4. She was very good yesterday, wasn't she, against Brazil in a kind of tough situation as well. She played shots all around the wicket, and I was impressed with the way she fought through what was, like I said, quite tough going. Ended up with 57 off 33. 10 fours and a 6 right now. It's the end of the fourth over, and Jersey 47 for 1.
Still a decent enough start here from Jersey, and I'm sure Amy Aikenhead disagrees, but maybe not the worst thing to lose a few wickets as well. Give different batters a chance out there in the middle. We were talking about the toss, and Chloe Gregan did say she would have bowled first as well, but I think I actually like the fact that they're having to bat here, get some runs on the board. It's always easy when you're in a rhythm of chasing and winning to just keep on doing that, especially against a team that you think you can maybe roll over. But actually, just practicing getting runs on the board for times when, of course, they might come up against opposition like Brazil again in future, then they have a bit more confidence in this batting innings.
He's Meghna Rajan with that marvellous 95 yesterday, which turned out to be in a losing cause. Hello to Srinath as well. Hey, hello to Darren Whitlock. And he's, of course, tuning in from Hornchurch. And he says, they're missing your comms over in Hornchurch. Well, I've got some good news for you, Darren, and everyone else. Short, getting through the field. That's going to be 4. That was like a traceable. It wasn't off the bat of Wetherill. And no one's stopping that. It'll also bring up the 50 in pretty quick time for Jersey. So, yeah, I'm just looking through some of these comments. And quite a few people actually, looks like they started in 2019 with the first ECL with Pavel Florin going viral. That was our first moment that we kind of shot into the global zeitgeist. Here's a bit of German for you. Up in the air. 2 fielders out on the leg side, but this one is going to get through as well. Bit of a teaser for Vanni Danuka out there, but the runs keep on piling up. Wetherill to 20. So good news for Hornchurch as well, as I was saying.
As you were saying.
Before I interrupted myself.
Yeah, well, you do have a habit of doing that.
I do. My mind is in many places at once.
Some of them can't be broadcast.
That is true. Nice little consolidation push from Wetherill, get a single. But yeah, Darren, of course, was talking about them missing your comms in Hornchurch. Well, I will be there Thursday and Friday. I'm excited about that. But then you said that you can do finals day because you'll be back in the UK by then. Yeah,
I'm the woman for the final, as long as they promise not to bring any jelly deals. Otherwise, I'm staying well clear.
I've never had the jelly deals. Should I?
No.
Okay.
I'm not over it.
You've convinced me to not have them.
Physically and emotionally, I'm not over it.
I've seen them, and I feel like that's enough.
It's the suspension of the jelly deals in a clear jelly, which already set my alarm bells ringing. Yeah. And it only got worse from there.
You had it, right?
Yeah, they told me there was no bone, and there was definitely a bone in the jelly deal.
A little bit of an inside edge here from Merritt. Good call from Wetherill. They get through for the single. End of the 5th over, and Jersey 57 for 1. So, Darren, what's your greatest memory? He just said, greatest memory, Vin. Unless I missed another message.
No, you missed his comment. He said, Cartman live with Hornchurch and finals day win over Jersey.
100%. Yeah, I mean, that was...
the golden years.
Yeah, I mean, ECN 1.0, as we call it. I often call 2019, I call ECN 0, because basically we had zero idea what we were doing. But it was a one-off tournament. It was 3 days. It led to what would ultimately become the European Cricket Series, and it would lead to our marquee event at Khartoum in ECN 1.0. Obviously, we went into the pause in August last year, just after Somber Sunday, the 24th of August, date that I'll remember very well. But, bouncing back in 2026, and I think it's been a really successful season. Obviously, there was a bit of uncertainty around the future. The world's changing very quickly, but, with the support of our audience and all of our backroom staff as well, we've been able to get back up and running and do what we love, which is covering cricket and giving a platform to these European cricketers. In the air, gone. Well, there's another wicket. Merritt was living dangerously, hitting the ball into that zone. And it's Kuhnberg, I think, that's taken that catch. Didn't have to move. So Merritt will have to go for only 5. And Switzerland have something to yell about. 57 for 2.
Got to say, there's good field placements as well. The amount of times it's gone through that backward point region. And this time, Francisco Kuhnberg, they have put in that kind of double point She's exactly in the right space at the right time to take the catch. Comfortable height, but still, it's not easy when it comes to you at backward point. The ball's usually spinning around, but she holds on to it. And Merritt, who was so destructive yesterday, scoring that half century, has to depart early in the piece today. Still going at a good rate here, Jersey, going at 11s. But yeah, just not quite getting out towards that ball and just throwing her hands at it. And Kuhnberg does the rest back into the side and straight into the scorebook as well.
Yeah, Natalie St. Cyr Clark, she'll give you everything she's got. Took a bit of a knock in the field yesterday, but you can't keep her down. And it'll be a chance for the very, very talented all-rounder Annie Mossop to get a hit here at number 4. So, credit to Switzerland because this game was running away from pretty quickly. They found a way to pick up 2 of the dangerous Jersey top order.
I think they'll have confidence back into their batting as well, having scored some runs yesterday. Of course, in the end, it was in a losing cause against Spain, but Rajan, she's batted herself into a bit of form. So they will back themselves to chase any target here. And they've got a bit of a spring in their step now in the field as well, as that one zips past the outside edge of Annie Mossop, not taken cleanly there by Ananya Srinivasan, but no damage done. Yeah, there's some other memories coming through in the chat. ECN highlights. Jules saying watched his first ECL in 2023 on TV, and then met some of the members of the chat, the Spanner squad at Rains Park in England. Corey is obviously a highlight reel in himself as well, and some of his catches as they run through on the slight fumble there from the keeper. Some of Corey's commentary catches, live long in the memory.
Corey's super lucky because he's gone viral for a couple of very good catches that he's taken. But there was a time, I'm trying to think of ECN obscure memories or things I haven't thought for a while. We actually had a graphic for a counter because he dropped 9 in a row. And we actually kept updating the counter. He kept dropping them. St. Cyr Clark almost has another wicket. It was hit hard. And Rita Sasidaran was in that 45 position, couldn't get a hand on it. And that's going to run away for 4 more. Wetherill does hit the ball so hard. And although that was maybe in the range of the fine leg fielder, I think it was past her before she could even pick it up.
It's a tough position to field in on that 45 because the batter has their back to you and suddenly the ball's flying towards you. It's one of those where if she was a metre to the right, it might have just hit her. As it was, they only able to chase after it to the boundary. Yeah, Corey's done a very good kind of publicity job of
selective sharing. But if anyone ever had the time, I suppose we did in the 6.5 months off, cut together the 9 drops off the pad here.
Well, there was also the one that came into the commentary box and he claimed the catch, didn't he? And we had to go for the forensic replay.
I think that's called lying. And that's one of my favourite moments. Thanks for reminding me that Corey had one. And it was a clear yours. I stepped aside. He dropped it, almost took out the Rado clock. Then he picked it off the office chair and claimed it. And he said, no, it's clean. And then about 3 seconds later, the replay came on and he'd shelled it. No, and we miss Corey. I've been chatting to him. I know we're trying to get him back, but obviously he's very, very busy. Another leg by coming up, I think. Obviously coaching the Spanish national team and also in the Netherlands he's doing a lot of coaching. They've got the qualifiers coming up in August in Finland. So, hopefully we can get Corey back at some point. St. Cyr Clark to Wetherill. Push down the ground. Again, Wetherill on the front foot. It's good pressure being applied. Jersey do the little things well when they're playing well, don't they? That'll take us to the end of the 6-over power play. It's clickety-click, 66 for 2.
I think some of my most treasured ECN memories are just when things go wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Especially around the commentary tent. When we had the cube, we had it collapsing in on us in that storm in Portugal. Phil G's laptop went
for a
boom.
walk.
the coffee cup blew onto it.
Went for a bungee jump. Oh, yeah. Coffee versus computer. remember that quite
The
well.
old battle of 2025. Yeah, because the commentary cube was semi-inflatable, wasn't it? And then at some point the storm was so ferocious that the back leg just collapsed in on us.
Things going wrong is a good memory, because I suppose I feel like I said this last night. I need the psychiatrist or the hypnotist to kind of bring out some of these memories, because a lot of them are forgotten. When we were in Kiel, in your backyard almost,
Yeah.
in the north of Germany, we had a good one. Is Rajan driven with some power, and the fielder's not going to get there. Metagoda, he's been getting frequent flyer points there. She's been flying around in that area, but hasn't been able to stop too many that have been away from her. Again, down on the ground and racing to the boundary. Yeah, in Kiel, and we went through a phase where we're trying different types of tents, but they had the kind of real basic tent in Kiel, but it was really windy, and they just kept bringing more tents. And there was the tent graveyard part of the field where the ball would often be hit. All right, in the air. Can anyone find it? Oh, it's going to go down. Wetherell gives a chance. And Sasidara in that 45 position couldn't find the ball. I think the sun was a little bit of a factor there. It was a tough one. Maybe the keeper could reach it, but I think it's one of those ones where you don't really pick it up off the top edge straight away. And Anya wasn't able to get there. Super lucky moment for Grace Wetherell, who continues her innings. She might have been a bit unlucky at times in this series, Wetherell, but got paid back there.
It was just too early on the shot. She wanted to hit that one through square leg, only manages to hit it straight up in the air. A life for her, though, as Natalie Sansier-Clark half stops that one. This time it will be mopped up behind her, though, as the fielding there done by Sajal Vinod. Yeah, we had the upended tent last year was that in Rains Park in Wimbledon? Well, I think we came in the morning and the tent was just on its side, or almost on its hind legs.
Well, that's hit and hit pretty well. Once again into the gap, and that will be the first Maximo of day 3. Picked up and timed beautifully by Wetherell. Could argue she's living on borrowed time after she might have been caught earlier in the over, but she's still there and she is hungry for runs. You can sense that. When we got to 300,000 subscribers, we were in Rome. I was there with Rico, and we did the ice bucket thing.
Yeah.
Just because we kind of worked out when we were like kind of 270. I think when I started on the tour full time on 2021, we had 90,000 subscribers, 91, I think, and we obviously grown and grown and grown. This one's going to test the outfielder as well. Does well. Go for 2, and they take on the arm and win. Again, proactive stuff from the Jersey bats. Wetherell, another couple to her total. So, yeah, we ended up, when we're 200 and something, we said, when we get to 300,000, wherever we are, we'll do the Ice Bucket Challenge. I think Charlie did it as well. He was in Portugal at the time doing the night series. But that was actually one of the easiest things we've done, because it was 40 degrees every day there.
I was going to say, I'll do a voluntary Ice Bucket Challenge.
I was dry in 10 minutes. And actually, that actually got me using a towel and the esky, the cooler box we had, and periodically would just put my shirt and put it back on. And they were very hot conditions. End of the 7th over here, and it's 80 for 2. And then so we had a plan for 400,000 subscribers, which was, I think, 2024. We were in Wimbledon at Rains Park, but it was during a storm. And it was, we were having Pims and strawberries. But it was us basically trying to shove it in our face to the camera while we were getting blown apart. So that was very ECN. Wasn't as glamorous. We have talked about for 500,000 subscribers, and what are we at the moment with the K watch?
486.
486. So when we get to 500,000, Phil had a great idea, or somebody had a great idea, that we should eat a chili that is 500,000 Scoville units. And he's actually already picked out the sauce.
I
Tina
will not
said
be
she's
doing
in.
that.
You can put it on your jellied eels. Anyway, Sunset Clark. Ooh, come on. Just wanted to clarify something. There was an error earlier, which has been fixed up now with Samiha, who took the wicket. I know we had Samiha Dabolka down, but it was Samiha Konaganti. So that's something that has been rectified. The tale of 2 Samihas. Sunset Clark continuing from the western end. Beats the bat. I think this one's just gone a little bit wide of the mark. Keep the memories coming, though. Let's make it a bit of a theme today.
So does Phil already have the chili sauced and is kind of sitting in his kitchen?
I know he's picked it out. And, of course, Phil is a bit of a chili master.
That's like a bride picking out a wedding ring.
Yeah.
Phil's equivalent.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, isn't it how it's done?
Yeah. He is the spice lord, isn't he? There's a hit on the back leg, and the umpire walks away from the scene of the crime.
Never a good sign. Yeah, other things going wrong. I mean, lots of things have gone wrong over the years, but I think that's part of the beauty of what we do and the fact that it is quite raw and it's real. And I'm happy, especially through the Spanish squad, giving people a bit of a look behind the scenes of kind of what we're doing on the tour and what's happening, and some of the classified things behind the scenes that are taking shape. It's just exciting times ahead, I'm sure of that. Sincere Clark does well to stop that. Might have even thought about having a pop there. Mossop took off. Take that cleanly. I think probably within your rights to have a go. But all the places we've gone, I mean, I think I've commentated in something like 25, 26 countries, 50-something cities. I've never thought that would be a thing. Oh, well, that's short, and it's up in the air. Can Sunset Clark get there? She can't. Oh, well, Bermuda Triangle forms, and another skewed high ball finds the turf. It's hard to believe no one's reaching this. Sunset Clark actually just propped in her follow-through, and that's what costs her the chance to get to the ball. Jersey get lucky again. This time it's Mossop that survives.
I think that's got to be the keepers. It ends up almost bouncing behind the stumps. I just don't think Ananya picked it up quickly enough. It's always difficult with the helmet on to crane your neck.
Hey, there's the numbers as well. ECN events since that very first one in 2019 on this day. Over 1.5 million runs, 971,000 balls, over 12,000 players, 672 teams, obviously approaching 8,000 matches, almost 74,000 wickets, and over 100,000 maximos. Crazy. Yeah, that's well fielded. Bit of a patella pounder there for Sasidaran, but does the job.
Is there any countries that you haven't commentated in that are surprising? I mean, obviously, you haven't commentated in
Europe?
A lot of countries, but in Europe, are there any that you haven't done that you feel like you should have done?
Well, there's some that we've covered that I haven't done. Obviously, I started doing pretty much every event, and we've built a great team, including yourself, to mean that we have a bit more variety. But we went to Norway last year, but I was on another event. So, I mean, I wanted to get up to Norway because I was knowing the players pretty well. And Corey was up there, had a great time. Ended the 8th over here, 84 for 2. Sunset Clark, a bit unlucky not to have a second wicket. But there's countries I still would love to get to. Luxembourg's one. I think there's a lovely ground at Wolfendange there. The home of the Wolfendange Optimists, which is a great team name. Not the Optometrists, the Optimists. They actually played in the ECL, did very well. So, yeah, Luxembourg's one I'd like to go to. Apart from that, Serbia, kind of countries we've had on the network, but we haven't held events in, and there's not many. 34 ICC countries, part of ICC Europe. But even obviously had the chance to go to some countries that are outside the ICC framework still, like Poland. That's been a good opportunity. A couple of weeks ago I was there. I'd like to go to Iceland.
Yeah.
That's definitely on my bucket list. I called Iceland a couple of weeks ago in the Euro T20 Cup in Warsaw. Full toss from Sedal Vinod, who's coming on now to bowl over number 9. So Iceland, we were so close to having a European cricket series. I'd done the preview video and everything at Vithistathrun. That's the ground there. There are characters in their alphabet that I'd never seen before and I had to look up. So I know the Icelandic guys pretty well. Actually, virtually in 2020 did their player auction. Every year in their competition, they basically do it as a draft.
Right.
So it starts from 0, which is a pretty good system, obviously, for keeping things pretty even. This is a pretty good system for scoring runs. There's Wetherill. Excellent footwork there. Snaps back onto the back foot. Back and across as she approaches the half century. Just a little bit too much width on offer there from Sejal Vinod.
Getting a good rate here as well. Striking at 220.
So, yeah, Iceland's there. But what happened is literally the night before the European Cricket Series, it was a Saturday-Sunday series, but only 3 teams they had at the time. Now they've got 5. They changed the COVID restrictions, and therefore it was cancelled. And it just meant the crew that were there got a holiday.
Worst places to be stranded.
That's hit pretty well as well. It hasn't been a good few minutes for kneecaps. That was good work from Pickard. You have to be so brave out here, don't you, in the field, and these players putting everything on the line.
Yeah, I don't think you quite realise how uneven it is until you're out there, and it's nothing to do with any kind of preparation. It's just the fact it's been so dry.
Yeah,
the pitch is almost burned.
Well, picked up cleanly, thrown to the stumps. Geez, that would have been out, I think. It was very clean work from Edagoda. It came to her quickly. Just went kind of on the strength of the hit here, Mossop. I just wonder if this had hit. Oh, it was pretty tight. She, very fast, she Mossop, to get there. Because I thought she had no right to steal a single there. But she gets away with it. Wetherill now on 45. Takes over.
They have sent covers back as well. So deep covers now. And long on. Cow corner, deep mid-wicket.
Well, that's in the air. It'll bounce just inside, but it will take Wetherill to 49. Vinod can't quite get the line and length she's looking for. And Grace, if you bowl her a full toss, generally, it doesn't come back.
She's got a lot of brute power, does Grace. We've spoken before about her batting stance as well, almost baseball in its style. So anything full is going to go flying away to that leg side boundary.
Better. It's a very good ball. Oh, a bit unlucky not to grab an edge on this. Perfect flight. If you could copy and paste that one 6 times over, you probably would. And it will be the end of the night. There's 95 for 2. How about you? Is there anywhere that we've covered, or maybe places we haven't covered in Europe, that you wish you'd gone or that you'd like to go?
I didn't ever really do much of Eastern Europe, and I think I feel like I've missed out there. I think the furthest east I went was Germany.
Yeah,
which is
that's not that east.
Germany tried to go further east at some point, but
you did East Germany, didn't you? Done Dresden?
I've played in Dresden.
Yeah,
I think as part of ECN.
You went to Krefeld.
Went to Krefeld. I didn't do Kiel.
You didn't do Kiel, which is funny because you live driving distance away.
Yeah.
But I think you had playing commitments, right?
Yeah, I think I was playing the World Cup qualifiers at the same time.
We're up in Kiel in August last year.
Briefly.
Beautiful ground there.
Beautiful part of the world. Sia Clark comes back in here.
Full toss. Bad news. That's going to be 4 more. Again, good option for a Mossop. Just had to lay a bat on it. And the score continues to climb. Jersey knocking on the door of the 3 figures here. No, I certainly can't say I haven't had enough experiences, though, on ECN. And I was working with people. It's the people, whether it's crew we're working with, other commentators or our other crew and our backroom crew. Obviously, over 12,000 players on the network has given us so many opportunities to connect and form really meaningful friendships and relationships in the game. That's, I think, the most special part. Not to mention the relationships we make with the viewers, and we really, really value the feedback we get, the support we get from all around the world. I never would have thought European cricket would take off globally the way it has. And it is kind of niche, it's fringe, but the people that are ECN lovers, they are some of the best cricket-loving people and most passionate people you'll ever meet about the game. So, yeah, big thank you to all the viewers and for your support over the years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tearing up. In the air and dropped. Oh, well, it was good effort there, wasn't it? It was always curving away. That's Layla Pickard. Now they're going to get an overthrow, rubbing salt into the wound. And, well, Wetherill will go back to the non-strikers then. We'll have to wait longer to try and bring up her 50. That was a bit of a lucky moment for Jersey. And to bring up the 100 with that stroke. Sancy Clark, only 1 wicket, might have had a couple more. Well, Nat attempts the split stop, which I'm not so sure was what she intended when she first went to ground. Good flexibility, though.
Oof, yeah, well, that's a...
My eyes weren't watering before. They are now.
It's an ACL cruncher, that one. I'm glad she's back up. I mean, she was in the wars yesterday, wasn't she? She took one to the temple. We did ask her at lunch after. She was all right. She said, yeah.
She said, what are you talking about? I don't know how much she remembered about it.
What cricket?
Yeah.
Who am I?
So Wetherill, 49, knocking on the door of her second half century of the week. That'll be 50 for Wetherill. Brings it up with a little push into the offside, but there's been plenty of her signature power in this knock. She brings up her half century of 24 balls, 8 fours and a 6. Top knock so far from the Jersey opener.
It's been a mature innings from the 19-year-old. Again, need to remember that she's been on the scene for a long time, but she's still very early in her cricketing career.
Business as well. Quick acknowledgement and ready to keep going. I think she wants a big score here. This is hit straight, hit pretty well. Metakota does well to stop it to her left. Had a lot of ground to make up there. That'll be the end of the 10th over. And the score is 104 for 2. Quick hello to Nelson, who's saying that the friend Melissa Pina is currently playing in the tournament for Switzerland. Yeah, she batted well on the first day as well. We had a couple of fours towards the end of the innings. Let's welcome you into the commentary box as we get to the 10 over mark. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo here with Tina Goff. Of course, happy birthday, us.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday to you, because you're part of our community, and we're really thrilled to be here and to be covering this quad series. But yeah, I think something approaching 300 events that we've covered. ECN, in a lot of ways, doesn't make sense in that it's fueled by the passion for the game, not necessarily by commercialism or a lot of the influences that have touched cricket, in good ways and bad over the last generation. But yeah, we're really passionate about doing what we do, and hopefully we're doing it for 7 more years and plenty more years after that, Tina. And it's so great. The people we've met along the way, including yourself, and you are so valued here at ECN, and so much valued that even after I go after this game, you'll be here to take us through the rest of the games. Of course, Phil will be joining us. Rico's in Hornchurch today as well. But big thank you to everyone from the bottom of our hearts for allowing us to do what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think passion is the key word as well. None of us would be here if it weren't for the love of the game. It's great to see in Switzerland as well. Let's not forget, first ever T20Is here. It's great that it's women's games as well. And I'm sure they're moving on to better things as well going forward. And well, at the halfway stage, Jersey probably happy with where they are, given that they lost the toss, got put in. Switzerland, there's been a few kind of moments of brilliance from them. It's just about repeating them and being a bit more consistent in their game.
Yeah, and speaking about the growth of the women's game, but the growth of the women's and the men's game for that matter in Europe has kind of mirrored our growth, hasn't it? And the fact that we've found basically 12,000 European cricketers, the fact that we're even expanded to have Thailand play on the network, USA, Canada, Brazil now, it's amazing. And I normally say this every year, where will we be a year from now?
Who knows?
And I would often do around this date. I'd look back and I'd kind of reflect on the journey. Obviously, it's been a challenging year, the 7-year itch that we've had. But the fact that we are still here and doing what we're doing, despite I suppose limited, or just challenging circumstances, I suppose, is because of the support of the whole European and wider cricket community. So excited and don't want to tear up because there's still 30 overs of this game to go, perhaps.
We've got to keep it together.
Yeah, try. getting misty. Anyway, Naina Metisaju is going to bowl now over number 11. Jersey on 208 pace at the halfway mark. This won't be called a wide, but not a bad spot to miss for Naina first up. Yes, Shazab saying he's watched all the way from 2019. We've got a few survivors from that. And yeah, keep the messages coming. Srinath is a great guy. Srinath has actually done a little bit of commentary for us in Barcelona and in St. Gallen back in 2023. Down the ground. More work for Danny Metagoda. I've got Jules Udebridge in the chat saying, yeah, first watch ECL 2023 on TV. So many favourites as far as the memories. Meeting many members of the chat, as you said. Yeah, Corey's catch. Corey's dropping the headset catch was definitely one of my favourites. I'll give you another one. When we crowdfunded a robot suit, it was meant to be 2, and I had to basically then rip up all my credit cards because it was the dodgiest website. That's pretty over the top. That's more work. Metagoda. She's going to have to be vaccinated against leather poisoning because she's had so much of the ball down there. So that was quite funny. And then Corey going in the suit, almost basically rolling down a hill. The visibility was very poor in that thing. That was 2023 ECL. Obviously, the Cardinal event's been fantastic. Obviously, working in the background to try and bring some of those big events back. Little inside edge. Fine legs back, though, so it'll only be a single. Graham Swan on comms, yeah, in Malaga. Yeah, Graham was a real firecracker. And he also took a couple of good catches.
Well, you'd expect so.
And he had Corey as his fanboy as well. So it was like Graham taking catches, and then Corey's the first one there to give him a high five and a pat on the back. Graham was great. The ECC, I think that was 2023 as well. Saju. Another booming drive down the ground. Metagoda once again picks up another possession. Yeah. But then Corey, as far as Corey's catches, I think he sometimes forgot, well, I certainly didn't, that we're kind of wired in. And so there were several times that he basically ripped everything off the table. And it got to the point that like in ECS, when we're down at the ground, any loft ball, he'd take a step. So I had to basically ban him, almost like handcuff him to the chair.
Give him house arrest in the commentary tent.
Outside the off stump. Again, just missing the mark, but good idea from Saju to try and get Mossop playing away from her body. Yeah, we do miss Corey this year, but also I'm really happy that he's doing so well, and obviously he's taken Spain into the top 30. But he has unique style, and also Corey's. I know you haven't really worked with Corey too much or at all, but mood-based commentary. His vibe has been picked up on his mood. All right, that's in the air. Can anyone get there? It's just going to loop over the top of the fielder. Pickard, she's also been in the action a fair bit. Does jump on it. They get 2. Yeah, look. He's always full of entertainment. The viral moment, this is pretty well known. The infamous Shy Cat incident in Portugal where going for 3 runs, the throw came in and the ball hit him in an uncomfortable area. But it's not just that. I mean, that happens. But Corey's reaction to that, I think, is what made it go viral. Probably one of our most viral moments, that one. The snort at the 58-second mark. Anyway, end of the 11th over, 112 for 2.
Decent over there from Saju. Goes for just the 8. Every over that doesn't go for a boundary is kind of a tick in the box here for Switzerland. In fact, it's the first over of the game that doesn't have a boundary in it. So Saju coming on and delivering.
It kind of shows a lot, though. There's still 8 off the over. It just shows how efficient these Jersey bats are. The fact they are still able to pick up. yeah, decent over, probably a par over if you go on the numbers this week. Hello to Bob Pook, by the way. If I didn't say hi already, hello to you. It's our 7th birthday today. Yeah, Bob saying Blowers is such a top bloke. Had a long chat with him a few years ago at Hove. Genuinely a real nice chap. He is.
Yeah, we'll hopefully see him later today. I think he was planning to join us in the tent again because it's his favourite spot to watch the cricket action.
Yeah, true.
You can take the commentary out of the commentator.
The Blowers box. Waits on this one, and despite getting a hand on that, that'll go for 4. Once again, Wetherill picks up the length very early. It's good footwork that makes this. See, she ends up with 2 feet back in the crease, watches it all the way onto the bat. Good effort from Saskia Clark there, but it was just a little bit too spicy. Another 4 to the total. Yeah, Paul Kempen saying, the ECN's helped him a lot, made him a more relaxed person. Kind of ironic because it's made me a less relaxed person. But, this is one of the things I'll go back to as Grace takes another one that's going to beat the fielder. They're really piling him up at the moment. Vinod's been switched around to that far end, but at her pace, even if it's a little bit short or length ball, Grace is comfortable playing that horizontal bat shot.
Grace always works herself into an innings, and you can see when she's flowing with confidence that bat lift goes even higher. She has even more power in the swing. That's another one that's going to race away onto the 45. And Grace, she got into the 80s in that first game, and she's ticking along nicely now as she moves to 64.
Yeah, 3 on the trot now. Vinod's in a tough spot here. Probably has to try and go more offside, but of course, she has limited protection over there. She's got to sweep her out in the offside, but mid-off's in the circle, covers in the circle. If Grace drives between them, it's probably 4 as well. It's just so hard to protect the boundaries on this field. Good for the viewers. Plenty of 4s and 6s and aggressive batting. Obviously, playing more shots often does lead to a few more wickets and chances as well. Even the ground balls are exciting because they're not necessarily regulation stops. Now takes it on Ariel, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Wetherill, she's in the groove now. Again, picks up the length very quickly, deliberately gets under it, elevates. And they are really pinging off the bat right now. 70 on the board. 18 off the over. It looks like it's going to go magical 20 plus. But I suppose it only takes one moment. Vinod has beaten her a couple of times. Hasn't been able to find a little edge. That's good comeback from the bowler.
I'd just like to see Vinod pushing it just a touch fuller here. I know you have to be brave to bowl full against Grace, but target those stumps because Grace has missed on a couple of occasions. But it's not going to be dangerous unless you get one through the defences. Well,
it's going to be well stopped. Will it be stopped? It will not in the end. Well, Pickard, credit to her again. She has to deal with an unpredictable bounce. She gets behind it, but it just rebounds off her, dribbles into the rope. 10 points for courage. In a more correct way, 4 points to the batting team. As that'll take us to the end of the over, and it does go magical in the end. 22 coming off that one. Jersey, 134 for 2. So what I was going to say is, back in 2020, especially in 2021 and early 2022, during the pandemic, I had so many messages from viewers, more than I can remember, that said, "Thank you so much, ECN, for helping me get through a difficult time." Maybe they'd lost a loved one, maybe they were struggling with isolation and restrictions and the fact that the world had completely flipped. And I thought that's a really special thing. That it wasn't necessarily what we were thinking when we were doing what we're doing, but the fact that people felt they had a place where they belong, where they can make friends, where they can chat and they can be themselves, and you're welcome no matter what your age or your beliefs or your background. To have that community created and to have so many people say, you helped me get through a really tough time and I'm doing better now because of ECN. That is a really special thing.
Absolutely.
And for that, it makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. And it's probably the same for me. I mean, who knows what I would have been doing through that time. So, yeah, definitely ECN's been a blessing for me as well.
Well, I was going to say the feeling is mutual, that sense of belonging and community and being yourself. That's something I think we both are able to make the most of as well. And the fact that there's people out there who want to join our community and want to tolerate listening to us and allow us to do something that we love as well is very special. And we've formed a great friendship, and I've made a lot of friends in the time that I've been here as well. And it's a very special community to be a part of.
That's a toe crusher. Was it the ball, or did she hit her own foot when she's trying to keep this out? It was only half an appeal from the Swiss. Maybe a bit of both. I actually think the ball lands on her foot. It's going down the leg side. And I think she also maybe kind of hit her foot trying to jam down on it. So Mossop, we'll probably see with the ball later on, might have a bit of a bruise tomorrow. Good length there from Sarju, just dropping into the block hole. Nainameti Sarju. Another attempted Yorker. It's a low full toss. It's just going to creep over the fielder who was up in the circle at mid-off. Another boundary. Not far away there, the Swiss. Thought for a second it might have just held up and been a catching opportunity. Was down towards the bottom of the bat. Hopping mad as Mossop, but she'll take the 4 runs.
Yeah, still feeling toe, or maybe lack of toe now. But I think it's time for her to go big. She's got a runner ball 21. Still plenty of batting to come. I think it's the perfect opportunity for the youngster here to really swing freely.
Hey, I want to say hello to Chris Smith as well as Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. The fact that exists is also pretty amazing. Saying good morning to us. Chris, I'm aware of the football game that I know you've been, for the last 4 days, he's been keeping it a secret. I didn't watch it, but I saw the score, and I'm glad I didn't watch it. Put it that way. Chandra mentioning Brazil scoring 2-4-3 against Jersey yesterday. That is the high score of the tournament so far. Jersey might push that this morning if they have a big finish here.
Of course, looking forward to seeing Brazil back in action this afternoon. The 2 games we've got coming up, back into the tournament play as well, as this is a one-off game between Jersey and Switzerland. Of course, still everything on the line in terms of T20I rankings, but it won't be part of the quad series, as Jersey will be sadly leaving us after this game.
Yep, that's the Jexit. Got her. So Sarju probably deserves a wicket. She's bowled pretty well. One bowler for Switzerland that seems to have been tying these batters down. Wetherill just goes after this leg side. Maybe didn't bounce as much as she thought. Ends up hitting the top of off stump. And Nainameti Sarju has something to celebrate. Disappointment of Wetherill there. Makes a classy 74, but I think she wanted more. She's the third to fall. It's 139 for 3.
Yeah, a little shake of the head there from Grace as she has to depart. She was well set to keep going. A nice strike rate as well, 224. That's what we were saying, though, Vinny, that the Switzerland bowlers just have to target the stumps. Grace has missed out on a few occasions, has been maybe lucky. She hit that one straight up in the air that was dropped on this occasion. Luck not on her side. Yeah, just threw the shot a bit early there. And Sarju throws an arm up in celebration. She picks up a wicket. Jersey 139 for 3 as Trinity Smith comes out at 5.
Yeah, Trinity also batted pretty well in tough circumstances yesterday. Probably batted better the longer that she was at the crease against Brazil. Comes out here at number 5. Hey, I always happy to see a few new chatters as well. We're Aussie CC, saying started 2 years ago with ECN. Keep up the good work, team. Love it. I don't think I've seen Aussie in the chat before. So let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what we should call you as well. And I know we've got a few lurkers as well. Occasionally we'll do a lurker call out where we say, okay, no, not everyone can chat for various reasons. And they just kind of watch. But once in a while, it's nice to see them and acknowledge them as well, personally. All right, Smith faces up. Full and wide. That one just sneaks inside. Good bowling from Sarju. Yeah, hello to Slippy Stew as well. Always great to see you. Great day so far. celebratory day.
Decent over from Saju so far. Just goes for the one boundary and, of course, picking up that prized scalp in Weatherall. Looking to try and finish with a flourish here. Trinity Smith missing out on the first ball.
Well, goes for it here, and it's going to bisect the fielders. Trinity, chances are arm, but hits it well. 4 runs, she's off the mark.
Nicely played. It was up in the air, but it was a pretty safe shot because it was straight as an arrow back past the bowler. So Saju doesn't escape from that over without conceding another boundary. End of 13, 143 for 3.
I suppose the risk there is if you get it slightly wrong, if you're slightly early, slightly late, when you've chosen to go aerial, and it was a conscious choice, I think, to not keep it down, that, you know, it can slice slightly and go to the mid-off, or maybe you drag it off the inside half of the bat and it goes to mid-on for a catch. But Trinity does hit it well, and I suppose there's not too much to fear for Jersey, who shouldn't run out of batters here. 3 wickets down, 7 in hand with 7 overs to go. So Rico also in action today, starting in about an hour and a half in the Hornchurch ECS.
We've had a few big scores over there, haven't we?
Yeah,
A couple of Centurions already.
Yeah, a couple of Centurions. We had a hat trick yesterday. Some brilliant catches. Might see those on social media sooner rather than later. And I know you'll be over there for finals day. I'll be there tomorrow and Friday. Nicely clipped away. It's going to beat the fielder. Well, just kind of got down there and misjudged it slightly. That's Naina Meti Saju, who's bowled so well. She'll be disappointed that she lets this one get through. This is Samiha coming back. And, of course, it is Samiha Konuganti, who has 1 wicket to her name. Was able to get Amy Aikenhead caught behind. First wicket to fall. Dug out this time by Mossop, who's quietly moved on to 27. Chris saying it's drier at Hornchurch than here in Zurich. Well, can it be drier than 0?
Negative dry.
That's basically what it feels like here. Minus humidity.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's been very dry in the UK as well, and a lot of the pitches look very, very scorched. But here, I suppose you have the benefit or the disadvantage if you're a bowler of the slope in every direction from the top of the pitch.
I think I noticed that when I took off from Stansted Airport when I was leaving the UK a couple of weeks ago, and it's just ungreen.
Yeah, it's not a green and pleasant land at the moment.
It's not this isn't the English countryside that I know. Yeah, good for cricket though.
Not if you're a bowler.
We get on the park. Not great for your card game skills. You know, earlier you asked me places that I wish I'd been for commentary that I haven't. Probably Scotland, especially because I've got Scottish heritage. I've got Scottish grandparents that moved to Australia when my mother was quite young. But I've got haggis in Scotland on my bucket list. I almost made it across, but couldn't quite make it work earlier in the year when we were there for Netherlands-Bangladesh matches in the Scottish Tri-Series. Nice bit of fielding, but safely home for a couple. So, yeah, probably Scotland's on the list.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a fair bit of Scottish representation on the network, but we've never made it up there for a series.
Same with Ireland. A lot of these things, people want to make it happen, but a lot of things you need a lot of ducks in a row to get a European cricket series up, especially with scheduling being complicated. That's a nice little whip away. Fantastic effort down there from Rajan, but it's going to get through for 4. Nice bit of timing there from Trinity Smith. She's very strong through that mid-wicket area.
Yeah, it was pretty much off middle stump, and she manages to just lever it away. Pure timing there. There was a fielder at mid-wicket, but she was more than confident to just knock it over the top of her head.
Big thanks to Rob Thompson. He's welcome to the Silver Spanner Club. Good on you, Rob. Up in the air. And taken. Somehow taken, but taken. Smith, again, she showed she's not afraid to elevate down the ground, but it's kind of what we talked about a moment ago. And, well, let's just say Amrita Sasidaran did the job. Even she's questioning how this one sticks, but catch is a catch. Trinity is on her way for 10.
It's the lesser spotted knee catch. So God gave you 2 arms and 2 legs for a reason. She uses all 4 of them to keep a hold of that one.
Yeah, well, they needed a wicket. That's the way it transpired in the end. Let's watch it. Again, it's kind of exactly what I said after a first ball was hit down the ground. If you get it slightly wrong, then it might just slice towards the fielder. And the fake spike celebration.
I think she genuinely misses it completely with her hands, and it just lodges in her knees, and then she just plucks it out with her hands.
It was, I think it was hand curious. I think it might have flicked between the hands, but in the end, found a safe place. 154 for 4. Yeah, Switzerland, to their credit, they've created quite a few opportunities. They haven't taken all of them. But they have got 4 wickets to show now as Maria de Rocha comes to the crease, and she is playing her first game of the series. So getting an opportunity with the bat. She'll be keen to make a good impression.
She's actually one of the older players in the team. It's still a very young 26, such as the youth in the jersey setup. It's good to see her get an opportunity here. Of course, you'll start at the non-strikers because that was the end of the 14th, 154 for 4. So Mossop on strike now, kind of the senior partner in this combination. She watches that one go through for a wide. Still a fair bit of batting to come for Jersey as well. Mia Maguire, the wicket keeper. It'd be good to see her get some deliveries under her belt. Daisy Pearce, who's into the side today, and of course the skipper Chloe Greeken, who often kind of knocks herself down the order to give others a go. But I'd quite like to see her have a bat out there in the middle as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, always thinking long term as Chloe as well, and developing these players. She's quite flexible with where she bats herself in the order. Fraction short. Muscled away through extra cover. That's going to be 4. Nice shot from Mossop. Moves into the 30s. Just too short there from Sarju, who's been pretty good with her lengths. But that was just a bit of a drag down, wasn't it? Well put away. Yeah, I want to say big thanks to Aussie CC again. He's replied and said, sunset in Oz. Watching the Kangaroos hop and the Swiss girls hit the top of off. Thanks for the ECN fun. Well, thanks for joining the chat. Also, Hannah Berrington tuning in from a cold Perth, Western Australia. It is winter down there. It's my hometown.
It's currently 18 degrees in Perth.
Yeah, that's freezing.
Is it?
Well, for
I'd
us.
say that's a summer's day.
Yeah.
A normal summer's day in the UK.
It's funny because, if it gets below 20, you'll start to see the mums not wanting the kids playing outside. They might catch cold. A little bit different to some of the European countries that we visit.
It's all about what you're used to, isn't it?
Exactly.
I think you guys
acclimatise.
You guys probably looking over us in the UK melting at 25 degrees thinking what's all the fuss about.
We do think that. Well bowled by Sarju, back on the money. So Jersey, still think 200's on. In fact, they're at 220 pace at the moment. Biswajit watching from Odisha in India. Hello, Biswajit. Great to have you with us as well. Now we've got viewers all around the world. We're global now on the ECN YouTube channel. Well, attempted little work away, and it's going to be dropped. Kuhnberg's a good fielder normally as well. She did all the hard work. She gets there and gets 2 hands to it pretty comfortably. De Rocha gets super lucky, but does get off the mark.
I think she just misjudged that, Kuhnberg. She kind of got there earlier than she expected and just didn't get her hands up quite in time. It's a lucky escape for De Rocha for what would have been a second ball duck. But manages to get herself off the mark. They run through for 2. Sarju could have picked up her second wicket there. Probably should have done as well. Francisca will be disappointed that she let that one fall through her fingers.
Fuller, again, like that length, trying to draw the batter forward. Yes, Haju has really impressed me, I think. Keeps running in and bowling. Real good sign, I think, for Swiss cricket that they have gotten so many matches into their players in a reasonably short time. You can definitely see the improvement. Unlike some other international teams, this is kind of the team they play for the most. So really, you do sense that closeness, that team spirit, which you need to get through some of the tough times that you run into. Jesus, really good shot, isn't it? From DeRocha. She'll get 4. Launches onto the front foot. Plays a classical cover drive to close out the 15th over. Jersey 166 for 4.
DeRocha making the most of her second life. She probably should have departed on her second delivery. But she makes sure the final one of the over gets smashed away through the covers. Brilliant shot to end the over with a boundary. So 5 overs left. Certainly Jersey will be eyeing minimum 200, you'd imagine. That expected score up at 221. Might just slow down a touch, given that Grace Weatherall, of course, not out there anymore. But Annie Mossop has taken up the mantle here as the hitter. She's 32 off 26. Remember, she's just a teenager herself, so someone who's very promising for Jersey, the 16-year-old, excellent bowler as well. So one for the future, one for the present as well. She'll be taking the strike for this 16th over, which will be bowled by Meghna Rajan, who I'm sure has already maybe got one eye on the run chase, knowing that if Switzerland are going to get near this total, she'll have a huge role to play. Scored 95 yesterday in that game against Spain. Was actually unlucky not to get to her century. She was stopped on the penultimate ball of the innings by a great tumbling caught and bowled by Alexis Hartley, who was then the very first to go up to congratulate Rajan on her innings. But she's got a job to do first with the ball here as we go into the 16th. That one is a big swing and a miss from Mossop. And of course, Vanni Danuka, she scored a handy few runs yesterday in that partnership with Rajan, which we thought at the halfway stage had almost taken the game away from Spain. They set an excellent total, Switzerland. Just let it fall through their grasp thanks to a great partnership between Amy Brown Carrera and Naomi Hillman Bermejo, who saw them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Switzerland in that kind of several points where this innings might have really gotten out of control. Now, I do think it's probably still going to end up 200 plus, but at least they have a few highlights. And on another day, if they hadn't taken any of those chances, maybe they're struggling to pick up a wicket at all, or maybe they get one. I still think it's pretty clear the improvement that's required in the field and just the confidence, I think, to take on some of these catches and even how to take the more half-chancey kind of catches. Well, speaking of, this is up in the air, but it will fall safely. So I know there's certain things that they are working on, such as, how to get off your feet and dive. That's a skill that you need to learn, and dives need to be planned kind of 3 or 4 steps out, and how you're going to take the ball and roll to protect the ball rather than kind of just stick a hand out and hope it sticks. Well, that's in the air. Another opportunity, and another opportunity is going to go down. Sasidaran, again, she's aware that's an aspect of the game that she needs to work on. She'll be disappointed because, again, you pay the price, don't you, for missing good players.
It's one of those where once you've dropped one, your confidence is kind of rock bottom, and she never really got herself set. She actually got to where the ball was pretty much landing, but didn't look confident at all to get her hands around that one. As again, the aerial route is taken by DeRocha, but again, relatively safe. It's been a good over so far from Rajan. Can consider herself unlucky to have not picked up that wicket, but hasn't conceded a boundary yet going into the final ball of the 16th. And I think, again, that's just about experience and repetition. There's nothing quite like playing a live game.
Yeah. We're bold. Rajan is an incredibly important asset to this Swiss side. Draws the cross-bat sweep, which doesn't connect. Will take us to the end of the 16th over and the perfect checkout, 170 for 4.
especially when it comes to high catches. I know it's something we spoke about yesterday, but there's one thing just having a coach wang a few up in the air. It's a completely different proposition when you've had it come off the bat and it's an opposition player. You don't know how hard they've hit it or where they've quite made it land. And you can't repeat that in any kind of training session. You can try and get close, but until you're out there in the middle and the ball's up in the air and you've got no time to think, really.
You know, it's so true. The one thing, and especially as a keeper, right? A lot of the training I did. But the one thing you can't train for is not having a chance come to you for half an hour and then having a tough chance or any chance. Because training would then become very inefficient. If you can't, okay, we're going to replicate the game and you're going to go out there for 6 hours and every 30 to 40 minutes, you're going to get a tough one. And the rest of the time, it's going to be easy or it doesn't matter so much. So it's kind of a mental thing. But as you said, the more games you play, the more comfortable you are. And when you're fielding well, you want the ball to come to you. When you're feeling confident in your skills, you kind of feel confident when that chance comes that, you know, it's not possible for you to miss it. When you are not as confident, then you're feeling more of a hope emotion when it comes to you. And even good cricketers will have experienced both at times. And as you say, if you're going through a little bit of a run of missing things, then you probably end up missing even more. Fielding like everything in cricket and life. It's a confidence game. Danuka wheeling and dealing in over 17. Off the back leg here, but I think just heading down the leg side. So for Switzerland here, I mean, I was impressed with how they batted on the first day against Jersey, 138. Jersey probably be the first to say they gave a few too many away, 30 extras. But an opportunity here for Switzerland to reply and kind of show it wasn't a fluke, that they scored a respectable score in that first game. And the result, yes, it's important, but I think obviously at this level as well, a team like Switzerland, only a year into their international cricket journey, their T20IW journey at least. This is dug out to the leg side. Nice bit of attacking there. Couldn't quite get the throw away the way she liked. They do come back for two. But I think for Switzerland, they need to have the mentality that they're competing against themselves. And there's always something to play for. So especially with batters individually, trying to beat their high score, for example, trying to build partnerships, set little goals. And, other countries in Switzerland's position might have kind of stayed playing, I suppose, lower ranked countries more. But I think it's really good that they've really challenged themselves with their opponents this week. And obviously it's been tough, but in the long term, they'll be much better for it. End of the 17th over, 174 for 4.
Excellent couple of overs actually from Switzerland. It's Rajan and Danuka who usually work so well in tandem with the bat, who've done it with the ball here. Rajan went for just 4 runs in her previous over. That one of those was a bite, and Danuka repeated the trick, also going for just 4. So 8 coming off the last 2 overs, which is an excellent job from Switzerland just to keep a lid on the Jersey innings as it is. And, well, they'll still hope to keep the score under 200, which just psychologically gives them that spring in their step going into the run chase. I certainly don't think they're out of this by any stretch of the imagination. If those 2 players I just mentioned, Rajan and Danuka, can fire, we know how quick this outfield is. Something like I think maybe we can even move that average score up to 170, 180 maybe.
Yeah.
And Jersey are on that par score for now. Of course, they still have 18 deliveries to try and boost the total.
This is hit pretty well to the leg side. Another tester for the boundary rider, but does very well there to keep it to 1. Vanni Danuka, excellent work. Yeah, if you go through the par score through the first 2 days, or the average run rates, 182 per 20 overs.
Yeah.
Obviously got a bit of a boost yesterday in that last game. Good footwork there by Maria. In fact, that will beat the fielder. Danuka has been good to her left, but couldn't cut that one off. Jersey cash in with another boundary. Good proactive footwork to get that on the full.
I think that's something that a lot of batters watching this can learn from, which is to not get bogged down by these slower bowlers. You have to use the depth of your crease or even be brave enough to come charging out. That's exactly what she does there. And it's still actually quite a low risk tactic, given that the keeper here for Switzerland, Ananya Srinivasan, is not really standing up. So on that occasion, perfect example that she misses it, but still actually has time to turn the bat round and get herself back into safety.
And that's probably something that Ananya will be working on in the background as well. Having that as an option, as I think, well, borderline. It's umpires seem satisfied that that was a clean stop. Not so sure that Sarju was aware of where her foot was.
She definitely stopped it. It was just a case of whether her foot was over the boundary when she made contact.
It wasn't touching the rope. This is going to be down the ground, and that's a despairing dive from Metagoda. But the result's going to be another 4. Darosha heating up here. Love her footwork. Like I said, proactive. And for Ananya, the keeper, I think it is something that in the background she needs to be working on to kind of bring the stumping into play, to maybe create that pressure. At the moment, not necessarily super confident to be right up to the sticks. Being back has some advantages as well. You're able to catch bigger edges. You're able to react. Swept again by Maria. Will pick up 1. She'll retain the strike. And by 1, I mean 2. Sarju, unfortunately for her, lets another one get away. So Mossop will take the strike on 37 when we start the 19th over. 2 overs remaining, 187 for 4.
Annie Mossop is very much in high score territory here. Her previous high score in the 11 T20I she's played so far was 20 not out. She's currently 37 off 33.
Smokey's chance of a 50 as well. 13 in the last 2 overs if she gets the strike.
Yeah, I mean, why not? She's been hitting it well. I think maybe just can free the shackles even more going into these final 12 deliveries. Rajan, I think, bowled better than her figures suggested. 0 for 40. She had a couple of opportunities that were put down by her teammates. But she will have a huge part to play in the run chase if Switzerland want to spring a surprise on Jersey here as Danuka continues.
Start of the 19th over. Just the one first up. Ross up to 38. Maria Darosha's plays a nice innings, though, of her own. She's been busy. You know, batting well as a team here, Jersey. They're prepared to take some calculated risks. You know, they know they've still got batting to come. Really trying to squeeze everything they can out. Now, I think we've had a no ball here, and I think it's for too many outside the circle. The fine leg was back. Deep backward square was back as well. So no ball plus the 1 means that Darosha will get a freebie. A rare miss. Unnecessary throwback from the keeper because it couldn't have been stumped as it was a free hit.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they're struggling for time here as well. Switzerland, 1 hour and 25 into the innings. I know they've had to chase the ball a few times, but there haven't been too many delays.
True. Well bowled by Danuka, searching length. Darosha kind of quite often lunges on that front foot. It's kind of in her mind before the point of delivery. Maybe something that she might be thinking about working on as well. Just being a little bit more unpredictable at release and sometimes kind of going back and using the depth of the crease to give her a bit more time. I suppose just depending on the length of the ball delivered. I suppose when you can hit them like that, why wouldn't you get on the front foot? That's a really nice shot. Slapped away to mid-wicket for 4 more.
She had a couple of sighters in the previous 2 deliveries, and this time it was 3rd time lucky. Again, it was outside off stump, but she hoiks it over to the leg side, gets a hold of all of it, despite the 2 fielders out there in the deep. Bisects them perfectly.
9 balls remaining. This time gets in a bit of a tangle. Well, that's a very ambitious run. Somehow they've gotten there. I don't think Ananya realised that probably her end might have been the more obvious end. Would have been interesting. Maybe even a little back flick might have been on. Ends up throwing a gutter ball down to the non-striker's end. Leg bar given. Low full toss. Another test for the fielders. Probably worth coming back for 2 here. They decide to, and again, strategically, it's good work from Jersey. Got plenty of wickets to play with. Up to 196 now. Oh, young Henry was going to be joining us today, but he might have been having a little sleep in at the moment.
Oh, he had a long shift, didn't he, yesterday? So he's earned his beauty sleep.
Right, in the air, catchable. And down it goes. Come back for 2. The old bat plug and kick from Maria de Rocha. But I mean, this is a good example, isn't it? Just the technique wasn't quite there, wasn't confident. Got to get those pinkies introduced to each other. Otherwise, it does become a bit tricky to hold on and judge it. End of the 19th over, 198 for 4.
I do think it's a confidence thing for Switzerland as well. And without sounding too harsh, you can almost tell they're not going to catch it because they don't believe in themselves. And I feel like that comes with practice as well. It's just they're not approaching it quite in the right way.
I thought about this a little bit more since we had a conversation a couple of days ago about how to improve catching. And the obvious thing is just practice. But too much practice with a hard ball is counterproductive because then you have injuries and you have less confidence. But I think, starting with softer balls and getting the repetitions of the correct technique is probably the fundamentals that you want.
Yeah.
Hitting a lot of and then once you're confident that, you're going to catch the ball correctly and you're getting it in the middle of the hands, then you can do something like this, which will be caught. Had a good feeling about that one. That was a nice bit of work. And that'll be the end of DeRoche, who makes a bright 25. And in the 20th over, it's 198 for 5. Conaganti's got 3 wickets.
It's probably actually the toughest opportunity of the lot in terms of the ball spinning off the bat. She runs sharply to her right. And yeah, as you're saying, Vinny, you can always tell when the ball's in the air that she's going to get that because she goes with intent. She gets her hands out early and you think, okay, well, it might still pop out, but actually I'm backing her to take that one.
Yeah, Saranya Kota, the sub fielder, comes in and kind of shows how it's done. You can see her here, bottom left of your screen. She gets a good jump on the ball. Again, better technique. Kind of getting those hands together, getting those pinkies next to each other, and takes it clean as a whistle. So well done to Saranya, who picks up a highlight there. Jersey, 198 for 5. New batter comes in. Lily Gregg, good to see her in the lineup as well. Getting her first opportunity of the week. Technique first, then get the balls harder.
Yeah.
Problem is, in between, you are playing games with the hard ball.
I think that's what some of the Swiss girls were saying yesterday as we were chatting to them at the gala, that they've played so much cricket in the last year, which is great, but they almost need a bit of time to just reflect on what they've done and
get back to the dojo.
Yeah. Quantity is great early on when you just want to get out there and play as much as possible, but actually they need to maybe just pull it back now and say, okay, what can we do better to take cricket to the next level?
Nice shot by Lily. Should get 2 here. Placed into the gap. That'll bring up the 200 now for Jersey. Yeah, it's true. Some things, for example, batting, running between the wickets probably in particular is something that I think having a lot of game practice is really important for that. But yeah, some other aspects, you're right. Probably need time off the field and then go put into practice what you picked up. Conaganti gets pushed away in a similar direction. Hit and run now, surely, for Jersey. Tough one for the keeper. Yeah, that's something I think we'll see from Jersey in the second innings, getting the ball back to the keeper on the full. And actually from Brazil, they had some proper supersonic rocket arms, didn't they? Coming in from the boundary, whizzing the ball over the top, even to the bowler sometimes. again, that's a confidence thing. That's a sign that they're able to train and be full-time cricketers. Well, it's high. Yeah, it's pulled away. Umpire thinks it might have been coming down to the waist. It was suspiciously high, but the umpire says it's fine. So just a single. .202 then. Konaganti. Can she pick up a fourth wicket? Lily Gregg to face the last ball. Well, it's up in the air. It's going to carry the fielder. Well, she zigged when she should have zagged, and it's ended up bouncing just inside the rope. So misjudgment there. Kind of sums it up for Team Switzerland. So close, but so far. Nice strike, though. Take nothing away from the contact from Lily. But Jersey are going to finish 206 for 5. Pretty sure that last one was called 4.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, the fact it does bounce just inside the rope kind of sums it up. That Switzerland, still a fair way to go, I think. But they're on their journey. And they'll have the opportunity with the bat now in the second half. There we go. It's been adjusted to 4. So 206 for 5, the total. 207 will be the victory target for Switzerland. I suppose they looked confident with the bat yesterday. It was the bowling and the fielding that kind of let them down. It was kind of that way as well. Although, Konaganti, well done to her, back in the side, 3 for 43. Natalie Sinclair-Clark with a wicket, and Naina Metisaju bowled a decent spell as well, 1 for 29. Batting-wise, well, Grace Weatherall led the scoring for the Jersey girls, 74 off 33 with 12 fours and 2 sixes, ably supported by Aikenhead, who got off to a flyer, 29 before she was caught behind. 43 not out for Annie Mossop, also a pretty good knock, her best score in T20I cricket. And Maria DeRocha with 25 of her own, played some nice strokes. Lily Gregg whacked the last ball to the boundary and got them up to that 206. We will take 10 minutes here for the change of innings, and when we return, it'll be the host side out to chase 207 for victory. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. Big happy birthday to us, and big congrats to you. Have a piece of cake, and then join us back for the second innings. This is T20IW cricket from Switzerland on ECN. Hello and welcome back, willkommen, to the Embra Cricket Ground in Switzerland. On a very special day for us, it's our 7th birthday here at the European Cricket Network. And it's Jersey taking on Switzerland. Cricket gets things underway. Switzerland chasing 207 for victory after Jersey amassed 206 for 5 in the first innings. 74 for Weatherall. Continues her good week, her second half century of the week. Supporting roles from Aikenhead 29, Maria de Rochat with a nice 25 at the end, and Mossop with 43. But I tell you what, it's not going to be a great start. Sassy Darren's going to go for a duck. Greeken, she loves to tease. Gets that one up above the eye line. Sassy Darren takes it on. Annalise Merritt takes the catch to her left. You can see they're kind of mixed signals. Clearing the front leg. Probably trying to hit it to mid-on, but it was late on it. Merritt does the rest. So horror start for Switzerland as Sassy Darren goes without scoring, and it's 0 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have your company. As I said, it's our 7th birthday today. And just some numbers in that time. We have done 7,660 matches of cricket. That's just ticked up. 7,672 matches of cricket. 672 teams, over 12,000 players, 1.5 million runs, 971,500 balls, almost 74,000 wickets, and over 102,000 sixes. That's what the ECN story has been so far in over 325 events. Meghna comes out at number 3. Maybe not such a bad thing. I think there was an argument for her to open, given the fact that she scored 95 yesterday and looked in very good form. Franziska Kuhnberg back in the side at the non-striker's end, hasn't faced a ball yet. Here's Greeken. Very good start. Good battle between two informed players here. I've liked Jersey's spin in the power play tactics. I think it's made the openers squirm a little bit, who are looking for pace on the ball. Again, well bowled. So Tina has had to cover a bit of a situation in the officials' tent that needed her expertise. So it's just me for now. But I've got a young up-and-comer that we're thinking of giving an opportunity on the microphone in a few minutes. And I consider myself a bit of a commentary scout. And I think this man has the goods. Here's Kuhnberg, Austrian-born, Swiss opener. Goes for it straight away. It's a pretty good shot. I think you see a key difference there between the sides. That was excellent fielding by Erin Duffy, sweeping out there at deep cover point. So what might have been 4 is only 1, and it's the end of the first over. It is 2 for 1. Like I said, it's Vinny Sandu here. And, well, perfect timing, because as Tina's had to pop out for an innings, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome back the one, the only, Henry Blowers Blofeld. Welcome back, Blowers.
My dear thing, it's a joy, and many congratulations on your 7th anniversary.
Yeah, the 7-year itch.
It was 7 years.
I've got the 7-year stitch, because it's. I feel like we've been running for so long. But
you said 672 games of cricket. Then you said 672 sides. In fact, it would be 1,344 sides, wouldn't it?
Well, no, sorry.
In a sense.
Actually, it was 7,672.
Oh, I'm
matches.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. I mean, a prodigious amount of cricket. I'm very jealous. I'd love to have done that. Goodness me. And well done.
Oh, thank you. It means a lot. As someone that's covered more than his fair share of games. Here's Merritt getting the second over, and a good one first up. It takes the outside edge and flies through to the keeper. Maguire pouches the chance. And Kuhnberg, well, had a confident first shot, but unfortunately for her, her innings ends on the second ball. And just like that, it's 2 for 2.
Not a good stroke.
Just got hurried up a touch there, didn't she? Quinberg.
Well, it was, she felt for it. I mean, really, there was no need to play that. It was the first ball of the second over. I would have thought she'd want to have a look and just let that one go by.
Yeah, perhaps.
But then we've seen two silly strokes. I mean, the first one, she didn't swing her bat, the opener, who drove that lollipop catch to mid-off. Had she really hit it through it, it would have gone. It would have gone over the top. And instead of which, she just came forward and then followed through. And it lollipopped up in the air. And it was a silly shot early on. You've really got to take, even chasing a big target, you've got to play yourself in for an over or two, just so that you get the feel of it. But to start doing that recklessly without it, I think it's understandable in the circumstances, a little bit naive. But then Switzerland are a young side, and they will mature and they will learn.
Oh, that's absolutely right. It is a learning experience. I think the first one, she kind of lost that left shoulder, and so she didn't really stay side on in a position to actually hit the ball through the line, and ended up kind of slicing it to mid-off. As the new batter comes in, this is Vani Danuka. It was nice to have Vani in the commentary the other day, giving her perspective and talking a little bit about the Swiss side. Jersey, don't forget, Henry, last night they got a little bit of a beating, didn't they, at the hands of the Brazilians?
They got a walloping. They got that. I was going to say they got a bouncing, a bashing, wasn't it, from Lindsay. I mean, it was an extraordinary innings.
And so I think obviously they're very keen to finish their tour on a high. This is their last game of the week.
It's sad they're going back tonight.
Yeah, it is.
Not staying to the finish because they were one of the better sides, although I think they, as you say, they met that match and in Argentina, who do look a very good professional side.
Brazil, yeah. Here's Merritt. Beats Rajan outside the off stump. And I suppose also the fact that they have to leave, and okay, there's obviously reasons, there must be logistical reasons, but it deprives us of a rematch, which I'd really love to see.
Yes.
A Jersey versus Brazil rematch, because they have managed to play Spain twice. Jersey will play Spain once. They will play Switzerland twice. Rajan pushes, doesn't beat the cover, or does beat the cover, but doesn't get the run anyway. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a shame we won't see that, but certainly an interesting few games of cricket coming up, because Brazil, they will be huge favourites playing Spain in the middle game today. They'll play Switzerland in the third game today. And then tomorrow, I suppose what we would expect is Spain, Switzerland to play in the morning, with Brazil to play the winner in the afternoon. But the other thing to I suppose know is that each one of these games is a fully fledged T20 international with ranking points attached, and there's various incentives for the sides to win and improve their ranking. End of the second over, it's 4 for 2.
But I do think one thing so far, we've seen 2 days, the third day of the competition. It's gone wonderfully well. It's Switzerland's first venture into this market.
True.
I think they've done it wonderfully well. We had a gala dinner last night, which went very well, and somehow sort of set the seal on it. And I really think this is a very promising start. And one mustn't forget that. Switzerland may not be quite the side they should be at the moment,
yeah,
but it will come. But this is a very important start.
Well said, Henry. Couldn't agree more. He's Greek and all sorts of experience. But this is a nice sweep shot. There was nobody at 45. Greek uncharacteristically straying outside the leg stump and well put away. So Switzerland have something to cheer about. Hop schwiz is what they say here to cheer on their side. So hop schwiz there for Rajan, who picks up her first boundary.
What I liked about that was she didn't overhit it. She steered it round the corner, didn't she? It was a controlled stroke. So often a sweep is a rather reckless stroke. That wasn't. It was controlled.
Good comeback from Greeken. Great effort at cover to cut it off. They get one. They were thinking of two, but Danuka slipped as she turned. So they'll have to settle for the single.
I think we've seen so far, too, that the Jersey fielders do throw in rather better than their Swiss counterparts. This, again, is all part of a learning process. It will come to Switzerland, but it hasn't arrived yet.
Low full toss, driven down the ground. And I suppose you learn by playing better sides, don't you?
Yes,
and we
you do.
You do see some quite outrageous mismatches sometimes in the international game. But it's been a real positive that the ICC has now given this international opportunity where they treat all countries on even footing in T20 international cricket. So even it does mean we get some mismatches, we get some score lines like 6 all out, 8 all out. But the only way you learn is by seeing how it's done. And so, like you said, I think the Swiss girls have had a bit of a lesson at times this week, but no doubt there'll be a better side for it.
I'll give you an analogy of that in just a moment. When I went up to Cambridge in 1958, I found myself facing Ken Higgs and Brown Statham with the new ball. I was 18, naive, straight out of school. And yet, if you were going to play in the next game, you had to get on with it. And you learned a great deal, and one talked about it. More of that in just a moment. I think one of the things that doesn't happen as much today as used to happen is I'm not sure players really talk about what they've experienced. When you play really great cricketers like, for instance, Brown Statham, like Ken Higgs, and you talk about it in conversation, you learn a great deal, not only talking to your fellow teammates, but also talking to the opposition. And I remember talking, in fact, in that match, Lancashire were captained by the great Cyril Washbrook, and talking to him, one learned quite a good deal about how to leave a ball outside the off stump. I never forget the conversation. That's just a silly example, but nonetheless an important example, I think.
Yeah, I think it couldn't be truer today than it was back then. And, some people lament probably the lack of players socialising off the field, but between the teams, but because I suppose with the professionalism these days, they're whisked off to the ice bath or whatever. Used to be a beer on ice.
Well,
But I will say, just an observation I've made is that it still does happen because of these franchise leagues that have popped up, that the players do get to know each other socially because they're playing with basically international opponents throughout the year. And that's how they do share knowledge and stories and get to know each other.
They're colleagues in some matches, and they're on the opponents in the next match. But they're always together all the time, aren't they? I quite agree.
Pushed nicely into the gap. That'll run away. A really nice cover drive from Danuka. It was only a push. Once again, this outfield lightning fast. Another 4 to the total.
Nice stroke, wasn't it? Again, timing and not brute force. Everything was in position. Bat pad were together, and the whole body was moving in the right way. And she didn't try and overhit it, which is often a mistake.
There is value along the ground here, and that's very clear. And it kind of encourages good stroke play, good choices. His merit with the comeback ball. And it's not a good one. It's going to be called a no ball, a full toss above the waist. They'll scramble through for a single, so a free hit to be delivered. How do you feel about free hits?
Oh, I think it's like the old-fashioned no ball. In first-class cricket, you had the no ball, and it was a free hit, which is gone now because of the position of the no ball rule, the front foot.
Yes.
You can't have a free hit. It's not. You don't have time. I'm all for this. I think it gives you a great moment of excitement. Anything could happen.
True, and it's not too many moments as a batter that you feel relaxed. And the free hit will be hit down the ground. Oh, it takes a left turn. Might have hit a pothole there. Good running, though, from the batters. They'll come back for 2.
It's always nice to face the oddball feeling invulnerable, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. I'll tell you it's something, a phenomenon. And I cover a lot of cricket in this role. But I've seen a disproportionate amount of runouts on free hits. Because
really?
the invincibility doesn't extend to running between the wickets. And wait for this force. Merritt comes in. Rajan pushes nicely again into the gap.
That's a lovely stroke, wasn't it?
Will get full value as well. Another 4 runs. Just waited. Let it come to a little bit longer. And as a result, this was a bit of a squarer shot, but nonetheless, a brilliant one.
Well, it was a bit wider, wasn't it? You had to reach for it just a touch. But everything was together. The weight, the footwork, everything was right. Lovely.
Just over pitching a touch there, Merritt. And Rajan, we know she scored 95 last time out, was desperately unlucky not to bring up the 3 figures out in the last over.
To a good catch, was a good caught and bowled.
It was,
But you say, it's over pitching. The fact is, nowadays batsmen drive on the up so well, don't they? So
Yeah.
I mean, you never know quite what constitutes a half volley today.
No, that's true. And also the integrity of the surface
Yes.
here. You're not really getting too many surprises as far as the variability of the bounce. So it does give the batters the confidence. And also, I suppose, in higher levels of cricket as well, at the very top level, batters are so adept at lofting now with smaller boundaries, bigger bats. It's completely changed the risk-reward portfolio. And so what used to be a good length ball, now they call it the slot, don't they? And it
Well, you see,
disappears for
I mean,
six.
people like Len Hutton and Dennis Compton and Don Bradman were using bats which weighed 2 pounds 2 ounces. And today, I mean, they're like tree trunks, aren't they, in comparison?
And not just that, using computer balancing and technology. Wait for Greek in here. It's coming in and delivers a full toss, which is worked away to the leg side, but there is protection out there. But with computer balancing, you can have a bat now that weighs 2 pounds 12, but it picks up like an old 2 pound 4 bat.
Of course.
Because they're spreading the weight in such a way that it doesn't feel that way. And that's why you must have seen that picture with Barry Richards looking at the bat he used and then a modern bat. Poof. And yes, I suppose, I mean, I do sometimes miss the type of cricket I grew up with. There's always a sense of nostalgia. The game moves on. I miss the fence as the boundary. They call me, I guess, as this is swept nicely, test out the fielder, but well done out there to keep it to 1. But yeah, I used to love the fence and some of the big boundaries. Grew up watching cricket at the Wacker. We could sometimes run a 5. The Adelaide Oval had famously long, straight
indeed.
boundaries and very short square boundaries. Because I suppose these days with the rope, it is safer. But in Australia, there was a real sense for the fielders. How badly do you want to stop this boundary? Because there's a metal fence there. It's not a nice proposition.
You know, the biggest boundary of all in cricket used to be the Oval.
Ah, yeah.
About sort of 1912. It almost went to 9 elms. I mean, it went way down the Hollyford Road. But it's been the stands, it's got smaller and smaller.
Yeah, it brings me to another question. Is there anything particularly that you miss from the old era of cricket that you don't see anymore? Like for me, like I said, I used to like the fence and
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, which in a way answers what we or applies to what we were talking about earlier. When I first started to go on tour with the England side in the mid-1960s, the players and the press were great friends. And after every day's cricket, we'd all get round the bar, and you very quickly learned that so much happened on the field that sitting in the press box you didn't know about.
Sure.
And you learned a great deal. I can remember in the West Indies in 67, 8, talking to Tom Graveney, talking to John Snow, David Brown, Colin Cowdrey, and it round the bar after Basil Oliveira to another one, and you learned a great deal that way. And sadly, that opportunity is no longer there because players don't embrace journalists in the same way as they used to.
Yeah, sure.
Ian Botham came along, got up to his tricks, and the Sun pursued him relentlessly, and so the players and press kept apart.
Isn't that a marvellous piece of wicket keeping down the leg side? Mia Maguire, she's actually a left-hander. Throws left-handed. She had to make a big step down the leg side to make the stop and prevent that going to the boundary. Saves 4 runs.
Isn't good wicket-keeping a joy to watch?
As a wicket-keeper, I'm a bit of a badger, as you'd say, a bit of a nerd.
Who was the best wicket-keeper you ever saw?
You asked me this last time.
Ask for this ball, tell me.
I will. I've got my favourite, and I know there were some very good keepers. Alan Knott, I've seen a lot of him, and he's absolutely brilliant. But in my era that I've watched in cricket, it has to be Jack Russell. I absolutely love him. I love that he's eccentric as well.
I know Jack.
I loved his book. It's got Jack Russell Unleashed. I was able to pick up a second-hand copy.
How lovely.
But absolutely loved.
I know Jack very well, actually, and he gives me some pictures that he'd done. He gave me he repainted or copied an old print of Ranji Sinji, and gave me one the other day. But for my money, Alan Knott was a class ahead of any other wicketkeeper I ever saw. He was absolutely brilliant. Keeping on a drying wicket to Derek Underwood was unbelievable.
Deadly.
Deadly indeed.
As, I mentioned yesterday that I was coached and had my headmaster, John Inverarity, who toured with the 72 Australians.
Indeed.
And was a deadly victim.
And that last test of the Oval, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that would have been so challenging to bat on, but also, as you say, to keep the unpredictability. He was quite fast through the air, finger spinner, wasn't he?
Well, he was deadly. Was medium. Some will say he was a little bit quicker than that.
And one of the series that I think was broadcast in colour. Certainly, I know we didn't get colour TV in Australia until 1974. So I love looking back and actually got a VHS. I'm showing my age now. I had a VHS of the highlights of that series. This is Erin Duffy coming on to bowl for the first time. She's been pretty good during the week as well. Had a lot of, I suppose, quiet performers. Jersey, sign of a good side. You look at their 11 and you feel that everyone's bringing something to the table. There's not too many passengers out there.
At the moment, it's going very well for them, isn't it? I mean, it's a fairly uncomplicated game for Jersey at the moment.
I'll tell you, just extending on our wicket-keeping conversation, as this could be trouble here at the bowler's end. She slides back and just beats the throw. Umpire had to make a decision.
I think that he got it right, the umpire. I had my field glasses on that one, and it looked to me as though he got home, or she had got home with sliding the bat.
I think the dive saved her. And actually, the umpire was in perfect position there.
Yep,
side
he
on.
was.
Give the umpire credit there. They've got a challenging role, as always. It takes us to the end of the sixth over, 32 for 2. Best wicketkeeper I've never seen, and I'm curious about, is Bert Oldfield, who still holds a record for stumpings. And as a bit of an up-to-the-stumps man myself, that fascinates me. And even I would like to time travel to the late 19th century and watch some of the keepers there, because apparently they kept up almost all the time.
And they did, didn't they?
On uncovered wickets, on sticky wickets, and sometimes you'd have a Bradman score full of byes, but that was how it was done back then. Jack Blackham, the first ever keeper for Australia, fascinates me. I've read a little bit on him as well.
Tiger Smith, just after the turn of the century for England too. South Sussex, wasn't he? He was obviously a great keeper. But then George Duckworth in the 30s, Lancashire and England. Les Ames, Godfrey Evans.
And what about the old wicket-keeping gloves that kind of looked like you could weld with them? You know, they had the big extension, the padding up the wrist and almost the forearm.
Well, you know, in the very old days, the wicketkeepers used to get thin cut raw steak,
really,
put it on their in their hands, yes, to stop the bruising. And
it is fascinating. And of course, keepers would wear just the regular batting pads up until the 70s, right?
Oh, I did, and I kept wicket. Absolutely. I used to go in first as well, so I mean, I didn't. I just go into the pavilion, take my wicket-keeping gloves off, and get my batting gloves and pick up my bat, and off I'd go.
Bit of a time saver. Mossop getting a bowl here. She batted well. Her best international score in the first innings, 43 off 37 with 4 boundaries. But I like her bowling. I think she has good rhythm.
Uses her height
still very
well.
young. Yeah. Here she is approaching from the eastern end. Fraction short. Batter just lays the bat through point and picks up a single. In fact, they'll get 2 on the fumble. That's good proactive running from Switzerland.
There's been a lot of failure to do that, actually, in the cricket I've watched. You know, the ball bubbles out of the hand. There's always 2 when you've got a longish throw then. But they haven't been alert enough, many of the batsmen. Yesterday, particularly, I noticed that.
Nice comeback from Mossop. Kind of in 2 minds there. Tried to play it off the front foot. That kind of middling length through to Mia Maguire. Tell us, how do you go with modern technology, Henry? Because I suppose, you're around that same age as my grandfather, actually. And he's
no,
okay.
No, I thought we were friends.
He's in good shape, just like you are. You go with because I just talked about the VHS tapes, and a few people in the chat talk about Betamax. Another slip at that end is going to, Danuka. lightning striking twice.
I can answer that very easily. If I possibly can, I let modern technology go past the off stump through to the keeper.
Is there anything that you think is useful, like a gadget or?
Well, I use my telephone, and I use it in ways that are important to me. Are you talking about cricket commentary?
I'm just talking about life.
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, for instance, internet banking is essential to me, and those sort of things I use very much. I think I'm a Luddite, really.
I tell you something. So my job, I sometimes think of what it might have been like even 25, 30 years ago, going country to country.
Yeah.
I'm able to do that more or less seamlessly now. Fraction short again after Tanuka wore the previous ball from Mossop. Settled for a single this time. End of the seventh over. It's 39 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with blowers. Henry Blofeld taking you through all the action in this T20 International between Switzerland and Jersey. So I'll give you some examples from my life. So going country to country, 25, 30 years ago, let's say I want to call my family at home. It would have cost me the GDP of a small country to do that.
What's up?
To just even have a phone call back to Australia.
Right, but
from here.
Now it's WhatsApp.
Now it's free, essentially free.
It is.
And also with the picture, it's very futuristic. You know, we can have FaceTime and keep in touch with my family and friends, which I do. I try.
It's amazing, isn't it, what we can do?
Also, money. I never have to change money. I have basically one account and it will calculate and it won't rip me off.
Yeah.
Pay a very small fee to any currency. So I'm very, very rarely even handing cash. Lucky, because I don't have too much of it anyway. Here's Duffy, who's going to return from, as Henry so aptly called it, the sight screen end.
The sight. Well, it's the only end, isn't it, with the sight screen? So
that's short.
We hit that well. Yes.
It was a hit me ball, wasn't it, from Duffy, and Tanuka puts it away, 4 runs. I'll tell you something you might enjoy as well. One of our viewers said that he loves the really wide sight screen and the flag is a big plus. Referring to the Swiss flag.
Yes, indeed.
Hangs proudly. And I'll tell you another way it's handy, technology, is if I do want to watch television or I want to watch something in the old days, I'd have to watch, the Bulgarian TV channel where I'm not really understanding too much of it. But these days, with the internet and streaming, I can pretty much watch whatever I like.
Well, whatever you like.
Whenever I like.
It is amazing, isn't it? I do agree. Midsummer Murders is a universal joint.
Yeah, well, that was on our to watch list because there's a couple of cricket-themed episodes of Midsummer Murders that we want to... Did you consult on that?
Filmed at Wormsley.
Yes, it was.
The Paul Getty's ground.
Yes. I'm also curious about some of the other stuff you've done outside.
But actually, John Nettles came on view from the boundary a couple of times, I think. Or certainly once at the Oval, funnily enough, while I was doing TMS. And a great character. That good...
Yeah, it's been
given. Gone. He's gone, and quite rightly so too. What a good throw! But what a fine piece of for wicket-keeping, because it was an awkward one. Wicket-keeper not only took the ball very low down, but made contact with us. It was good stuff there.
Yeah, excellent bit of work. Let's watch it on the replay. So Rajan turns it behind square. She's looking for 2 straight away, but it was a good piece of fielding. Cut off the angle very quickly, and you're right about it. She actually gets it on the full, but she had to step forward. A lot of wicket-keeping, we were talking about this yesterday, is about choices in a split second. So that was a good example where rather than try and take the ball in the half volley, she decided to leave the stumps, leave her post, so to speak, to grab the ball. She still had time to get the ball onto the wickets. Well done to Mia Maguire. Well done to Jersey. Good bit of team cricket there. And once again, Switzerland make a slightly suboptimal choice. Aikenhead was the fielder who fired it in and runs out Rajan for 23. The score is 45 for 3.
It was a very good moment, that. It was high-class cricket.
I'm interested in your thoughts as well as a member of the wicket-keeping fraternity, because I have a philosophy on wicket-keeping that in a lot of ways it's nice to have different tools in your toolbox. Some coaches say, well, you must stand here all the time. But I think there's a few things that depends on how far the throw's coming in from, if the if the ground will slow the ball down or whether it will skip on, the likelihood of the throw hitting the stumps on its own, because there's a really modern way to kind of get yourself between the thrower and the stumps. I'm not a huge fan of it. But
I think the best keepers, the sort of Alan Knotts of this world, Bob Taylors, are brilliant in their ability to improvise and change what was good enough for one ground, the next day on a different ground may not work. And they can spot this very quickly, which is one of the reasons they're as high class as they are.
Yeah, that's really well said, actually, as Duffy continues. Tanuka's been joined by Pickard. Big appeal is turned down. Good take once again by Maguire. Check it out in the replay. It'll be hard to tell. Going back, trying to cut. There's a spontaneous appeal from the bowler. Maguire, I suppose, was a little bit half-throated. But the umpire says not out. Tanuka continues her innings on 18. But what you said there, I think, is spot on, like adapting your skill set to the conditions and having all these tools in your toolbox, as well as the improvisational ability. And it's something we've seen come into the game more and more. And I kind of lament, I suppose, the demise of the specialist.
I've just seen something.
Go on.
I very seldom notice a left-handed wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
This is left-handed.
She is left-handed.
Left-handed. Throws back with her left hand. You don't often see that. I mean, why should I don't know why I should notice that, but I did just then.
Yeah, but that's why I said earlier, actually took a good one down the leg side, which for her,
it's
it is her preferred side.
Exactly, which makes it a bit easier, doesn't it, really? Not that takes away from it at all.
Sure.
Because I think she moves so well, which is the secret of it all.
Mia's been given the job at quite a young age and given a big responsibility. She still is young, actually.
And also is tall for a keeper.
Yeah. But every time I see her, she's better. And I know she works very hard at her game.
Can you think of a very tall wicketkeeper in the men's game and Test cricket?
Well, I mean, I think Gilchrist is 6'2". Also,
is he?
Yeah, he's as
tall as that. I knew he was 6 foot. I didn't think he was. I didn't know that he was 6'2".
That's what I recall anyway. Maybe he's 6 foot.
Clyde Walcott was very tall, who kept in one series for the West Indies in the mid-50s in England. John Waite, who kept for South Africa, was tall. So otherwise, I can't think of any.
So I'll go a little bit more niche then, from my experience.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think that being tall is an encumbrance, because as long as your limbs are sufficiently in proportion, it actually just gives you better reach. You should still be able to get down to the ground. That's a nice.
He picked that up well, didn't he?
So we've had a 2-meter keeper on the network, Just Mays, who's captain Luxembourg.
Oh, really?
Cricketing powerhouse Luxembourg. Hello to all my Luxembourger friends. So he actually has played a lot in the Dutch system as well, as a Dutch origin, but now living and qualified for Luxembourg. Yeah, he's a 2-meter keeper.
That could be out. No, it's not. It's just eluded finding. Went for another pull, top edge, didn't get hold of it, but over the keeper's head really for 4 runs.
Yeah.
But tall keepers have one problem: getting right down. Good keepers get really right down. Tall keepers have problems staying down long enough. And I don't know why that should be. It's a sort of quirk of nature.
I think that's sometimes. I think it's a bit of an old wives' tale in a way, because as long as you have good flexibility in your knees and your joints, and Gilchrist is a good example of that, then you should be able to get down to the ground as long as your arms are a bit longer than a slightly shorter person's arms.
When you say it's an old wives' tale, I'm not quite certain I agree with that, because if you watch tall keepers, you will see this, that they tend to come up quicker. It takes them, I don't know, they don't stay down perhaps long enough, in my view.
Yeah, that's also a bit of a modern phenomenon with some keepers not going into the crouch. They kind of look...
We had the keeper for Switzerland the other day who didn't go into the crouch at all. Yeah. But I think you've got to. I personally, I don't agree with not going into the crouch. I really don't.
Hello to Satish. He's got a question. Why are Swiss playing once against Jersey? This is an extra match, Satish. and it's not part of the quad series. The reason it's been scheduled is because Jersey, they do have a slightly different travel schedule, and as a result, they wanted to play one more match, and so it still is a full T20 international, just not the result won't be counted in the table for the quad series.
Well, yes, their schedule means they're going back today, isn't it? Sadly,
yeah, because we would love to see them taking part tomorrow.
We would indeed.
They say better to have been and lost than never to have been at all. End of the ninth over, it is 56 for 3.
The philosophical Vinny.
I try. Yeah, 2 meter Peter, Aussie CC saying, yeah, Just Mays. So I actually think of it sometimes, especially in short form cricket, speaking of tall keepers, where you don't really have slips around, that the reach is a real bonus. So there's a lot of these edges flying everywhere because of the bat speed that there's on the that the batters create, and so having a big wingspan is a bit of an advantage. And I kind of take your point with the tall players getting to ground.
The logical continuation of what you're saying, big wingspan, is that you could want tall wicketkeepers for T20, and whereas shorter ones are better for Test cricket.
Yeah, and cut them off at the knees.
There is a sort of logicality about that, isn't there? Do you see what I mean? You got the wingspan, which is necessary, because the extravagant strokes you see in T20, the ball is flying off the edge much more than it is in the more erudite Test cricket.
Erudite it is.
Is that reasonable?
I think that's a very reasonable conclusion. But I suppose in the end, you just want the best person for the job.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And it could be a factor. If you had 2 similar keepers, that you might factor in.
But it's rather fun talking about it, though, isn't it?
It's also like saying that short people shouldn't be able to bowl fast, and we know that's not true.
Well, look at Harold Larwood. I mean, he wasn't a dwarf by any means, but he wasn't a giant.
Malcolm Marshall comes to mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I met Dale Steyn as well. He wasn't as tall as I
no,
thought.
Brown Statham wasn't that tall either.
Time for some spin. This is Grace Weatherall, who's actually recently converted from a seam bowler to an off spinner. So I'll be interested to get your thoughts on that transition.
I'm looking at her action, and that was interesting. Yes, she jerks it through a bit, doesn't she?
That's going to go for 4. But yeah, with Grace, I suppose it's still a little bit against her DNA to take pace off the ball. It still is quite brisk, which is fine. But I think she hasn't quite got to the level where she's comfortable varying her pace, which is a very important aspect for a finger spinner.
I'm going to ask you a very, very controversial question at the moment.
I can't wait. The more controversial, the better.
Well,
this is the clickbait era.
Well taken. In ladies cricket, I've not watched very much of it, I've watched very little. Is there a problem with chuckers? Do you get your sort of Muralitharans?
I think across all associate cricket, it can be a problem. Right up in the block hole, it'll be Danuka jogging through for a single. I suppose the main issue with illegal actions or suspicious actions is, in my opinion, it's the most awkward issue to deal with in cricket.
Yes.
It is incredibly awkward, and even with more technology, it's become more awkward. As Mia does well to block that one, might have copped that in the grill, just flashes the thumbs up and avoids the concussion test. So, and I'm not saying it's any. Actually, the old days it was pretty awkward as well. I think of the Ian Meckiff affair. Wrapped on the pad, umpire has the thing. It says not out. End of the 10th over. Halfway through the response with Switzerland, 61 for 3. We use technology a lot through our ECN platform. We had to create very clear processes, because also you want to make sure uphold the integrity of the game, but also you don't want to shame anybody. So probably in our processes, if there was a suspicious action, we would kind of try and get some ultra slow-mo footage. We'd have a word to the player. We'd maybe advise the captain not to bowl that player while they work on their action. But it is important, because once you start, I suppose, calling people a chucker, that's a moniker that sticks with them, and it kind of gives them a feeling that they're not welcome in our game. Where really there's a lot of education and training that I suppose needs to be done to correct those actions rather than make them feel that cricket's not the game for them.
Well, yes. I mean, the fact is, I think chuckers have got to be outlawed. I'm afraid if people do, there is a kink. I mean, Muir-Lithran was undoubtedly had a kink in his arm. I know he had a deformed arm. I know he had double jointed wrists. But all the same, there was no way you could say that he and Muir, who was the most charming of men I've ever met, and a great laugher, terrific fun. He knew very well that he was a naughty boy when it came to pinging the ball down.
Well, it comes down to the fact that the human eye can only pick up so much. And the umpire's already watching about 12 different things at the point of delivery, the foot and the bat and where all the fielders are, and I don't think you have enough eyes to do it. And so that just kind of adds an extra layer. But
I mean, the authorities changed rules in order to accommodate Muir-Lithran. Certainly they did.
He was tested at UWA, actually, where I went to university in Western Australia. But what's funny about that is that testing opened a kind of can of worms, didn't it? That they realised that nobody actually bowls with a completely straight arm because there's always some kind of flexibility in it, even if it's minute. And then so it came down, the laws were almost changed to say that there's a certain tolerance level. And you're right. They set that tolerance, I think, so that he was just inside it.
15 degrees. I mean, It was a huge tolerance level. It was ridiculous, actually. I really think that... and you see that Mekif was your part of the world, was through, didn't he? I mean, Rourke, do you remember that lot in 58-9? Mekif, Rourke, and there was one other too the Australians had. And then the Don got very angry about this, and so they all went completely, which I think was an excellent thing.
It seems to be more prevalent by players that have grown up in certain parts of the world, honestly. It's...
be more explicit about that.
Well, I think that some people...
Good shot.
There's nice little cutaways.
Wasn't it?
Tough chase for Greek and does well. They should be getting 3 again. Not really paying attention there. There was a third run on there, but...
easily.
Pickard, probably surprised that a 3 was possible and decided to settle for 2. I don't want to be too specific, except I'll put it this way. Maybe players that have grown up without too much formal coaching get in certain habits, and then they might come to Europe and I'll go to a training session and see 7 or 8 actions and I think, well, that's not cricket at all. It surprises me, the Maidan in India, where they play 1,000 games of cricket at once. That's a great piece of fielding, athletic stuff. As another ball stays in the infield. That was Aaron Duffy there. So it surprises me so much that in India, if you go to the gully cricket, you'll get people running in and they'll just throw it, with zero concerns. And I was wondering, well, if you like cricket, shouldn't you be bowling? Fraction high, I think, this time. They will get through for a leg bye. But they say, oh, but I want to bowl fast like my hero. And so they literally will just run up and throw the ball. And I suppose if they end up getting into organised cricket, that's a very tough habit to get out of.
Let's look at the Indian quick bowlers. Are there any chuckers there? Do you see lately? Have we had any?
Well, no, they generally don't make it to that level.
I don't think so. I think they get weeded out.
But I suppose a lot of people from that kind of background do end up emigrating to Europe, and then we find them in... You've got to realise that typically in European cricket, 90% of the players come from a South Asian background because that's just the playing population. Okay, Jersey's a little bit different because they have kind of organic cricket there, but 90% of the cricket in Europe, and when I say Europe, I mean outside Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland, where there's quite a tradition of cricket. It's been the immigrant population that have fueled the growth.
Of course.
And a lot of them have no training.
In the same way as you get cricket in America and North and South America, West Indian influence, in the same way there as the subcontinental influence in Europe. You're absolutely right. And thank goodness for them. I mean,
absolutely.
When cricket was struggling, it was the Indian influence that kept it going. I think we have a lot to thank India for, and they do come under a great deal of criticism. They produce 85% of the game's income, and they run the show, and I think in a way they're entitled to.
Yeah.
I think it's dangerous. I think it's
True.
dangerous. It's dangerous when any one individual, so to speak, runs a massive combine. You've got to watch it, haven't you? Because dictatorship sets in, and dictatorships can be very boring and not to say damaging.
Another dart from Wetherell beats the bat. So I'll give you a story that in Bulgaria we had match one, and there's this player who scored a magnificent 100 in the first game. I'd never seen him before.
Yeah.
His name was Manan Bashir. So he again, subcontinental background.
Yes,
living in Bulgaria. Now plays for the national team. Uh-oh, that's trouble. Eve Maguire can't get to her left there. As Grace pulls it down the leg side, it'll be 5 wides, 5 bonus runs for Switzerland. But I'll tell you this. He scored this magnificent 100 after 9. It was a 10-over match.
Yeah.
In the 10th over, he'd been batting right-handed. He switched over to left-handed, played an amazing cover drive down the ground for 1. And then I said, that was fantastic. Where did you play? And he said, well, actually, that's the first game I've ever played with a hard ball.
Really?
No,
Isn't that interesting?
and just think the raw talent. He's grown up playing cricket in the streets. He's never played organised cricket.
Yeah.
And these kind of characters, there's so many interesting stories behind. I think people that take a limited view of European cricket say, well, things like they don't look very European, which is a very kind of ignorant statement in the year 2026. So there are so many stories like that. I'll give you another story. We had an Afghan refugee that ended up carving out quite a good career in Belgium, playing for the Belgian national team. And he was playing kind of in the streets, with his friends in the Netherlands at the time. He got spotted and ended up making it to the national team. But he had to convince his parents, as this might be trouble. It is gone. A little edge that time. Wetherell will have a wicket. Tanuka goes for 31. Mia Maguire, her glove work has been exquisite in this series. And she holds that one up to the stumps as the partnership is broken. Switzerland now 75 for 4.
I hope they consider her as a player of the match. I love it when wicketkeepers do get that award. It very seldom goes their way.
Well, Wetherell's probably made it a bit tough for her because Wetherell did score 74 and then has created that edge.
I know.
Mia Maguire's held it, but I'm with you there as it'll be Danishi.
I once gave the man of the match at a game, a one-day game, Benson Hedges, Gloucestershire and Bristol against Kent. No, against Essex, sorry. And I gave it to David East, the Essex wicketkeeper. And I was always rather pleased with myself for doing that.
Well, I think often, bowlers might take 3 or 4 wickets that might be caught on the boundary, and you could argue that whether it was a complete bowling skill that led to those wickets, and sometimes,
indeed,
by the same token, wicket keepers can take 3 or 4 catches, and depending on the types of catches, they probably just as entitled for the recognition. Just got to finish my story with this Belgian cricketer, and then he got told, "Hey, we want you to come play for the national team." And he had to tell his parents back in Afghanistan, they said, we didn't get you out of this war zone just for you to get killed with a cricket ball. And they were quite against it.
How very moving. And of course, cricket in Afghanistan is flourishing tremendously.
Absolutely.
I mean, the natural talent there is enormous. And if only they can internally have a level playing field for themselves.
Exactly. And that is, I suppose, the governance and the political issues can never be discounted, I suppose. I'll give you another emerging nation. We get a lot of players from Nepal. Cricket's thriving in Nepal.
Didn't they do well in the T20 World Cup?
Absolutely.
They got within 4 runs of beating England. But then the most amazing result, the following match, Italy beat Nepal by 10 wickets.
They did, and Italy pushed England as well.
Indeed.
And what if I told you that at our Euros of cricket that we've held over the last few years, where we've had, I think, 32 nations taking part in a 5-week 10-over extravaganza with 4 or 5 matches a day. Italy actually beat England 3 years ago in that, although the English 11 that we have there, they're essentially taken from what used to be known as minor counties.
Yeah.
Now the NCCA giving them opportunities. But still, the short format does kind of give rise to these upsets. And one thing I really like about the short format is the best team doesn't always win. I know that sounds a bit counterproductive, but it would be pretty boring if you know the winner just by looking at the team sheets. So I think that does create some interesting upsets. We've had Bulgaria beat the Netherlands in our European Cricket League before. And I suppose the reason we watch sport is because we want to be surprised, we want to be entertained.
It's one of the reasons, certainly. I agree with that. Upsets are the life's blood of sport, aren't they, really? And be it horse racing and 100-to-1 winner or whatever.
Exactly. And you go back to some of the big upsets of the past. Zimbabwe beating Australia in the 1983 World Cup. Did
you hear about Blowers, the horse in England, that won? Blowers won at 300-to-1 against, which was the biggest odds any winner in a horse race, an official horse race in England. And lots of people told me, but no one told me before the off. So I never got a penny
that
on.
would have been a nice one. Hey, how about this piece of fielding? Nearly, Greg.
Have we got a run out here?
Almost. This will be interesting on the replay, of course. The umpire has to call it as they see it. I think that one, if you're really slowing it down, might have seen the batter fractionally short, but Metagoda gets away with it. She gets off the mark. Okay, so Blower's the horse. 300-to-1.
300
And they didn't give you the tip.
Well, only afterwards, sadly.
That's short down the leg side. Poor ball from DeRocha. We're disappointed with that. Yeah,
£20 each way, and I'd still been living like a king.
Well, I don't think you're living like a pauper. I think you. If I'm able to moonlight as a special guest commentator when I've made it to my 9th decade, I'll think it's a life pretty well spent.
Well, you're jolly kind, and can I say again what a joy it is to be alongside you, and how very good of you to put up with me.
I find it pretty easy, but this is going to be called a wide. Jersey had a big appeal. Thought there might have been a little bit of glove on that. Once again, excellent take from Mia Maguire. Blindsided by the batter as she had to work her way down the leg side. DeRocha. Fraction short again. This is hit out to deep mid-wicket. That'll find the gap and that'll find the boundary. Pickard, building a nice innings here, has moved to 18.
Well, if you and I were giving the Man of the Match award, I think Maguire would be getting it, don't you?
I mean, I'm biased. I would always
so
give
am
it
I,
to
totally.
that. I'm unashamedly biased towards keepers, but I suppose, and Wetherell, okay, she made 74. I suppose you need a bit of luck sometimes. A couple of times she might have gone a little bit cheaper. In the air and gone. Simple as that. What a nice moment for Maria DeRocha as Pickard had batted well for 18, but just kind of misjudged the length of this a little bit, tried to drive, didn't keep it down, and the simplest of Corton bowls will bring the 5th wicket, and it falls at the score, a famous score of 87.
It is up, indeed, 13 short of 100.
And 13 overs as well, so it's the double 13 as Maria. Yeah, nice to see her getting involved in the series. I've watched her, behind the scenes. She hasn't been in the 11 in the first couple of games, so she's come out, she's played some nice shots with the bat, with the ball, a little bit of a shaky start, but comes back and finishes the over with a wicket.
Now, you were saying, we were talking earlier about chuckers and that sort of thing. You were saying the biggest problem, the most thorny problem in cricket, which is coupled with another very thorny problem, which you don't get so much in this cricket, in T20 cricket, but you do get into innings cricket, which is the over rate.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on the over rate.
I have.
Well, I have to say, and I'm very proud of what we've done here because we're unique in the world. We've done 7,000 matches in 5 years. I've done 5,500 myself. So, look, we need to be on time. If you have a one-off match in a T20 and you run over by 20 minutes, maybe the bus driver's a little annoyed, but that's about it. But we will have 5 10-over matches back to back to back to back to back, that 2-hour intervals. So if every match runs 20 minutes late, guess what?
Right.
I'm getting home an hour and a half late. I'm probably going without my dinner.
Of course.
Which is a disaster.
Or your second glass red wine.
Exactly. Metagoda gets a little bit of bat on this. Skews off the outside edge. She'll get 4 runs. So we have come up with things that work. So we have a countdown clock. I actually think this should be in all T20 cricket, but maybe it's too simple for anyone to notice. So what I would do in a 20-over game is say, right, you've got... you need to bowl your first 19 overs in 76 minutes. And rather than have this very permissive idea of, but you get allowances for this and this and this and this, you have a big clock and it starts at 76 minutes and you go bang and it starts ticking down and everyone can see it all the time. It's on the scoreboard. We make certain allowances, but they are consistent and well understood. And for example, every wicket 1 minute is added to the clock, but that batter has 1 minute to reach the crease.
Yes.
If they don't, there's a 5-run penalty against their team. And it's funny, after one penalty, there's never a second penalty. And same with the fielders. If they haven't bowled the overs in time, they have a 5-run penalty against them. And we'll stop the clock for a serious injury. If for something the ball's lost and so for common sense things like that. But generally we won't stop the clock. And what that does, seeing the clock all the time, means that everyone's aware of it. It's not a surprise. It's not opaque because there is a bit of a feeling I've heard of meetings where the umpires have gone in afterwards and said, right, they were 12 minutes behind. Let's find 12 minutes of allowances, which seems completely backwards.
Yes, indeed.
And so, I think
it's the cart pulling the horse, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, it's a must do. And we have to be down to the second with our timings. That's going to be run out. What a good piece of work. Jersey turning it on. Turned and had a good look at them. Srinivasan came out there, was a little bit hesitant to go. You can understand why. Grace Weatherall putting on a bit of a show, jumped on that, lined them up and knocked them out. That'll be the 6th wicket. Grace, good anticipation there. She gets over, she picks it up one-handed, she hits the target, and just like that, 93 for 6.
That was a very good moment, wasn't it? Brilliant stuff.
Summed up the situation well. Didn't rush the throw.
No.
She knew, there's no one at the stumps because she was the bowler herself, but she just paused, had a good look at the target and kind of stepped towards the target. Have a look at it again. Srinivasan takes off, but no, she's in trouble straight away. See a little step straight towards the target, hits the base of the stumps. Couldn't have done any better than that. Grace, triple threat. She's taken a wicket. She scored a 50. Now she's picked up a direct hit run out.
Yeah, all right. Maguire's gone back to number 2.
I'd still give it to Maguire. No, but in the end, I suppose Jersey will be happy that they're going to run out with a win here, and the individual kind of awards come second, as they should. Switzerland, they should reach the 100 here. 6 down, though. Probably a little bit concerned about batting out the 20 overs, as this will be Naina Metisaju coming out to bat. She'll go to the non-strikers end. Last ball of the over coming up from Grace Weatherall, who's got 1 for 18 as she approaches the end of her 3rd over. Full toss turned away by Danny. She'll settle for the single. End of the 14th over, and it's 94 for 6. Anyway, so that's the end of my clock rant.
No, but I think that is terrific for one-day cricket. But can you actually translate that into terms of Test cricket to innings cricket?
Here's what I would do, and it's a bit radical.
Yeah.
But they've done it in baseball. I don't know how much you know about baseball, but
very little.
Baseball had the same kind of problem. Games were getting too long, and if you look at how long a game would go compared to what they did 50 years ago, they were going 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes longer. And at the same time, people's attention spans are getting shorter. So what baseball did is they kind of realised, and I think it's true in cricket as well, rather than have this fuzzy idea of bowl 90 overs in 6 hours, you're better off saving 5 or 10 seconds a ball and making the penalties micro penalties for being late on a ball. So this is a bit novel, but stay with me on this. This is how, if I was in charge, which thankfully I'm not, this is how I would fix over rates in Test cricket. In the air, Merritt can't quite find the drop zone. Metigode will get a single. So I would say you have 20 seconds to start your run-up for the next ball. But once and over, you can have, a timeout if you want to change the field or something like that. But however you do it, you need to have some sort of small penalty for being late at a small level. And then all that time adds up at the end of the day. So exactly how you do that, I'm still not 100% clear. But in baseball, what they did is they made a pitch clock and you had 20 seconds to throw the next pitch. And it would be up on the board, a bit like a shot clock in basketball. And if you didn't, then there'd be a small penalty. So maybe in cricket, it might be a 1-run penalty.
No, I'm not in Test cricket, to my mind. You see, my belief is that the cure has already arrived in a moment. I'll give it to you. The cure has been baseball, the elimination of the draw.
True.
If matches are going to constantly end, people are not going to complain about over rates.
I agree with you with 100% with that. the argument is these days that you may not get as many overs in a day, but you get more entertainment
Exactly.
in a day. And I think that's a really valid argument. But then I suppose then maybe the expectations should fall in line with the modern game. Like, you never had players, you tell me, but did players used to change their gloves every 4 minutes in the old days? Or
No, of course I didn't know.
I tell you one thing that really annoys me is in the first over there's a wicket and then about 7 people run on with drinks.
I agree
How
with you. I
thirsty
agree
are
with
these
you
people?
entirely.
And there's something special about the 11 players.
But if
out
if on
there.
the other hand, 18 wickets then fall on the first day, when you're going home in the evening, you aren't actually worrying too much about the drinks interval early on, are you?
No, exactly. So I think maybe the answer is
Leave well alone.
setting the expectations in line with the modern game, and then people don't feel cheated.
Right.
Because the problem is at the moment, people get told they'll get 90 overs of cricket, and they'll probably see a great 78 overs of cricket, but then you've told them they're going to get 90, so they walk away and then complain. But
Well, do they?
probably
If
shouldn't.
they've had really a great, exciting day, I wonder if they do complain.
Well, I suppose the idea is that there's shortchanging of what is said and what is. They thought, well, if that was a great 78 overs, imagine if we had 12 more overs of it. I agree with you. I think we're seeing more results than ever. We're seeing higher run rates. We've seen the short form impact the longer form, with batters having more confidence to go for shots and flipping the pressure on bowlers.
I think your idea of the clock with the one-day game is terrific. I'm all for that.
I don't
But
think.
I'm not for it in the Test cricket.
No, I agree. But I was just trying to think about if you needed them to have 90 overs in a day, then having small penalties. It's like parenting in a way, which I'll find out about soon. But little corrections rather than waiting for a big bollocking. At the end of the day, saying, "Oh, you're 12 overs short," and like, well, maybe when they were 1 or 2 overs short, then you should have stepped in. But anyway, yeah, I think the one-day cricket, for me, it's no brainer. We do it very well because we have to.
In a year's time, I shall enjoy asking Mrs. Vinny how many out of 10 she gives Mr. Vinny as a parent.
Oh, well, I just hope I get
I'm sure
a credible pass.
You'll be a star, I think. Don't worry. You'll
Well,
be a star.
I'm used to kind of burning the candle at both ends, so I suppose that will come in handy.
And now you've got to burn it in the middle as well.
This is...
Are we having fun? Do you think? I hope listeners are enjoying
I
our
hope
chat.
so. We've got Daisy Pearce. She's having fun because she's getting a bowl for the first time in the tournament. So, yeah, nice to see her getting this opportunity. She'd love to capture the wicket of Sarju. Has yet to score. Keeps this one out. So let us know while we've got Henry here. Of course, unfortunately for me, I do have to get on a plane today, and there's a chance that by the end of the day I'll be commentating in London. A few times I've done 2 countries one day. Spain and Gibraltar, famously.
That hardly counts.
Well, yeah.
That hardly counts.
That did the 1 hour down the highway.
Minorca, Mallorca, that hardly counts too.
Well bowled there by Pearce. Beats the outside edge. End of a pretty good over. 7 coming off it, and Switzerland 101 for 6. Yeah, and give us your thoughts in the chat. We're really lucky as well. This is something that I suppose wasn't around when you were commentating the bulk of your matches, is that the viewers can talk back.
Well,
So,
indeed.
Although you would have that coming in towards the end, right?
I can't remember it really coming in. I don't think we did that actually with TMS. I don't think we did. We had sort of programs in during intervals which involved listeners, but not actually during the run of play.
Yeah. Well, I suppose here sometimes we have the one commentator on all day, and I suppose it at least gives you the feeling that you're in a conversation.
Course. If you have one commentator, it's hard work, isn't it? My goodness, yes.
I will tell you something that I don't know if you've ever had this happen, but obviously Tina working with us doing a great job. She's helping out in the officials tent right now.
Doesn't she do it well?
Does it so well
I know.
that you won't believe what I'm going to tell you, but it is 100% true. And we have evidence from Tina's partner about this. She commentates in her sleep.
My dear old thing.
She commentates in her sleep. She
About what? About what?
She commentates cricket
Cricket.
in her sleep. And there's audio So her partner, Steve, who's also a magnificent human being, just like Tina, rather than wake her up and ask her, you okay? One night he started recording, and it's pretty good. There's about 45 seconds. He's saying, oh, I won't be happy about that. And she commentates in her sleep, and that's how much cricket we're doing, is that we're now doing it in our sleep.
My goodness me. Valeria, my wife, is sitting beside me. I don't think have I ever commentated in my sleep about cricket. She's thinking.
Well, I'll commentate out loud
on the
now.
horns of a dilemma.
I've got to mention that Naino Metisaju has played a nice little uppercut here, fraction short. She'll be happy to get off the mark, and she does with a boundary. Switzerland, just some personal pride to play for here at the back end of this innings. 106 for 6 in the 16th over. Merritt coming back to bowl. So I don't know. No one's there to probably pick up on my sleep commentary if I do make it.
It's a funny run. She runs in, bowls in our run up, doesn't she? It's not
Yeah, a
really.
little bit.
It's not really a delivery stride.
She's a loper.
There's just a hint of bowling off the wrong foot just as she gets through. But she ought to learn to open her legs to give a really big delivery stride. Then I think she would use the power that she generates in her run up, which I'm afraid I think she wastes in that rather tangled delivery.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's been a few bowlers like that. I mean, Max Walker famously
has
bowled that
very
way.
much.
Bob Willis as well had a very interesting approach, didn't he?
Yeah,
Very
yes,
angular approach.
He certainly did. That stereo goose.
Yeah, like I said, she's a bit of a loper, Merritt. But she's all arms and legs, isn't she? She's got all the tools to be a very good fast bowler.
But she's really got to do something with that for that final 2 yards in, because she'd wasted it all.
So 1 for 21, coming to the end of.
You watch her when she gets past the umpire. Yeah, you see, she doesn't. There's no big delivery stride. She can't. Oh, that's gone for 4.
Snuck past Maria de Rocha, so that'll be 4 runs to Saju.
It might have been stopped, that one.
I will say that sometimes for these players, depending on how used they are of the pitch, sometimes the landing is a little bit concerning because you don't have the metal spikes digging into the pitch as you would on a turf wicket. So sometimes, with rubber shoes on the surface, because there is a real deceleration, as you said. Once she passes the umpire, she's losing a lot of that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the length of stride at the end.
See it there once again. But I think, you made a fantastic observation there.
I mean, I think she's got a good approach, which I think she rather lets it run away at the end, because I think there's a lot of potential there.
End of the over then, Merritt with 1 for 26, and the Nelson's up. Are you a superstitious type with the Nelson?
No,
Are you bouncing around on one leg, or
David Shepherd? No, I remember David Shepherd. Always used to jump around in the umpiring when it was a 1-1-1 or 2-2-2 or whatever.
Do you have any superstitions or any quirks?
I think I always touch my cap before I face the ball.
Okay.
And I'm not certain I didn't tap my bat 3 times against my back toe. I can't remember whether I did that or not, but I certainly touched my cap.
How about, right shoe on first, right pad on first, left pad on first?
I put my right shoe on first now because it's very much more. My left leg is in pain because of my hip, and I rather postpone putting on my left shoe, if you see what I mean, is the reason, rather than superstition.
Well, if you're superstitious or not, you're going to see another wicket here as the Nelson strikes again. It's 111 for 7, just trying to pull that away. Trinity Smith, very quick to move to her left. And again, you see the difference between the two teams. Trinity was very quick off the mark there, confident towards the ball, and takes it easy as you like. DeRocha with her second wicket. Switzerland now 111 for 7. But obviously Jersey, they've got a lot more experience, I think, playing hardball cricket and in the field. And I think the gap between the two teams has been pretty clear in that aspect.
I think what you've got with Jersey, every one of the fielders wants the ball to come every time to them. Whereas with Switzerland, they all seem to me a bit frightened the ball might come to them.
That's a very good way to put it. It's a confidence game, isn't it?
Yes, entirely.
Again, one of the great things about televising so much cricket and amateur cricket, let's be honest, for the most part, we're covering amateur cricket, is that the players become their own coaches as well.
Yes.
Because a coach can say something 100 times, but until you see yourself doing it, then sometimes you don't realise what they're talking about. So I think that players learn a lot from watching themselves, but also watching the other teams that are doing things well. New batter comes out there. Sejal Vinod misses out first up. Tarosha has had a nice little contribution in this game coming into the 11 as she put together a handy little cameo at the end of the first innings. Now a couple of wickets. Might have had a third there if there was anyone lurking in a kind of fly slip position. But Vinod will get off the mark. Yeah, Tarosha scored 25 off 20 with 4 boundaries, batting at number 6 in the first innings, and now has 2 for 18. 2 for 19, I should say. A lot of love for David Shepherd. You mentioned him a moment ago.
A wonderful man.
Chris
Wonderful
Smith
man.
saying Shep was an amazing umpire.
He was an absolute genius at diffusing anger out in the middle.
Can I ask you a question then? What makes a good umpire, in your opinion? I know you heard you talk a little bit about Billy Bowden yesterday, but
do you know, I don't think I've ever been asked that question before. What makes a good umpire?
in the air and dropped. Well, don't know what universe I'm living in because Merritt has a very safe pair of hands. I'd already called it, but the ball gets grasped. Rare, unforced error from Team Jersey.
Knowledge of the rule of the law book and confidence to interpret it. But then, all I'm then saying is you'll be good at your job.
True.
What makes I think confidence is terribly important, and I think there are certain umpires that really feel cricket, and there are some of them that know the laws but don't really absolutely feel it. Do you know what I mean?
Feel is a good point. I might call it kind of game management.
Yes.
Or the best umpires, for me, have a good knowledge of the unwritten rules as well as the laws, and
But isn't that having a feel for the game?
exactly. And it's nice to see, outside England now, a few more players becoming umpires. It was pretty much an English thing for a while.
Well, you know why they're becoming umpires, because they're getting a reasonable amount of money, aren't they, for it?
I think it's
Which I'm delighted. I'm absolutely delighted. Because
just flicked the ball past the stumps there and then knocked the bails off with her fingers to rush it. Might have had a run out. Instead, it'll be 2 runs as Switzerland get to the end of the 17th over. It's 118 for 7. I'm very, very lucky to have seen a lot of umpires now. And again, almost all of them are not full-time umpires. So you kind of see certain traits. I like umpires who are in control but not necessarily making everything about them. I know it's your job to officiate, but you don't want to be over-officious.
Of course.
Either. And I put it this way. If you're not controlling the game's controlling you. So as an umpire, you need to feel like you are in control of what's going on. And good umpires have a way of doing that without putting noses out of joint.
I don't like personally. I mean, although I liked him as a man, I didn't like the way Billy Bowden, for instance, umpired for New Zealand, who was always getting in on the act, wasn't he? His signals and everything else. And it was all look at me. And I don't think an umpire wants to do that.
Yeah, I would say, you said it with commentary, and it's something that I really took to heart yesterday and internalized, that you said, be yourself.
Yeah.
Don't be anyone else. So I have, when you make a show, in a sense that can come back to bite you, because the first mistake you make, everyone's going to be on your back. It's just going to drop just over the bowler. They'll get through for a single.
But we're all going to make mistakes.
Sure,
We know ad-lib
but
commentary.
if you're
bound to.
If you're under the radar as an umpire and you make a mistake, it'll come and go. But if you make a mistake and you're a dancing umpire, everyone's like, hey, how about you stop dancing for a while and get the decisions right? Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
So
I do. Of course I do. That's
So-
exactly what I'm saying in a way.
Yeah. But I think the be yourself can apply to umpires as well. So different tastes, as they say in
be
Spanish.
yourself, but don't be superficial to yourself.
Yeah. Para los gustos, los colores means like to, everyone has their own tastes. So I don't mind umpires that are a bit flashier, especially because it's the way the game's going.
You know, Vinny, you should have been a politician.
Well, there's still time.
I hope not.
Lily Greg, I'm too honest. No, but what's important for me is that also you want the umpires to have a good time. It's never been harder to get umpires at the lower levels of cricket. I know you said at the top levels, and you're absolutely right, it's been professionalised and there's pathways, but who's doing the Hampstead fifths today?
I know.
Probably the players. Maybe we'll have some robots to do it soon. This is a pretty solid strike from Etagoda through square leg. That's going to be 4. Duffy pulling her length a little bit short and getting the treatment. Nice shot.
He hit that like a kicking horse, didn't he? Goodness me.
So, yeah, for me, the knowledge of the laws, and luckily in our cricket, in the 7,500 games, we've had so many situations come up that people have even never seen before. They've watched a lot of cricket.
I think the best umpires also are able to interpret the spirit of the law in conjunction with the letter of the law.
Couldn't have said it better myself, as that is going to slice away through the field. Metagoda putting together a nice little contribution here as she has moved along to 21. It's the end of the 18th over. 129 for 7. Just a couple of overs left with you, Henry, and I hope we meet again.
So do I, mate.
Soon,
I'm sure we will. I'm not the slightest doubt somewhere. Whether it's cricket on ice or so next year,
maybe
or
in the UK sometimes.
Malta. I think we got a very good chance of meeting in Malta again.
Very, very likely.
If Frankie Spiteri, dear Frankie, is brave enough to ask me again.
I think he'd be happy to have you, and I think we've already had some preliminary discussions about blocking up my calendar to be there. And hopefully Rico can join us again. Tina's also in the frame to join us at that tournament next year.
Oh, good. How lovely. That would be terrific fun.
19th over coming up. Greekins coming back to bowl out.
And Rico will be there too, will he?
That's the plan. Well, we always have to be quite creative with the scheduling, because
I thought you were going to be quite creative with Rico.
Well, that's out as well.
Yes.
Well, Merritt, she might have shelled one a couple of overs ago, but this is a good piece of fielding. And there's the traditional celebration from Annalise as the stumps are rattled again. Vinod run out for 4, and Switzerland 129 for 8. Nice piece of fielding.
How many run-outs have we had in this innings now?
Yeah, that's the 3rd run-out in the innings now, and 2 of them have been direct hits. But you can't really blame Switzerland either. I mean, into the 19th over. Personal pride, I suppose, they're trying, team pride, they're trying to advance the score. It is the last couple of overs. Needed to be a perfect piece of fielding, and it was.
Do you think direct hits come under the heading of act of God?
Depends how religious you are. I would call it attribution bias. Have you heard of this in psychology? It's that when you're
very good with all these like you gave me a sort of management phrase a bit earlier.
No, attribution bias is what's the word? It's a cognitive bias where when good things happen, you take credit for them, and when unlucky things or bad things happen, you blame it on something else.
Oh, absolutely.
And we all do it. So Annalise would be the first to say that it was 100% what she tried to do, and it was skill. But if she just missed, she'd say, geez, that was unlucky.
Indeed.
Come on, cricket gods, help me out.
Oh, dear, yes. I come on that heading. I mean, I do exactly the same every time.
Worked away. Metagoda will move to 22. She's been joined out there by Samiha Konaganti, who bowled really well. Nice to see her in the side. She took 3 wickets in the first innings. So Switzerland, I know they're going to go down by probably around about 70 runs here. But again, they have some positives to take away from the game. They'll play later on against Brazil, which will be their biggest challenge yet. Umpire is, when they don't move for a long time, then I start to think the finger might be going up. But that time the umpire said not out.
I've just had my first encounter with a Swiss bee.
Oh, yes. They can be quite brutal.
Well, this one, my right forefinger was more brutal than the bee this time.
So that'll take us to the end of the 19th over. Greekin, miserly as always, just 1 off the over, and it's 130 for 8. Last over to come. Yes, the bees can be a bit of a pest. I've had a game stopped by bees.
Oh,
have you ever seen that? Yeah,
no,
I was actually
a swarm.
We had a swarm, and it was in a first grade game in Western Australia.
Oh, really?
Where I was batting under the helmet, and there's always a bit of chat flying around in these games. Everyone's talking tough. But I can tell you, when the bees came, and they came with an ominous bzzz from afar, and then they swept over the ground. Turns out we weren't so tough after all. Me and the wicketkeeper were huddled side by side. I didn't know whether I was better helmet on or helmet off. Didn't know if they were going to get stuck in there, and it was quite alarming. You must have had a few unexpected, strange stoppages of the game. Animals invading the field, or
the only I remember once a hornet, which is a nasty animal, because if a hornet bites you, it really can go on for a long time. It can almost be terminal too, I believe, at times. That was a game in Norfolk, long when I was a boy. Odd things.
We've seen in Sri Lanka recently snakes stopping play.
Really?
Yeah, that's not necessarily
two-legged snakes, or
there's the uninvited variety. It's merit. Get sliced away. That'll be safe and probably run away for 4. So Metagoda has put together a nice little innings here. She's moved to 26 now. And Switzerland, look, they made 138 the other day in the first innings of the tournament against Jersey, and everyone seemed to think that was a pretty good effort for a team that are playing such a high-ranked team for the first time. Definitely on home soil. And they're 134 here, so it looks like they're tracking for something similar.
Yeah, well done them.
Here's Merritt with 3 balls to go in this game, and still 3 balls to go. Aussie has come up with a comment saying, Henry would have played against my neighbour, Gordon Rock. His son is still here and smiling. Well, you must have come across many. How many people do you think you've met indirectly or directly through the game of cricket?
Goodness,
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Well, you see, the awful thing is that there's one run there, isn't there?
No,
the awful thing is people come, when I in situations all around the world, people come up and meet you and shake you by the hand and you talk, and they will go home and say they met me, and then they'll say to a friend, of course I know Blowers, but really quite well.
Of course, yeah.
And then they come up to me and say, do you remember we walked out to look at the wicket before the World Cup final in Lahore in 1993 or whatever it is? And I'm afraid, no, I don't remember. It's awful, but I always say, my dear, I think, how could I possibly forget a pretty face like yours?
That's exactly what you said when you saw me the other night at the hotel. Funny you say that.
Well.
Has Merritt gets someone in the block hole, and Metagoda's moved to 30.
As long as you knew I was telling a fib. Then.
No, well, listen, look, obviously with me, I ran into thousands of players, and some you remember more than others. And but, it's a great community. Last ball coming up, 138. They've tied their score the other day. This for the win, and they will get it. So at least there's a sign of improvement there. Might as well go for 2 here. Why not? That ball's taken a few zigs and zags on the way out to the outfield. So Switzerland will finish 140 for 8. And look, in a game that I suppose they would be frustrated about because of the first innings with their, particularly with their fielding and their bowling. They do consider themselves more of a bowling side, and I think that is an area that they let themselves down in a few of their performances this week. But with the bat, a competitive 140 for 8. Not enough, of course, to win the game, though. The margin of victory, 66 runs to Jersey, who will go home with a 3-1 record. Just going through the scorecard, it was Sasi Dharan, who unfortunately was not able to score. Kunberg went for 1. Magna Rajan for 23. Danuka with 31. Played a nice knock. 18 for Pickard. 32 not out for Danushi Metagoda, as the Swiss kind of fought. They used all their resources. We saw 10 batters at the crease for them, but 140 certainly is a score they can say didn't disgrace themselves. Henry, I've got to say a big, big thank you. I'm going to say goodbye. I hate to say it. And goodbye for now. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Because I really do hope that we see each other
again
yes.
Soon. Don't worry. Let's continue this conversation.
And I'm not surprised at all that you've outlasted me here at this tournament, because I have to get on a plane and I'll be commentating in England for the rest of the week. But Tina will be here. You might even meet a few of our other commentators.
Wonderful.
Phil's coming later in the day. I know you haven't met Phil before, but he's a lovely chap. I think you'll get on well with. We've got Rhino as well, who might come into the box for a little bit during. Yes, I think you might have met Rhino.
No,
Rhino in the wild. Andrew Ryan. He'll be in here a little bit as well. But what we will do is we will take a break. The next game was meant to start 10 minutes ago, so I guess that isn't going to happen. But my guess is that in 20 minutes we'll have a start, as we'll see Team Spain, Equipo España, en el campo, and they'll be taking on the Brazilians. So get ready for a bit of Latin flair when we return. Tina will take you through the rest of the way with Henry, with Rhino, with Phil, with whoever turns up. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, wishing you all the best, and I'll see you soon for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the Swiss Quad Series. Hello and welcome back to Zurich as we get ready for the second match of the day. It's match number 5 of the Quad Series. This will see Brazil taking on Team Spain. Brazil winning the toss a little bit earlier and electing to bowl. It is still Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. The good news is I realised with the timing I could stay for at least the first part of this game. And Tina will be back with me very, very shortly. Brazil, geez, to say they were impressive yesterday might be the understatement of the year because they took apart a Jersey side that, to that point, had been setting the standard in this competition, putting up a huge score of 243, led by an amazing century, very, very skillful, powerful century from their opener, Lindsay Boas. We'll have to wait before we see her as the contest gets underway. It's Alexis Hartley out there with Deepa Chukapali for Team Spain. And the Atlas, formerly known and currently known as Duda, is opening the bowling. I love these Brazilian names. All the flair you'd hope for and more. Beats her outside the off stump. Slightly open face there from Hartley. Feet not quite going yet. Brazil are just very, very impressive. I was throwing words around like ruthless when describing their performance yesterday. Never gave an inch. Hartley, nice shot here. Gets those feet moving a little bit. Works it down to deep backward point for the first run of the game. Welcome back to all of our viewers. It is our 7th birthday today, so thanks for all the well wishes. Hello to Aussie CC watching from down under. We've got Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Chris Smith is also there. Big thanks to Blowers as well. Lots of lovely messages there saying that it's so great to have Henry as a part of the coverage. And something tells me you haven't heard the last of him just yet. Here's Deepa Chukapali, teenage sensation. Has been opening the batting and the bowling for Spain. Bowls left arm spin. Bienvenidos a todos los espectadores de España también. Full and wide. Good adjustment from Duda. So let us know your thoughts as well in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. A bowled. That one gets past the outside edge. Well, that one hits her on the back leg. Umpire says no. Tentative little push there from Chukapali. Yesterday, Spain lost a couple of early-ish wickets. These two, basically, but then a big partnership, 161 between Naomi Hillman-Bermejo and Amy Brown-Carrera took them to the victory target of 190. Pretty tight first over from Duda, and after one, it's one without loss. Beautiful weather once again here in Zurich. 31 degrees already and climbing. And here's somebody that is climbing back into the second chair. It's the one, the only, Christina Goff. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It is getting a bit sweltering in here, isn't it? We do have the fan,
our biggest fan.
Our biggest fan is sitting on the table.
Not particularly big. It's doing a good job. Anyway, here's over number 2. And Hartley just plays the first one out. And Spain, I suppose they pulled off that big partnership yesterday, probably won in spite of their fielding and bowling. I think it's not too unfair to say that. A high-scoring contest. But what do you think their expectations, what do you think their kind of outlook will be against this tough Brazilian side that they would have seen take apart Jersey yesterday.
Well, I don't think they can just go into this thinking, oh, it's nice to compete. They want to win this. And I think by their own admission, they weren't at their best yesterday. That brilliant partnership between Naomi Hillman-Bermejo and Amy Brown-Carrera kind of covered all manner of sins. They had lost 2 early wickets. They were relatively sloppy in the field, and it was just that partnership that got them over the line against Switzerland, which is a game that they would expect to win. This one, probably not a game they are expecting to get the better of, but Brazil, they are still human, even if they're South American, and they might be there for the taking. So Spain have just got to be positive in this one.
Scientists have confirmed it. But they had such a flair and confidence in their play yesterday that it would have to be a bit intimidating to come up against. I suppose for Spain, you've got to think there's got to be some sort of path to victory for us. And I suppose that would be kind of getting 200 plus on the board, going at pace, having their top 4 come to the party, and then, creating and taking some of those top order wickets and putting the middle order under stress, which isn't a situation we've seen Brazil in so far. So far, they haven't been giving too many away. In fact, it's a maiden over to Lara Moises-Bittencourt. And after 2, just a single run on the board.
It's been another professional start from Brazil. And I think we do have to keep on mentioning the P word because they are a professional team and they have contracts. They are full-time athletes, alongside studying sometimes and helping out in some of the cricket projects back in Brazil.
You couldn't have a more stark contrast. For example, when Brazil play Switzerland later in the day, you've got a team that are playing and training all the time against a team where, let's be honest, there's not really the infrastructure facilities to have high-level programs. But it just shows Brazil's a really unique and fun example of the potential of cricket in, I suppose, developing cricket nations. They have been absolutely fantastic. I
know they've had a lot of Olympic funding and support from the government, but it's not like they have any other kind of natural advantage over other countries. It's just they've built an infrastructure where they've thrown everything behind cricket, and these are the rewards that they're reaping now. Slip goes into place now for Duda. Chukapali, nice looking shot, but she won't get a run. The dot ball blitz continues. Because they do have that similar sport, don't they, in Brazil, which a lot of the girls grow up playing. And it actually, we were watching a little bit last night when we were chatting to the Brazilian team at the gala dinner, and it fascinated me. And so they do have a bit of a natural aptitude for it. It's not that foreign to them. Again, score going nowhere at the moment. Yeah, we played it when we were in Brazil, and you can probably do a better job of pronouncing. Taco. Yeah. Bete ombro. Bete ombro, or bats, or bets, I think they're called for short. With 2 short planks. Go and look that up. Are you going to stick that link in the chat, Tina? Because people might be interested to see that sport. No real intent to play an attacking stroke here. It feels like a bit of a survival game. Chukapali does have a good technique, but at a minimum here, the batters need to be looking to turn the strike over and get to the other end because they're batting themselves in a little bit of a hole. I mean, she's a good batster, Chukapali. Let's feel the ants will be creeping into the mind. Let's do that. Wheeling and dealing. Comes in once again. Just a little push, gets past the bowler, but no run. This is what you often notice when you have a team such as Spain that's suddenly coming up against a really well-drilled, intense fielding outfit, and suddenly the running areas, the scoring areas that you've been used to using in your previous games suddenly have dried up, and you don't know where the next run's coming from. And this is kind of what's happening here with Chukapali facing 5 dots in a row here. Nice little shot this time, though, as she'll lift that one to mid-wicket. That, in fact, will go all the way. So it's a little bit more panache in that stroke. She followed through, backed herself, found the gap, and all slopes lead to the boundary here at Embark Cricket Ground. Spain finally break the run of dot balls. End of the over. Only 5 on the board after 3. And this comes down to the fact, I remember, playing, I was breaking in with Western Australia in the indoor game and playing at some pretty intimidating outfits. But our coach used to say, look,
they've got 2 arms, 2 legs and a brain. You've got 2 arms, 2 legs and a brain. And try and break through the intangible wall that you build against someone or a team that you feel are maybe kind of at a higher level than you are. Having said that, I have commentated 4 one-armed cricketers on the European Cricket Network. So I guess the rule doesn't always hold. Some good bowlers in there as well. Hartley, again, finding it hard to get off strike, played under maiden in the second. How was your little trip to the officials' tent, by the way, Tino?
Warm. They don't have big fans like we do. But it was nice. A different kind of test for my brain.
Good vibe.
A silent one.
What's the vibe like compared to our vibe?
It was quieter.
Lexus goes for it. This should be out. It's taken. And once again, Brazil setting the standard. That was a bit trickier than it looks. At this time of the day, the sun was in the eyes, but she had some of the world's biggest sunglasses on to protect against that, as Hartley can't fire here in match number 5. She's out for a single, and Spain lose their first wicket. It's 5 for 1. Nice catch as well, taken by Duda, lurking in the point region.
Something had to give there. Hartley, she's usually such a free-flowing run scorer and not used to facing up so many dots. Went for the big swipe across the line and wasn't able to connect. But yeah, it was a good catch. It's never easy at point when the ball's swirling through the air. There's a bit of a wind around as well, which is actually very nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
But yeah, Duda. And again, that's the kind of difference between maybe a Brazil and their fielding and the amount of exposure they've had to fielding compared to Switzerland. As soon as that ball went up in the air, Duda lined it up, got that stable base, got their hands held high, and you kind of never really thought she would drop it, as Naomi Hillman-Bermejo comes in at number 3.
It was one of those catches that came at quite a comfortable pace, so she could have just decided to catch it fingers up, or I suppose let it come down and catch it fingers pointing towards the wicket. But made a decision, did it very well. Brazil machine just clicking into gear, 5 for 1. That'll bring Naomi Hillman-Bermejo to the crease. And didn't she bat well yesterday in that epic partnership that saw them across the line against the hosts?
It was an excellent knock. She kind of been threatening it a touch on the first day, but never really found her straps. But it was a proper double click between her and her skipper, which saw them over the line when they were more than in a spot of bother yesterday against Switzerland. As we mentioned, they probably didn't cover themselves in too much glory, Spain, in terms of their fielding and their bowling, but they pulled it out of the fire in the run chase.
Naomi coming off 85 not out of 47 with 13 fours. But a new challenge, a new day. Spain just play once today, and then, of course, they will be a part of finals day tomorrow. You'd imagine they would be playing in the qualifier against Switzerland unless we get a big upset this afternoon. And then Brazil, if they keep going the way they're going, will be waiting for the winner of that in the first ever Swiss Quad Series final. Proactive footwork there, well, from the batter and the fielder, as Duda gets a boot on it. And it's hit so well, it will still go to the boundary. So I think Naomi is pretty conscious to not bat herself into a hole. She's in good form. Why shouldn't she be confident going into this innings? And she scores her first boundary of the contest.
Yeah, we've seen the last couple of days that you're rewarded for being positive here, hitting the ball hard, getting out of the crease. And Duda did well, actually, to move to her right to try and get something on it, but only manages to shin it over the boundary.
Deflected it out for a corner, to follow the football analogy. The breeze does pick up now. After breeze comes heat, though. I'll be out of here. I'll be at the airport watching on. Naomi keeps the next one out. Just haven't found a way. I mean, count up the dot balls, but they haven't found a way to even find a little gap for a 1 in the infield. It's been really tough going. Brazil are at a good depth. There's a certain intimidation factor in the field. Although this is another one that's going to get away from Duda. She's used both shoes in the over. I think a 2, but they've all got bullet arms, so be careful. Luckily for Chukapali, throw pulled the bowler away from the stump somewhat. It will be the end of the 4th over, and Spain are 11 for 1.
Bit more sign of intent there with Naomi coming in and getting 6 off her first 4 deliveries. It's over to Deepa now, who has probably seen Alexis Hartley depart and think she doesn't want to get too bogged down. Maybe that 4 in the final delivery of the previous over, giving her a bit of confidence. Looks like it will be Duda to continue. I'm sure she's happy to have the ball back in her hands rather than having it smashed at her shins.
I'm glad she chose cricket over football. But she's impressive, isn't she? Bowls with good rhythm. Gets it through. Doesn't really have a lot of front arm in her action. Front arm's a bit of a bystander. Probably fast bowling coaches might say she might be able to get a little bit more out of that.
I think in some strange way, it probably actually adds to the movement she gets because it falls away. So it's almost mystery swing coming out, just the top hand.
And again, it's not necessarily about blasting people out, isn't it? It's about making it repeatable, make it an action you can control. And obviously accuracy give me accuracy over pace any day of the week. Chukapali, now 4 off 11. Did hit a nice boundary, but 10 of the 11 balls she hasn't been able to score off. Working really hard on improving her game. Has a little peek to the leg side there. The eyes never lie. I think she's looking to maybe clip something away if it's on her pads. But she doesn't get the ball there. And this is caught. My initial reaction was it was squeezed into the ground.
Yeah.
But we'll see. The umpire is kind of motioning that he thinks it's a bump ball. We'll see how slow can we get this out. But I feel she hit it on the full.
I think so too.
As in it reached her on the full. Yeah, clear bump ball. Not even close in the end. But the Brazilians, in the true spirit of enthusiasm, went out for their very own crowd catch.
Yeah, a couple of them absolutely knew it was a bump ball. The wicketkeeper, it's Monique Machado, went absolutely tearing to the fielder to congratulate her. Maybe she was just impressed with the fielding.
On a good stop, yeah. Anyway, they do get through for a single, probably on the fact that it was thrown away. So Naomi Hillman-Bameko will get the strike. And the first ball that she faces goes down the leg side. Of course, left-hand, right-hand combination can cause headaches for bowlers, constantly having to readjust their line.
And that's why it's important for Deepa as well to not get too bogged down. She maybe doesn't have to obsess about the boundaries, but if you can just rotate the strike.
Earlier on in the day, when you were away, I was talking about Manan Bashir in Bulgaria and talking about some of the stories of European cricketers and the fact that many of them don't have too much coaching or experience in organised cricket when they come to Europe. Now, Manan Bashir, in his first ever ECS game, scored 100. After 9 overs, he was 100. In the 10th over, he started batting left-handed and started punching drives down the ground. And we said, well done, you're obviously very talented. Where have you played? He said, that's actually the first game I've ever played with a hard ball. Quite amazing.
Some people just have it, don't they?
Because we were talking about, technique and things that you should know as a cricketer. And there's such a diverse set of cricketers that come and play cricket in Europe. And some of them have basically no coaching at all. So you can't really blame them if they aren't really drilled in on the fundamentals. But they do bring a lot of passion. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Good to have you back with us. Tina is back, as you might have noticed. We might even have a little bit of Rhino because he is coaching the Swiss side, but they've got this game off. Knowing Rhino, though, he's probably at lunch right now.
He absolutely is. That's what he told me. Straight to my face. Oh, come on, commentary, but first, lunch.
That's a frustrating one, isn't it, for Chukapali, who hasn't had too much to work with. But she misses that ball on her pads. So another dot ball stacks up, and Spain now 14 for 1 after 5.
Again, Spain just not finding any answer to the bowling at the moment. Be interesting to see if Duda actually comes back for her final one. I would be inclined to do so if I was the Brazil skipper. Gone for just 8 runs so far. It always seems like when a swing bowler is in rhythm, there's no point keeping them back for one later in the piece.
No, the delicate, dark art of swing will have moved on. So, when they're in the zone, you've got to keep them on. Swing is something which scienticians for many years have tried to get to the bottom of. This idea of cloud cover, maybe that's true. Swing, reverse swing, when does it swing, which balls will swing, which won't. But the kind of uncertainty of it is kind of one of the beautiful things about cricket, isn't it? Some days it does, some days it doesn't. Some bowlers can, some bowlers can't. Boas, to say she had a good day yesterday would be doing a bit of an injustice to the magnitude of her performance. She comes on now with the ball in over number 6, last over the power play.
Yeah, not only was she unbelievably impressive with the bat. She decided she wasn't then done at halfway and picked up a 3-for as well. 121 she scored off 58 deliveries, including 17 fours and 5 sixes. It was a brutal display of hitting, wasn't it?
I called it violent, and I stand by that word.
It was definitely over 18s only, I think.
It was. Look away if you've got a squeamish stomach.
And then she picked up a 3-for in the second half of the innings as well. So she had a pretty outstanding all-round performance.
Chukapali does get that one away for a single. It's one of those situations where there's a bit of a case to not necessarily drop the field back straight away after the 6 overs. I think if you can restrict them to, 3 and over right now, I think as a batter, I'd be wanting you to put the field back and at least I can feel like I get something going.
Especially for someone like Naomi who likes to play the little drop and run. You almost want to force her to try and hit over the top, force her into a mistake, potentially hitting it up in the air.
You'd want to only put the field back when forced. You also know with this Spain lineup, you're basically going to have a much better time if you can get through the top 4. So to create that pressure, to create maybe the rash shot, to encourage them maybe to go over the top and make a mistake. This one squirts behind square for a single. That's Laura Agatha doing the fielding. She opened up yesterday and was unlucky not to get a half century. Was run out perilously close. Yeah, so I'm curious what they do at the end of this over. They do have the 2 outfielders back at the moment. Deep point, deep third. Encouraging an off-stump line. 6-3 field, actually. And it goes to the offside ring. Once again, Chukapali kind of happy to play it with soft hands, but it's one of those things for Spain, isn't it? At some point, they're going to have to take a few risks, otherwise their score's not going to cut it. Last ball, the power play. Does whip this one away, where the fielder has to make a little bit of ground to it, so they do get the single, and that will be the end of the 6 overs. And the score 18 for 1. So this is one time that they've probably talked about, okay, our field after the power play is probably going to be this to this bowler. But I think you got to have that feel for the game. Henry and I were talking about, feel before. I think this is, time to think in the moment and read the game and say we don't need to put any extra outfielders back. Let's see what they do, though, as Chukapali will take strike in the 7th.
Those are kind of the little tactical intricacies of the game as well, that you have it so drilled into you. Okay, end of power play, let's port 4 out.
See, they put the deep cover back. Why? They put the deep mid-wicket back. Why? Her biggest hit, apart from the boundary, was 7.5 metres. I just think it's a bit of a missed opportunity. Look, Brazil, the way they're going, anything they do will probably work. I don't think it's the best way to go. They have their open. I like the fact that mid-wicket's in tight, covers tight. No fine leg, though. So let's see if Chukapali maybe wants to take a bit of a chance and ramp.
Well, Cardoso is someone who targets the stumps. Just ask Lesotho in her 9 for 4. But I think you're almost doing her a disservice as well by putting out a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. You're saying, okay, well, we think you're maybe going to drag it short. We think that deep is going to get you away, rather than saying, bring in the square leg. Okay, fine, if you want one fielder out, okay. But force deeper into a shot in anger, which she hasn't done so far. And that probably would have been a dot had there been a conventional square leg in. As it is, the pressure is just completely released now off the Spain batters.
Ian Chappell used to say, if you're not sure what to do, think about what your opponent doesn't want and do that. And I know if basically I'm begging you to put us back, just get me out of the hot zone. That's what I'd be thinking right now. Parties, if you relieve, there's a few more spaces for ones there. Anyway, they know what they're doing. Cardoso knows what she's doing. Little dab away. Again, the field just going back a touch. The edge of the circle. Naomi picks up a single, moves to double figures.
I think this is a kind of lesson for Brazil as well. They're clearly on top of this game, but I think they can and should be turning the screw even more. You have to be ruthless, especially just like Switzerland want to take the next step in their international journey, I'm sure Brazil want to as well. And when you come across stronger teams, if you have these moments where you've got the momentum, you can't let it out of your grasp.
What is the next step for Brazil?
Well, they're 29th in the world.
You know,
top 20.
They wouldn't look out of place at the World Cup. I'll tell you that much. The Netherlands qualified for the World Cup. And, you know, I've worked with them a lot. I mean, that'd be a good game. Brazil and the Netherlands.
I imagine top 20 is very much in their sights. That's what they're aiming for, I'm sure, because it seems the next natural progression.
I mean, the Netherlands obviously much higher ranked, but they wouldn't look out of place against the Netherlands, Brazil. They're going from strength to strength. Name a country you'd like to see Brazil play that are above them on the rankings. I know you got the rankings there that they probably haven't played yet.
Yeah, I think Scotland, Ireland, they're always a bit of a mixed bag. I think they almost rotate between the two of them, which is the stronger in any given cycle. I think Brazil would certainly give them a bit of a run for their money.
In the air and dropped. Rare error from the Brazilians. Just needed to stay put there, but ran in. Didn't realise it was hit as well as it was. So Chukapali gets super lucky as it's actually the captain, Carol Nascimento, that grasses that one. And a lucky moment for La Roca, who continue chugging along to 21 for 1 after 7. Hey, Tina, it's been absolutely magnificent being here, but I do have a plane to catch, so I'm going to wish you all the best, and I'll leave it with you for the rest of the day. Big thank you to everyone, and who knows, you might see me in about 4 hours commentating from Hornchurch. Otherwise, you'll see me tomorrow there. And of course, I'll be keeping an eye on the proceedings. I'll leave you with Tina, Henry, Rhino, and potentially later on, Phil G.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and safe travels to you. I'm sure we'll be hearing you on the airwaves. If not today, then tomorrow. And it wouldn't be the first time that he's actually commentated in 2 countries in one day. So all being well with his flights, maybe he'll feature in that final game in Hornchurch, of course, with Rico later today, as Rico and Vinny will be reunited once more. It's been a while as well. I think it was April the last time we actually heard Vinny and Rico, the dream team, on air together. So Hornchurch, I'm sure, are in for a treat. Not too much a treat at the moment for Spain here. A bit more of trick from Brazil as they've really turned the screw. That's a lovely cover drive, which will be shinned away by Laura Cardoso for a single. So Chukapali maybe just ratcheting up a bit now, playing with a bit more confidence in her strokes. She's still only 10 off 22. But she's remained calm. She hasn't lost her head. It's so often the case, isn't it, when we see batters get bogged down that they then go for a rash shot. I suppose see Alexis Hartley, although it was more of a miscue than a rash shot. So Chukapali can at least be praised for sticking around here and making the most of her time at the crease and the opportunity to play against some professionals. That one's played away nicely by Naomi. The chase is on for the wicketkeeper, who absolutely guns it to the boundary, Machado, even though she was never really likely to get that one. And Vinny can't keep himself out of the action as he goes and collects that one from the bushes. It was nicely played there from Naomi, just rocked back on it. The one thing you can say about this AstroTurf pitch is that you can really trust the bounce. She made sure she got inside the line of that one. Lindsay Boas continuing into her second over here. We were talking about the field day she had yesterday. She bowled 4 overs for 26 runs, picking up 3 wickets, including a nice caught and bowled as well. So I'm sure Jersey, who of course will be leaving us today as well, will be sick of the sight of Lindsay. She's just making adjustments to her field now. I don't know if she's going for the bumper tactic, because she's put both fine leg and third out alongside deep mid wicket, and well, Cow's come in. Cow's gone back out. As Anna Clara Sabino there is getting her steps in. She did go for the bumper. So it was a transparent tactic there, and it will be the one for the over. And again, these are the kind of tactical insights and decisions that you'll see as you climb up the ability in women's cricket, maybe up the rankings as well. She went for the bumper, had the one for the over, and now she's immediately changed her field again. So fine leg and third come up. Cow has stayed out for the moment, and long on has been sent out. There's an edge there, surely, and the wicket does fall. Naomi Hillman Bermejo is not able to repeat her heroics of yesterday. Just a genuine edge on that one. So the tactic works for Lindsay Boas, and the Golden Girl picks up a wicket, her first of the day. This is a lovely grab behind the stumps there by Machado. Genuine nick on it, and she's quick, moving to her right. Naomi didn't even turn around to look at the finger of doom being raised. She knew her race was run. Spain do lose their second, 26 for 2. Still in the 8th over here, so time is not really the issue, but they're much behind where they should be. Worth taking another look at this one. Good hands there from Machado. Almost takes it behind her, because it does zip through off the surface and off the edge of the bat. And Bermejo has to go for 14 off 13. She was at least positive in her intent. Going at more than a runner ball, which I suppose when you're playing against a team with the strength of Brazil, if you can at least keep the scoreboard ticking over, then you keep yourselves in the game. Naomi has to depart, and she is replaced by the Spain skipper and her partner in crime yesterday in that brilliant partnership, Amy Brown Carrera, who we've seen a lot on the network over the last few years, and certainly Vinny has remarked at how much Amy has clearly worked on her batting. Huge strides she's made in the last couple of years. That one's flicked away into the leg side, but will be fielded by Nikki Montero at square leg. So she never really has set the world on fire with her batting in her T20I career so far. So before this tournament, she averaged just a shade below 10. Her high score of 31 not out in the 22 T20s she'd played so far. So she absolutely smashed that record yesterday. This one's up in the air, and Nikki Montero will be in hot pursuit. I think the ball will win, and it will be another one that just gets away from the fielders. So Amy Brown Carrera gets off the mark with a boundary, and probably just straying a touch too short there, especially with no protection out there on the leg side. It's the end of the over as well. So Boas does pick up the wicket, but gives away a couple of boundaries in her over. So 30 for 2 at the end of the 8th. And just going back to that game yesterday between Spain and Switzerland. Amy Brown Carrera finishing with her record T20I score of 73 not out of 43 deliveries. It was neck and neck the whole time between ABC and Naomi, as Vinny, with his suitcase almost as bright as his suits, maybe that's just his suit draped over the top of his suitcases, off to pastures new in Hornchurch. It's great to have been back on the air with him, if only for a couple of days. He's a man who can't be held down for too long. As I pass on the babysitting duties to Rico. Laura Cardoso coming back for her second over here. Genuine edge from Chukapali. She'll take them any which way. That will race away to the rope. And again, I would give Cardoso a bit more credit here and say, well, the lines and length she bowls, she's probably actually more likely to be edged for 4 through third than she is hit away through mid-wicket or through deep square leg. So if anything, Brazil possibly guilty of being a touch too defensive here. You've got a team 30 for 2 into the 9th over. And instead of really putting your foot on their throat, you're kind of just inviting them to take runs as they can. Maybe something for Brazil to reflect on. As we said, they probably want to take it to the next level. And Vinny did ask the question, who do we think Brazil could match themselves up against? Scotland, Ireland for sure. But looking at the rankings as well, Italy just a couple of places above them. I think that would be a great contest. Again, Italy, an up-and-coming team in Europe, maybe a kind of similar blueprint as well to Brazil in South America. Both really throwing everything behind cricket in the country. I think Brazil-Thailand would be a great game as well. I know Thailand made the headlines a couple of years ago, just with, of course, getting to the World Cup and the enthusiasm and passion with which they play the game. So I think that would be a great matchup, hopefully in years to come, and maybe even World Cups to come. We'll sort of see more of these kind of teams who might not otherwise play against each other. Call is for a single, and well, just a bit slow off the mark there was the skipper, Carolina. Maybe just misjudged how quickly that ball was coming to her, because had she attacked it, she probably could have at least troubled the two batters. They do manage to sneak through for a single. Continuation of the left-hand, right-hand combination then, of course, with Deepa Chukapali being the mainstay at the top of the order so far for Spain. She's 15 off 25. Time again it goes to Carolina, who's retreated to mid-wicket for the left-hander, and this time an easily taken single for Spain gets them to the end of the 9th over, 37 for 2. Martin Cook in the chat making a good point. He thinks Brazil need more exposure to grass wickets to get up the rankings and qualify for World Cups. They have a great setup and players. Yeah, agree with both of those points. The wickets in Brazil are all artificial. They sometimes play on matting, and they then in Poços have a permanent AstroTurf pitch. But certainly as they progress up the rankings, or I'm sure hope to progress up the rankings, exposure to grass wickets is going to be key. And it's almost a different game entirely. It's kind of what we was talking about yesterday as well, with the difference between maybe someone like Brazil and Jersey. And of course, Brazil very much got the better of Jersey in that game yesterday. But Brazil almost versed in street cricket and jungle cricket, so that they're used to these bobbly outfields. I'm sure they wouldn't have batted an eye at coming to this pitch here at Zurich, which, albeit beautiful, is not the smoothest of surfaces, as Nikki Montero comes in for her first bowl of the game. Brazil would just say, yeah, this is exactly what we're used to. And their fielding kind of reflects that as well, doesn't it? So they hustle around the field. They get their every single limb in front of or behind the ball to make sure it doesn't go past them. If you contrast that to Jersey, who are probably a bit more used to the lush green outfields of England, and of course Jersey, where you can trust the bounce a bit more, and it's not quite so lightning quick as well. Good run there taken by Spain. Amy Brown-Carrero just knocking it into that point region. So I suppose it's contrasting styles of cricket. It's not to say one style is better than the other, but Brazil certainly not worried about getting down and dirty here and putting in the hard yards. Spain are at least now finding ways of getting the scoreboard ticking over. In those opening 3 overs, so in 18 deliveries, they only had 2 scoring shots. Good hands there in the covers. They scored a single off the 3rd ball, and then they scored a 4, that one that Deepa hit through the covers on ball number 18, but otherwise they faced up 16 dot balls of the opening 18 deliveries, and that almost set the tone for the Spain batting innings so far. But they have now started to play with a bit more positive intent. Deepa Chukapali is now just trying to move that strike rate in the right direction. She's 18 off 30. Amy Brown-Carrero going a touch over a runner ball. So we get to the halfway stage then. And that will be misfielded again. I thought it was going to be a single, but a rare misfield there in the deep. Again, such a punishing outfield. Blink and you miss it. And I think it was a contrivance there between the skipper, Carolina Nascimento, and Laura Cardoso. Neither of them able to reel the ball in. So it means at the halfway stage, Spain given a bit of a freebie there. And it should be 3 more to the score. I think the scorers, as I did, thought that would have just been a single, such as the Brazil fielding been impressive, but it's 44 for 2 then at the halfway mark. Expected score then, well, double 44. And you have to imagine that against the power of the Brazil batting lineup, that will be probably about half where they should be. As we've spoken about, it was pretty much Lindsay Boas single-handedly who did the damage in the first innings against Jersey yesterday. But let's not forget that Laura Agata, she also got 49, one shy of her half century, having been agonizingly run out. Laura Cardoso, she finished 33 not out, and Ana Clara Sabino also contributed 14. So they've got an extremely potent batting lineup, do Brazil. Spain just haven't quite fired here, so Alexis Hartley came in at the top and was part of that partnership with Deepa Chukapali, just never really got going. Hartley out for 1 off 11 deliveries, caught on a miscue at backward point by Duda off the bowling of Lara Bittencourt. Deepa Chukapali, the youngster, who will, I'm sure, see with the ball in hand as well with her left arm orthodox. She's still there, unbeaten on 18 off 30. Naomi Hillman Bermejo, who was so impressive with the bat yesterday, departed for 14 off 13. And Amy Brown Carrera, currently unbeaten, 10 off 6. Good intent shown from her so far, hit 2 boundaries in the 6 deliveries she's faced. So that's the lay of the land at the halfway mark. But certainly Brazil showing why they're favourites, not only in this game, but in the tournament as a whole. As the skipper here, Carolina Nascimento, be bringing herself on. She'll only be the 6th bowler used here by Brazil. Well, just as I thought I'd seen the back of him, Vinny, who was running off into the distance with his yellow suitcase in tow. Rico was waiting to envelop him in his arms. He's back like a good smell. Hi, Vinny.
It's nice to be described as a good smell for once. Yeah, well, this straight in from British Airways, flight 8766 is delayed. So I could either wait in the airport, the air conditioning, or I could come back here in the elements. And you know what I've chosen. Happy to be back. Geez, that's close. Just turning around in time was Amy Brown Carrera. As went to the second half of this. Yeah, so it's nice to be back. It means I probably won't be doing match number 12 from Hornchurch, I'm guessing, the way things are going. But I'm pleased to be back. And actually, yeah, potentially gives us a chance to kind of use a few rotations in the commentary box.
This is an absolute luxury that
I'm more of a boomerang than a rotation. As Chukapali works this to the leg side for a single. We've got Carol Nascimento, the captain, coming on here in over number 11. So we're hoping to get Rhino, who's coaching the Swiss team in this tournament, but also one of our ECN personalities to join us. Rhino juggling about 78 things at once, but we can see him, so we might be able to get on to him and he can do some guest commentary. But Tina, of course, you know Rhino quite well, despite never meeting until this week. But this will be the first time you get to commentate with him if you do get the chance today.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to that. And I'm sure he'll have some interesting insights about the Swiss girls as well. And definitely how they've gone so far in this tournament. Of course, they'll be back later today in that, I suppose for them, a free hit against Brazil.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting to hear what's been discussed over there. Chukapali just open the shoulders here, picks out Duda down on the deep wicket boundary, just a single.
Yeah, I was just talking before you came back about the fact that Spain have at least started to play with a touch more intent. I mean, anything is going to be more intent than 16 dot balls out of 18, but they've not changed too much. It's just, again, a case of mindset, trying to hit the ball harder and hit the gaps, which I know is easier said than done. But even Deepa Chukapali, she could have lost her head and said, well, I'm not going anywhere here. I'll just swing and see what happens. But she's built a nice little innings now, 20 off 33.
Go from 0 to 100. But Amy Brown-Carrera, her offside play has really come along in the last 12 months. Good bit of fielding, though, to track that one down. They do get back for 2. That's the 50 up for Spain. It's been pretty heavy work for most of this innings.
We have to commend them for their stick-around ability. We have to commend that fielding effort as well. It was great work there on the boundary. I think that's about as good as we're going to get for the replay. But it looks like she was probably inside the rope the whole time there.
Camera can lie from that distance as well. So I think giving the fielder the benefit out there. End of the over. It's 50 for 2. This means that, who knows, maybe we might get some Vinny and Phil crossover time, because I believe Phil has arrived in the country.
Yeah, Phil G is on Swiss territory.
Yeah, currently running some errands. And he'll be here later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, we've suddenly gone from a single commentator
We've
to
got 6.
5, 6.
More. As this worked out to take the wicket smothered out there. Chukapali, at least, we talked about at the end of 6 overs. She had a few more sweepers to hit, didn't she? To at least kind of get out of the way. And I think it's no coincidence that's the time the innings have started to tick, when the field's gone back. Nikki Montero gets pulled away here. Partial stop at square leg. Well run by Team Spain. They get through for the single. Yeah, hello to all our Spanish viewers. Hey, hello to all of our Brazilian viewers again. I suppose now I get the chance to get back in the chat. And, Oyo was in the chat yesterday watching from Brazil. We had some fun facts.
Yeah, I think he's back in the chat as well. This one goes up in the air and it's dropped again on the rope there. It's been, I suppose, the one thing we can criticise Brazil of in this inning so far is it's been uncharacteristically a bit sloppy with the catching. That was Duda out there in the deep.
Don't she ever really get set here? She seemed to be on the move, whereas if she judged it better, she's probably there and she's stable at the point that the ball arrives. Nice bit of keeping down the leg side to block this one, but it will be called a wide. But yeah, showing they are human. They seemed like kind of humanoid field bots yesterday, didn't they? Some of the bionic arms flying in. Amy takes a step out of the crease and nails this one down the ground. What a fantastic shot that is. I suppose when you're trying to make the preemptive move forward, you're trying to make more lengths drivable. And that's a really good example. I think if she's back in her crease, that's very awkward to hit straight down the ground. But ABC does it as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. That one never caught on.
No. It's like Mambo number 5 all over again.
Oh, I knew you were going to go there. Now, follows up with a push. Just a single. Did you read this comment from Wayne that said I could commentate somebody dropping their shopping bags and make it sound like the greatest fielding effort in cricket history?
Yeah,
that was the AI. That's how they have described me. Martin Cook's got a good point. Brazil probably need more exposure to grass wickets to get up the rankings and qualify for World Cups.
Yeah, made that point when you were on your shortest trip ever to the airport.
Through the grass. I'm glad I checked before I got in the car.
Yeah.
Although Zurich Airport, one of the few things that's free is the air. And I believe that the 22 degrees would probably be the player's comfort level, or traveller's comfort level, commentator's comfort level. This is up in the air. Another opportunity, or is it? Duda goes back and grasses it again. Well, they say things happen in threes. That's 3 drop catches now for Team Brazil. Chukapali only opens the shoulders, takes on the outfield. Again, I think she kind of took a step or two in. Probably need to go more laterally there. Just a misjudgment as Chukapali gets dropped on 22. It will be the end of the 12th over. 61 for 2.
That's probably the harder of the two opportunities, as she had to go to her less favoured left side. It's always the case, isn't it? You drop one and the next one comes straight afterwards and she isn't able to hold on to either. So frustrating, I think, for Brazil, as they really had Spain exactly where they wanted them, and they've just let them off the hook a touch here. As Carolina, the skipper, continues. Full toss is missed out on there by ABC.
Yeah, confidence game, isn't it, fielding? We talked about it earlier. One thing I do like about this Brazil side, well, one of the things, is that when they have made a mistake, the rare occasions, they're very positive and they kind of get around the field and make a real effort to make them feel loved in a difficult moment, which is a really important aspect of a team sport, isn't it?
There's nothing worse than dropping a catch in the outfield and then wanting the world to swallow you up and then having to do it all again a couple of balls later. That one's knocked down to long off what should be a single. So a nice little partnership forming now between these two Spanish batters, having really steadied the ship after they were rocking at 30 for 2. In fact, it was 26 for 2 when Amy Brown Carrera came to the crease.
Your ship talk reminds me of a very famous commentary moment. And all the complaints came in after, Henry would tell us, the commentator that said that after a tough start, England were righting the ship. Was that you? Oh, it was Henry. He says, as this is going to perfectly split the Brazilian fielders. Well, he can't place it better than that. As good quick footwork again from Amy Brown Carrera. Steps out, makes that a very hittable full toss. Again, 10 points for effort. As one went under, one went over, and the ball crept past the rope for another Spanish boundary. Amy Brown Carrera continuing her good form from yesterday. She's 24, and she'll be 28 after this as she works it off the offside. Again, that's the shot she's really developed. It's made her so much more of a two-way player, multi-dimensional player. And she caressed that one with a little bit of impetus across the line for another boundary, back-to-backs to finish the 13th over. And Spain, 71 for 2.
Again, you have to tip your hat to Spain for just hanging around in this game. It almost looked like at the start that they'd be completely blown away by Brazil. But they've got themselves back into it. You'd still say whatever they score from here, the expected score up around 110, will not be enough. But they've at least given themselves a chance here to put something on the board that they can feel like they can defend. And I suppose the one thing you can say as well is that the Brazilian batting order was not exactly tested yesterday, with just the 5 batters having a go. And, well, Monique Machado, she came in for the final delivery and smashed that one for 6. So clearly there is potential up and down the order, but you just have to try and put them under pressure and see what happens.
Bittencourt coming back. He's been very tight. Did a good job early. Restricted the scoring to pick up a wicket as well. Pace off here. Chukapali still there on 25. Goes down and crouches. Works this round the corner. That'll run down the hill. Fielder puts in a good effort, but again, the ball wins the race. 4 carreras más. The fight back continues.
It's the third boundary in 4 deliveries. Chukapali has done excellently here. Remember, she's just 15 years of age, has not only been given the responsibility with the ball as almost the frontline spinner for Spain, but she's been put straight into the firing line at the top of the order. And she's standing up to the stiff opposition here. As that one's been caressed away into the covers, but it will be stopped there in the deep by Ana Clara. They get through for 1.
Yeah, nice work on the boundary to get across to that and actually kind of established the position on the line to allow to stabilise and judge that ball as it was coming across the turf. I'm just thinking sweep here at all. No fine leg. They put the deep backward square leg now. I suppose you don't really need to manipulate too much because even with kind of ring of 4 in the infield on the offside, well, now it's 3, but there's still gaps between them. And you'd be confident that if you hit one of those gaps, you're going to get a boundary. They do put the 45 in. Fraction short. That's placed well as well. Pretty much dead square. ABC into the 30s. Continuing to impress with the bat.
Well, I don't want to labour the point, but it's exactly what we spoke about, Vinny, before you left for the first time, about how Brazil were so on top, and as soon as the power play ended, they just sent all the four fielders out. And that was kind of what gave the impetus to the Spanish batting innings, because they thought, okay, there's now gaps. We can remember that we were able to bat, and from then on, they haven't really looked back. So Brazil, I feel like they've just shot themselves in the foot a touch by releasing any pressure that they'd built up in those opening 6 overs.
They're giving them it's almost like they've fallen out of the boat and they've thrown them a bit of a lifeline, haven't they? Not the hose in the mouth tactics I was talking about yesterday. But anyway, that'll take us to the end of the over. A reasonable one for Spain, into the 14th, 81 for 2.
So maybe they're looking at 120 from here. Would certainly be a strong finish. Certainly under par as well, but it gives them something to fight towards. Mariana Arto will come on now with her left arm orthodox. So they continue to roll the dice here, Brazil. Again, it's a promising sign as a batting side when you see that the bowling team are rotating through their bowlers. It suggests that they're not quite sure on their plans. They don't know how the next wicket is coming. But Brazil will be hoping it comes from the left hand of Arto.
Yeah, good bowler. Left arm around, left arm orthodox. Knocked into the offside. This one will be fielded. It's a bit risky as well. No one back square on the offside. You'd be encouraged as a batter. If you can get through the gap, you're going to get a reasonably easy boundary. Field changes now for the left-hander.
They've persisted with 4 out as well. Long on, long off, which is not somewhere I've seen Deepa hit the ball as yet, but this time she goes towards cow corner, and Lindsay vs Boas will do the fielding. But again, just more signs of intent from the youngster, who's got those long levers as well. 15 years old, but already quite tall. She uses those arms to just lift that one away into the leg side. It's just got a little flat in the field here from Brazil. They need something to reignite this fielding innings.
I tell you another thing, which is a little bit of a subtle point, but I kind of picked this up playing on big grounds in Australia when the field goes back. It's hard to get a kind of team vibe going because you're so far apart.
Yeah.
You know, when they were all up in the circle in the power play, it was almost like they had an invisible force field that they were creating. There was an intimidation factor. But now they're so spread. This is well struck, but it might have found the fielder, and it does. Well caught there as Laura Agatha will take the catch. Like the way she took that as well. Got down, got low to the ball. Chukapali tries to loft, but can't beat the long on. She's out for 31. Arta does get the breakthrough, and it's 84 for 3.
Finally, a catch that goes to hands and stays in Agatha's mitts. It's a nice catch low down. She's someone who's very calm underneath the high ball. Never looked like dropping that one. And finally, they do pick up the 3rd wicket as a very promising partnership comes to an end. Deepa Chukapali, 31 off 42, including 3 boundaries. And the partnership between the two went well beyond 50, ended up being worth 58, which has been a bit of a innings salvaging duo for Spain. As Kat Frost comes in at number 5 to join Amy Brown Carrera, the skipper out there in the middle, who's unbeaten on 35 off 22. It's been an excellent innings so far from her, showing real signs of intent and scoring boundaries, but equally not chewing up too many dot balls.
We've had a bit of a wipeout here in the tent as our fan's blown off, and the irony isn't lost on me either. The fan is blown over.
It's also sputtering to a halt. Oh dear.
Kat Frost probably wouldn't survive the heat today, but Kat Frost, the human, is out there, and she's batting number 5, so a vote of confidence in her batting. Obviously wasn't needed yesterday. It was the 3 and 4 did the job for Spain. She watches the leg side, down the leg side first up.
She just needs to match Amy Brown Carrera here for intent and look to use the gaps that Brazil have so generously created for them in the field.
fraction short. She's happy to play it with a straight bat, runs it off the face. This could be trouble if they'd gone for two. Very slow, kind of on the turn there, Frost. It was almost like she was trying to talk herself out of the second. In the end, she won the argument. Archer impresses me a lot. She's tantalising, isn't she, what she delivers, but she's ready. Picked up a wicket off a lofted stroke. This one probably a little bit short for her liking. They will go for two, but again, very good throw, except for the fact it bounced in front of the keeper on the edge of the pitch. That's why you wear a helmet keeping, I think, regardless on these artificial pitches. But again, some of these throwing arms are very impressive. But that will be the end of the over. 15 overs up, and it's 88 for 3.
That ball absolutely darted off the pitch. Luckily, not going on face. We've had a few injuries so far this tournament. Luckily, as well, nothing serious, but bumps and bruises.
I'm not kidding, but when, in the odd occasion I have played lately, I'm in the habit of wearing the helmet even if I'm back on these artificial pitches.
Yeah.
Because I just think especially there's a lot of throws that are going to come in over the 10 or 20 overs, whatever you're playing. And I think even if it's once in a blue moon, it might save you. But it's just the confidence I have to then get square on with the ball as a keeper to receive it, rather than already be thinking, well, there's a chance I might need to duck my head out the way very quickly here. It's good to see modern keepers wearing the helmets. It's a fairly recent thing. I remember it was in the 90s. Ian Healy first used one when he was keeping up to Terry Alderman in One Day International. That's when I first saw it. But even then, for a while, they wouldn't wear helmets to the spinners, which is a bit crazy when you think about how many deflections and unexpected things can happen. This one, I think, does beat the fielder and kiss the rope as Frost will pick up her first boundary. Nice bit of ball striking here, just kind of stays leg side, turns on it. And this fast outfield doing the rest. So, and of course, it's been said a million times, the fact that cricket playing men came up with the box, the personal protector, 100 years before they came up with the helmet. Getting their priority in order.
I think that's fair enough. I mean, generally, the lower down you go on the body, the more likely you are to be hit. But certainly that one's going to flash away for 4 runs again. Nice sign of intent there from Cat Frost as she goes back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, nice shot. I suppose you want to come out and you want to be thinking busy. You don't want to be thinking survival. You don't want to be thinking just about batting out time. Still is a T20. And if you have to go low down the order to get the runs, and you do, you've got to trust your other teammates that if you do get out, that they will be able to do a job as well. I've liked the attitude of Frost so far, coming out and, as Tina said, trying to match the energy of ABC. Again, drive with intent. We'll test out the long off. Well handled down there. Boss into her third over. And you can see her on the right of screen there with her century yesterday, 121 or 57. Actually had 2 centuries yesterday. Arjun Saud in the European Cricket Series in England in the T10 competition as well. But it's nice to see Lindsay, our first ever South American, to be on that list. Well, this is close. If this ball had hit the stumps, which I think it did, and I thought it was very tight, the way the stumps fell makes me think it was a direct hit. The bowler was very close to the stump, so that had me suspicious about whether it was the ball that hit or not. Umpire says not out. It's very hard to see because with our camera, the bowler there, Boas, is kind of in the way, so we can't see. Was she trying to get the ball in front of the stumps and bring it onto the stumps? Did her hands hit the stumps at any point? It's very tough to tell. Pulled away from Cat Frost, who's looked right at home there so far. She's the only Spain batter to kind of really get the jump. And look, you can see she's 11 off 5. Probably worth a thought up the order as well. Well, we've been thrilled to have some legends in the commentary box with us to assist with the commentary during this week. And we're about to bring in another one. I know that all of our ECN viewers love to hear behind the microphone. Up in the block hole, go on contact, they'll get the run. ABC retains the strike, moves to 39. Frost is 11. Spain have brought up the 100 during that over there, 101 for 3. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, and welcoming in to the commentary box at the ECG for the first time, ECN commentator, ECS winner with his club Cossin ACC, and current Swiss national women's team coach, none other than Andrew Rhino Ryan. Rhino, welcome back.
It's been a big week or so in
Hasn't
the
it?
cricketing life of Andrew Ryan. Maximo, thank you for the introduction. Appreciate tough gig coming in after Tina Goff. The delicate tonsils and fabulous insight.
Yeah, the DTs.
It's like coming in at the tail end of an innings and just after your century maker has plundered the bowling
We've
all around.
also been away by Henry Blofeld as well.
That is true. That is
And,
true.
I know that we were having a bit of a chat with Henry last night.
He's a promising young commentator, isn't he?
He's definitely worth it. Give him a rookie contract, as they say in the classics. Cardoso ready to take over. Look, you are here, I suppose, because we love having you on, but also I'd love to get your thoughts. We haven't had too much chance to debrief about your experience so far with the Swiss team. Cardoso gets lifted up over the leg side. That'll be in the gap, and that'll be 4. Amy Brown-Carrera really looking impressive all around the wicket. Steps, hits, finds the power on the front foot and gets 4 runs.
Really like Brown Carrera. Maximo's got a good collection of shots all around the ground. Very hard batter to tie down because she's not relying on just 1 or 2 strokes to find the boundary.
I should also mention, by the way, I should have opened with this because we haven't chatted. I'm only still here because my plane's been delayed.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I was wondering why you were still in the
I was
seat.
meant to go at the start of the first game. Actually walked to the car park, checked it, and walked back. So I've got probably another hour or so. Tell us about the experience this week. Obviously, you're fairly new in the job of the head coach of the Swiss national team, but how's it been so far?
Well, might not have it much longer if we continue at our 0-3 record. But no, in all seriousness, I think our Swiss team always knew this was going to be a step up from the teams. Not that just we have played, but also the nature of the teams that we're playing here in terms of power and attackers. Speaking of power, just drilled out to the fielder at the wide cover, shot at the stumps. No one racing in there, and she managed to scoot through for just a single.
That was a great piece of fielding, so clean. Probably had an extra moment to steady herself there. Batter was a good 4 or 5 steps out. It was a half chance of a run out.
Lovely stroke. Oh, it has penetrated that small gap. The touch of Frost. That's a magnificent strike.
Yeah.
And the Spanish go up to 111. They're fighting heartily here, Maximo. The Brazil attack's been hard to get on top of.
Was
but
it a couple of things? We kind of weren't sure that Brazil would put back the 4 outfielders after the power play, and that's kind of given Spain a little bit of breathing space.
Yep.
I think there's a little bit of claustrophobia about the power play. They were really struggling, but now the runs have started to flow, and it was a tiny gap that in the end was enough. So, tell us more about the week and how the feeling is in the camp and kind of what the communication has been throughout the week.
Well, it's a wonderful segue to what I was just going to mention, as since you mentioned about the fielders in the interior. I think one of the big discoveries for the team this week has been that the best form of control is attack. And with the batters and the fast outfield here, it's all about wickets. It's struck very nicely to the offside. Fielder coming round, and she won't get the leg out to stop it. So Frost continues on her merry way. She's striking it cleanly, and they're giving her space with her arms to hit over that offside where she looks very comfortable.
Yeah, and Agatha just couldn't really get down, spent all her pennies getting that close to the ball, couldn't get the dive in. And Frost, she's really looked like she's come a long way as well. Another one of the young guns of this Spanish lineup.
It's 115 for 3. Last ball of the 17th. Full ball. Struck nicely down the ground. A little bit of work for the outfielders, but safely done by Maria Silva. That's the end of the 17th, where Spain will end up on a 116. So they've got a platform to raise this up towards the 150 mark. And with the power in the Brazil batting lineup, they can use every run they can get, Maximo.
Yeah, you said it. Hey, I'm going to throw it open to the chat as well. We've got Andrew Ryan here, the Swiss national coach. And, throw your questions in. But yeah, my main question is kind of, how do you gauge the week? I mean, it's tough because you're kind of competing against yourselves in a way. I think it's a real challenge, like you said. Let's start with the positives. Tell me, a couple of positives that you think have transpired over the first couple of days.
Give me an hour, Maximo. I think the realisation that on good quality fields, that scoring in the rate of 6 to 8 and over is well within the grasp of the team. Even today, when we lost a succession of wickets, we ended up getting to 140. Spittencourt comes in to slow down the pace a touch.
Oh, well, that should have been out. Amy Brown-Carrera just had a brain snap there and took off, and the ball went straight back to the bowler. And inexplicably,
she's backing up a long way. She's susceptible to that.
Kind of got to back up and prop and then be ready to go back or forward, but she just kind of put it in the wrong gear that time. Was very lucky to survive.
Fumbled by the keeper, but no run. So coming back to that point from this morning, we scored not far off 140 in our first game against Jersey on Monday morning, and we're really happy about that. Today we scored 140, even though we were 2 for 2 and we lost 8 wickets. So there's a psychological effect that's best illustrated by the 4-minute mile, Maximo, which I will tell you about. That
I love this.
4-minute mile was such a barrier for such a long time.
Impossible.
And then,
can't be done.
Can't be done. Humans can't do it. And then the year that it was done, I think in the next 12 months, there was 6 or 7 people who ran it. So essentially, once you're shown that something is possible, the brain is no longer considering that to be a barrier. And I use that point loosely in relation to our batting, that now we look at it and think, okay, well, that was a bit of a scratchy innings probably with the bat, and yet we hit 140 against a fairly decent team.
Got it done. I mean, another day it's a competitive total, and I think you're exactly right there.
But in terms of the positives, the bowling attack has improved immeasurably. I thought this morning was actually our best performance in terms of consistency, bowling a much better length, getting the ball full, giving it the chance to swing, as opposed to day one on Jersey, where we were too short, gave too many easy boundaries to their batters. And to the credit to Jersey, particularly Grace Weatherall, who's been an absolute gun of this tournament. Ball goes flying behind the keeper. Will be the end of the over. Right. Throw comes in. Oh, batter was really struggling to get back there. Frost was clearly just cruising for the second.
Well, to be honest, I think that Monica behind the stumps was kind of see no evil, hear no evil, has a bit of a look, has another look, but then this is where she just needed to flick it. I feel like there's no reason not to. Maybe didn't realise that the batter was struggling. But it will be the end of the 18th over, 120 for 3. Hey, can I throw a question at you from the chat? And this comes from Uyo, watching from Brazil. Saying, Rhino, how difficult is it to find women for the national team? Here in Brazil, we aren't completely short, but definitely not a big pool of ready players.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. Thank you for the incisive thoughts. So it's certainly not necessarily easy for us. We have a domestic structure that has 5 teams within Switzerland, looking to hopefully beef that up to 7 or maybe even 8 for next season. But when you look at that, it's a relatively small pool of players. We have 1 player outside of that who's largely been raised in the UK, and ball goes down the leg side for a wide, who's been part of our team for the last basically all of this year. Vani Danuka, who's been good form with the bat and ball, but it's a small pool, and so we really have to work hard at maximising the group that we've got. There's some excellent youngsters coming through now, but they're still probably a couple of years away from senior national team representation. So it's maximising what we've got.
Duda comes in, chopped into the ground, and Amy Brown-Carrera will have to remain on 45. Hey, catches. Don't take catches against top order batters. You're probably going to get hurt, and it has cost you a few times in the series. It must be challenging when there's so much match play and maybe not so much training to develop the right techniques for catching. What do you think can be done to try and improve your team in that area?
That's a good question. Brown Carrera on strike, swings it sweetly over to the leg side. And that's a 6, and that brings up Oida Maximo, her half century. She's in a killer vein of form at the moment, and that is a sweet way to bring up the milestone.
Isn't it? As she whacks it towards her team tent. And the 51 that she has scored has come off 30 balls. Great counterpunch. She's been industrious since she's been there. And, yeah, she's developed an offside play, but she still has that kind of natural ability to turn on the ball, to let that bottom hand take over. And that was a brilliant strike over deep mid-wicket. Duda with a comeback.
It's a good ball, pins her on the back foot, but she punches for a single. Brown Carrera, just really impressive all-round player. She's now up to 52 off 31.
Back-to-back
so the strike rate has been excellent. No, she was
hurt you
thorn in
yesterday
our
as
side
well.
yesterday.
She was.
Couple of early wickets, but couldn't get down to the middle order. And as you say, Maximo, in fact, yesterday, both her and Naomi played a relatively chanceless innings.
That's true.
It's gone down the leg side, keeper fumbles, disappointing for the Brazilians. Sliding stop does well to keep it in, and she slaps it in a couple of different directions.
Yeah.
Stop it going for the four, but relatively chanceless knock, whereas actually the catching really did let us down this morning. I said to the team, had we taken those chances, or at least most of them, we were probably looking at a 150, 160 score, which on this ground, very, very gettable. But do you think it's an interesting experience for certainly in Switzerland, and I suspect some of these other players, playing on a ground that has such a super quick outfield, and there's probably a pervasive view within Switzerland that the girls aren't scoring at rapid rates, and there's such an eye-opening opportunity here in being able to see that they are capable of scoring at high rates. And playing here in Switzerland in club cricket, a lot of the time you're on grounds that are on football fields. There's high friction. There's soft grass.
Long grass, yeah.
Whereas here, punch the ball through the infield and it's 4.
It rewards you for good strokes. So that's probably one of the frustrations, especially at the entry level of the game when players are just picking it up. Oh, that one sneaks between the batter and the stumps. Into the 19th over here. So you'll be taught certain technical shots, and normally people get taught to drive and try and play with a straight bat, but then they're never going to hit a 4 that way. And so they end up getting tempted into kind of more agricultural strokes. But you're right, here, I think it's also been really exciting for spectators because we've had a lot of 4s, we've had 6s, we've had good bowling, we've had wickets, we've had catches, outfield catches, infield catches, keeper catches. So I just think it's the kind of spectacle that would make more girls want to get in on the fun and play cricket.
Sensational point, Maximo. I think anyone who's tuned in or had quite healthy attendances throughout the tournament as well would have been not just super impressed. You don't want to always talk about just being impressed with the level of cricket. You know, it was great. It's been tremendous entertainment the last 2.5 days.
That's whipped away again. One hopper out to deep mid wicket. As ABC will retain the strike, moves to 53, and with 1 over remaining, it's 134 for 3. Lily is watching from New Zealand. Lily Panda.
Lovely to hear.
Isn't it always great to have the panda in the chat? And asking you, Rhino, in coaching at this level, how much emphasis is put on fielding?
Certainly, we try to. I mean, when we only get the girls together for a certain amount of days, and obviously, well, not obviously, but we've been on tour. This will be if we count this as a tour, third tour in the space of about a month or thereabouts. And so the opportunity for getting them together for a weekend or anything in between that is pretty limited.
Yeah.
And when we have earlier in the season, we do mix it up between obviously fielding and then working on specialist areas with the batters and the bowlers. Those key skills obviously tend to take up a lot of time, but I think there's also a big difference between fielding training and awareness in the field
live
during
bullets.
games. Yeah, speaking of bullets,
live ammo versus simulator.
Very true, very true. And I'll use a couple of examples from today of players who are generally good under the high ball from our team, but not taking a quick enough first and second step to just recognise the landing point or getting themselves into a good position early costs them from taking catches. And that stuff's not easy to simulate in training. That's a good catch, though. Frost nails it square, but it's well taken. And I think that's Duda out there just forward of point. And the fourth wicket goes down with a score on 135.
Fair enough from Frost. I mean, she takes on, doesn't try to keep it down. If she can get it around Duda, then she's got a boundary. But yeah, it's just the confidence. And I think Henry put it well before, saying that, you know, look at this Brazilian side, that they all want the ball to be hit to them every ball if they could choose. Whereas there's some of the less confident fielding side, it seems like everyone's a bit scared the ball might be hit to them. It is a confidence game. I think I've debated this myself this week as well about how to get teams feeling more confident catching. And the obvious thing is practice. But, you know, if you go straight into kind of hitting game-like catches, that can impact their confidence if they're not catching correctly. Probably for me, it's starting with slightly softer balls and nailing that technique down, and then probably progressing to the hard balls, so that when it comes down to the game, they are more confident that they can catch it, but catch it correctly. New batter comes out. It's Rambo. I know you love the nickname Rambo Usma Saeed, who, by the way, has been playing cricket in England lately as well. So it's really nice that she is given that opportunity. Only 4 balls to go, though.
It's a nifty shot. First ball, flick backward of square, races along to the boundary. Spain, I'd love to get it up much closer to 150 with a couple of boundaries here late. That's an excellent shot from a lady fresh at the crease.
Yeah, excellent shot. Again, no need for an expansive swing. You know, solid contact. Let the field do the rest. Now, Rhino, I know you're in demand and you're a very busy man, but do you think you could stick around do a bit with Tina at the start of the second innings?
It would be my absolute pleasure.
Leave me in charge of the team. I'll get you a win if my flight gets delayed.
What would the Maximo warm-up look like?
A lot of music.
Tunes-based, vibes-based warm-up.
Vibes-based. A lot of high fives. A lot of, you know, positive interactions.
You'd get a team up and going, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but then, I don't know, I feel like I'd get them up and going and then they'd all just disperse and all that energy would kind of fade into the
dissipate
ether.
very quickly.
Depending. Anyway, geez, they've done well to make 140 here. They were going nowhere fast through the first couple of overs. Just one off the first 2 overs. As Amy Brown-Carrera might be gone. That doesn't carry. Fades on the fielder there. They'll get 1. So it was what? We'll get 1 more chance to add to the score. But I'm going to say big thanks. I don't know if I'll be back now. I'm just keeping an eye on my flight. But I'd be thrilled if you and Tina could call a few overs together. 2 of my very, very good friends and favourite people in the world. And obviously, I love commentating with you both. It should be good. Last ball, though. Seatbelts on. Uswa gives it a crack. Might as well go for 2 here. Slight fumble. They should make it fairly easily. But they might not, because that's a brilliant throw. And once again, Brazil just showing that confidence, despite the fielder fumbling, to whistle it back to the keeper, to the bowler, stay on the full.
That's it, Maximo, isn't it? The confidence is one thing. The ability to hit the bowler with this throw on the full, there's no chance of a bad bounce. The ball rockets in. Terrific bit of fielding to finish off what's been a pretty tidy effort from Brazil with the ball and in the field.
Yeah, 142 for 5 is how it's going to finish. Cardoso finishing with figures of 1 for 33. Looking at that scorecard, well, Amy Brown-Carrera, she's run out off the last ball for 55, but played a really nice innings once again. She's kind of getting the rewards for the effort put in. Before we go, I was going to talk about, I suppose, the onus on individuals to not wait for team training sessions to train, and whether that be skills-based fitness training or whatever. And I think Amy's someone that has gone kind of over and above in the last 12 months, and she's getting those rewards. And so probably goes for fielding as well, and just kind of being comfortable in those spaces. I'll let you give your thoughts on that, but I will also mention that Deepa Chukapali opened up and ended up on 31 as the young Cat Frost did a good job as well with 24 in the innings. Bowling-wise, we saw wickets to Lara Lindsay, Laura Cardoso, and Marianne Arthur during that innings. But yeah, to what extent, just before we have to head off to the halftime break, is there kind of an onus on individuals to work on their game by themselves?
Yeah, very much so. I think when it comes to those individual interactions, probably a lot more about taking care of their own personal fitness, and we have various mechanisms to try to keep each other honest when it comes to that. Obviously, the teams within Switzerland will train individually within their groups as well. I think probably what we're lacking a bit at the moment is just a volume of domestic games to just get that match play experience up. But nonetheless, and we'll talk about, I'm sure, more in the second innings, hugely positive experience for all of the Switzerland girls here this week. And, you know, we look at these tournaments as investments in their future that today is important in terms of the result, but not as important as getting us on the pathway to some bigger and better things in the next 6, 12, 24 months.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Andrew, I'll let you stay and you can continue this conversation with Tina. Vidi Sando here, Mr. Maximo, just repeating Spain 142 for 5 off their 20 overs. So Brazil requiring 143 to win. You would think they're odds on, but I suppose we never saw them really put under too much pressure with wickets going down yesterday. And Boas Lois scored a magnificent 100. She might have been out a couple of times in the first over. So anything can happen and probably will. This is T20 Cricket, the Quad Series on ECN. And we'll be back with more action after the break.
Welcome back to sunny Switzerland, where the chase is on here for Brazil in pursuit of Spain's first innings score of 142 for 5. It was really a tale of two innings for Spain. That one's crunched away. And it's going to be a 6 to start the innings. It's a dream start for Lindsay Boas, who has taken no time at all to pick up exactly where she left off yesterday. Make that 127 runs for the tournament for her. 121 she scored yesterday. And she dispatches Naomi first up for a Maximo. Didn't even have time to talk about the first innings as the carnage has been unleashed here by Brazil, which is exactly what we were treated to yesterday. I know Blowers in particular was enormously impressed with the speed of the striking, but there's a chance here, and it just goes over the head of the fielder lurking there on the 45. It was a difficult opportunity for Maria Zamorano. Wasn't able to get anywhere near it in the end, but an early let-off. It's all action here already at Embrach Cricket Ground. So Spain in the first innings, they only scored 5 runs in the opening 18 deliveries. They really got bogged down, the openers, Alexis Hartley and Deepa Chukapali. But it was the latter who rallied and managed to finish on 31 off 42. And then the supremely impressive skipper of Spain, Amy Brown Carrera, top scored with 55 off 34 before she was ran out. She was ably supported in the latter stages of the innings by Kat Frost, who finished 24 off 17. So after a very sluggish start, Spain were able to rally to a score which you certainly feel is still under par against this fearsome Brazilian batting lineup, but it gives them something to defend as Agatha out there with Lindsay will face up the first delivery and just respects that one as Naomi Hillman Bermejo opens the bowling here with a bit of mystery spin. So certainly you'd say at the halfway mark, Brazil very much in the box seat. But let's not forget, it's only the second game in the tournament for them. And their middle order in particular has not yet been tested because of the strength of the top order yesterday. So if Spain can get a couple of early wickets, then they might feel like they're in with a sniff, but that's a good scrambled single there. Pretty much running on contact there, Agatha, to get herself off the mark and off strike. And it's hard to overstate just how brutal the hitting was from Lindsay Boas yesterday. 17 fours. That one's going to be edged away. Not one of the better boundaries she scored in this tournament so far, but they all count. As that one races away to finish the first over. And already 2 boundaries in the book, 14 runs coming off it. Lindsay Boas then yesterday, 121, 17 boundaries in 4s and 5 sixes on her way to a record score for her. So Brazil here starting brightly. And well, Vinny, we think, has now left. It's very much a stake in the heart situation. You're not quite sure unless you finish him off. But he's disappeared for now, and I'm delighted to welcome Andrew Ryan into the commentary box. For the first time, we are opening up a burgeoning new relationship, and it's great to have you in here. You're enjoying the semi-air-conditioned office here we have and enjoying some brutal hitting from Brazil.
Tina, you say that as you've just taken the spot slightly closer to our desk fan. But lovely to be as an opening combination with you. Thank you for the introduction to the box, and get the feeling that first over showed you where the sliver of chance that Spain has here is, that I don't suspect this Brazilian team is going to gently work their way towards this total. A couple of balls flying in the air as a potential catch for Maria Zamorano down there at backward square, but they have to take those chances and take them early.
It'll be Uswa Saeed. So spin from both ends for Spain as that one's worked away and the chase is on, and this time again the ball will win, which has been the story of the week so far, despite the despairing dive of Zamorano. Just loses her line, and it's nothing more than what I would call that a tickle, and it still races away. It's so quick out here, isn't it?
It's an incredibly effective tickle. Summed it up correctly. Tina, leg spinner, Saeed, who does bowl a lot of ones going the other way, just slightly off her line, but delightfully played by Agatha.
Yeah, at what point do you not call her a leg spinner anymore if it's pure googly? That one's cut away and half stopped there by the boot of Olivia Guillem-Lopez. Yeah.
Do you think we should have a different categorization for someone who is effectively a googly specialist bowler? I mean,
well,
effectively her wrong'un would be the one that goes the traditional leg spin route if she could if she could pull that out.
It's almost like we're going into the morality of spin bowling. What truly is a leg spin bowler? If they have a leg spin action but never bowl one that goes the wrong way, then are you even a leg spinner? Google Meister has been mooted in the commentary box here by Ali, and that's again a puff of dust, and the knees are almost left behind the fielder there, as it's another dive put in by Naomi, who's been in the action so far and almost plays in the sandpit as that ball goes over the top of her, and another boundary added to the collection.
I did think you were supposed to dive into first on a baseball field, but Naomi's done a pretty good job of it there. Great desperation, unfortunately, can't cut off the boundary. So none for 9. She hasn't bowled a bad over here whatsoever.
This Lindsay again just continuing where she left off, and this one has been absolutely launched. I think it's going to go all the way. It's absolutely similar area to the previous delivery, but this one is all aerial. Lindsay is looking at an absolute hot streak, picking up from her century yesterday, and well, you wouldn't put it against her scoring a century today. The only thing that's in her way is the fact that they only need another 114 runs.
Oh, she's already on 23. She can farm the strike for the majority of this innings. Who knows what could happen? But she's a sweet, sweet timer of a cricket ball. Great entertainer.
Time she goes offside and slaps it through, and it's actually quite a generous bounce there into the hands of Cat Frost. Otherwise, it might have just scuttled beyond her.
One thing I do really like about watching this Brazilian batting lineup, Tina, is when they can free the arms, balls off the stumps in particular, they try to hammer it. And the lack of space, or the maximum of space you can create in the field as the ball is popped up with another one of those hearty swings, and Agatha goes down first wicket. Saeed gets pretty good reward for what's been a nice opening over here, and the Brazilians have lost their first with 30 on the board.
She didn't blink there, did she? Oswert? She got hit for a few in the innings so far and decided, I'm just going to keep on keeping on. Gets her rewards as that one pops up. And well, you talked about chances earlier, Rhino, and I think that's exactly what Spain have to do. They won't get too many from Brazil, but when they come their way, they have to take the most of them, because otherwise I think this is going to be a game that's over sooner rather than later. But first wicket on the board, 30 for 1. It's the end of the second as well, so Oswert gets reward for plugging away, goes for 16 runs, but gets the last laugh against Agatha, as that is all she wrote.
It's nice to be an expert after the event, but I did quite like the captaincy decision of having Saeed come on and bowl that second over. It's a little bit more loop than Naomi, who opened the bowling for the Spanish. And obviously they've got a very spin-heavy attack, the Spaniards, and so it's not surprising to see two spinners in the opening overs, but it was a nice choice to give Saeed the ball on that occasion.
I think it's maybe something they recognised in the Brazilian batters as well, is that they quite like pace on, because if they're going to go hard after the ball and swing for the rafters, and actually any pace on is just flying away. And we've seen it a lot in the last couple of days, and it's been, I think, frustrating for seam bowlers that we've not had anyone who's really bowled bad lines or bad lengths consistently, but they've just been hit away because anything that goes past the inner ring has gone for 4. So there's zero room for error for the seamers, whereas the spinners, as we just saw with Uswat, if there's a miscue, it's more likely to go straight up in the air rather than fly to the rope. As Naomi continues, and while she gets the wicket, and that's the wicket they are after as well, Lindsay Boas just tried to tap that one into the offside, only manages to knock it into the ground, and devastatingly for her, she knocks it into herself and it just rolls onto the stumps. It's an unfortunate dismissal, but Spain won't care one jot as they pick up their second in 2 deliveries.
A little bit of fortune with the inside edge and the deflection onto the stumps, but it was a nice piece of bowling from Naomi. Really pushed it through the air quickly, got it on an awkward length. Boas in 2 minds, and that's a huge, huge scalp. Tina, we did mention early that wickets were the key and that Brazil wasn't going to hold back in taking this chase. And just a slight door ajar here for our Spanish friends.
Absolutely, and you can see by the celebrations as well that they feel like they've got a sniff here. They've got the early wickets. It's what we were saying. They need to get into that as yet untested middle order. It was really unlucky, wasn't it? It was like a tragedy in slow motion for Lindsay Boas. She saw it all the way and she just couldn't react quickly enough to get first her body out of the way and then the ball away from the stumps.
Boas constricted by the excellent line from the Spanish leg spinner. So Garcia comes to the wicket. number 4 batter. A little bit more work than she's had to do in previous games. Got Cardoso at the other end. It's unfortunately not a good follow-up after the wicket first ball. Push down the leg side, and it's a boundary 4 for her to get her innings started. I'd love to see Spain get a third here, Tina. Just open that door a touch further. Let the air start to flow through, the beliefs start to grow.
It's interesting here that Brazil have changed their batting lineup from yesterday. Again, another one that almost finds its way back onto the stumps in an act of friendly fire. So yesterday, Ana Clara Sabino came in at number 4. I think they maybe saw her as a bit more of a pinch hitter coming in towards the end, scoring 14 off 8. And then Monique Machado came in for that very final delivery, which she absolutely battered for 6.
It's not a bad set. It's Corey Rutger's like strike rates that Monique is working with.
This time, though, it's Garcia who's come out at number 4. She knocks that one away for a single, but it's been good bowling here from Naomi. It's brave bowling as well. She would have seen that previous over as we're getting hit for a fair few boundaries, but getting reward at the end with that wicket. And she was able to strike the old 1-2 punch from the other end.
Did you take the new ball often in your international career?
Yes, because I used to be a seamer. So when I was a seamer, I took the new ball, and I enjoyed taking the new ball because I was able to get a fair bit of left arm in swing. And then, to be fair, even
in your spinning days, did you get to open occasionally?
I did, and maybe it's more a case of me not being able to spin the ball much more than anything. But because of my height as well, I kind of almost classify as more of a seamer because I can get it to bounce through a bit if I'm on a good day. But I like the use of spinners in the power play. It's always a difficult decision as they scamper through for a speedy 2 here. End of the third, 38 for 2. Because spinners, I think, generally are quite a precious bunch in that they want protection with those 4 outside of the power play. So it's a brave move to always say to the spinner, you're starting up with a new ball and you've only got 2 outside. But I think it can work, and Spain have showed exactly how it can work, which is to make the most of those 2 fielders in the right positions and say, okay, sometimes the ball's going to go in the wrong area, there's going to be a nick, and we just have to take that on the chin. But when these opportunities come, then you've got to make the most of them, and that's exactly what Spain have done here.
Hark back to a discussion that Maximo and I had at the tail end of the last innings, that with the quality of batters that you have on show and the super fast outfield and slight downhill slope at the ECG, Amber Cricket Ground, the best form of defence is attack. And if you can get some early wickets and get a few of the top order back in the hatch in the power play overs, really sets you up with some nice piece of, I keep on going to say leg spin bowling from Saeed, but I think we have got to work to come up with a new term. I'm not sure Googly Meister is quite it, as much as I love the Alistair Priddle creativity.
Well, Vinny's in the chat talking about the Righton, and that one's gone rightfully to the boundary, cut away nicely. There's 2 fielders, kind of a point cover point situation, but neither of them able to block that one. It's good to see Mardia Mohammed in the chat. Not in the chat, she's on the field, as I'm looking at the chat. But Mardia now has been dropped back for Spain to, well, I thought she was going to hang around at deep point, but she has been brought in to the covers. So it was expensive so far in the opening 8 deliveries, but has been rewarded with that wicket. As this one goes up in the air, and it's a chance for a catch as the fielder comes in and she takes it. It's the 3rd one to fall, and Spain, we said at the start, Rhino, they have to take every single chance that comes their way. And so far, they're 3 for 3 as Brazil lose their 3rd wicket, 42 for 3. And that was a nice grab in the deep.
It certainly was. Thrusting Saeed into this opening couple of overs has certainly paid dividends. That ball kicking a touch off the super hard Embrac pitch surface, and it's a nicely taken catch. Well, 3 wickets down within the first 4 overs. Generally say that would be a disaster situation for a batting team. They are on 42, so they have managed to work their way through at least a decent part of this chase already. But Spain would love to get them down into the nervous sort of lower middle order. And like most teams, there's a decent gap between the top 3 or 4 batters and players coming in through the middle and later stages. So it's certainly the start that Spain needed here, I'd be tempted to keep Sade on for another over after this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the way Spain would win this is to get all 10 wickets. So, yes, she's been slightly expensive, but she's doing the damage as well, as that was the end then of Laura Cardoso, who we didn't have too much time to speak about. She goes for 5 off 4, and actually that was taken in the deep by the subfielder, Amelia Jones, who we normally see with the gloves on behind the stumps. She's given that duty today to Sabella Velázquez, and she's come on for, I'm assuming, some kind of injury replacement, and she has done the business there. It's always nervy taking a catch when you're a subfielder, even more so if you're a wicketkeeper. Yeah, I think it's actually Naomi who's gone off. Looks like if I get my binoculars out, maybe we can get Blowers to have a look into the tent with his binoculars, because it looks like she's getting some treatment to her leg.
I thought it was basically X-ray vision that Blowers had now in a cricket field.
It's the instinct, honed over years of...
Can sniff a fielder change from 250 metres away.
Rufino then, the new batter for Brazil. She slaps that one away, and that's going to take, well, no stopping as it goes for 4 runs. And well, remember, we're still in the power play, so Brazil looking to make the most of those gaps in the field. The 2 fielders out in the deep, both on the leg side. That was nicely played away by Monique Machado, also known as Rufino, the wicket keeper. Excellent
placement there, Tina. It wasn't a particularly big gap between the 2 fielders on the offside. She threaded the gap well. It was nice to get a boundary early, particularly when you're facing a leg spinner coming in and giving you plenty of flight.
One is half fielded, but not before they scamper through for 2, with Payal Chilongia doing the fielding. Is that something you speak about with your Swiss girls? Kind of, I know some of them are still quite early on in their cricketing careers, end of the 4th, 48 for 3. Do you talk about different plans to different bowlers, or do you say, just trust your instincts and develop as you go?
It's a good question. There's a little bit of balance for it. So as a coaching group, and probably our captain and vice captain, we've done quite a lot of scouting on the teams that have turned up here today. On the other hand, you also really don't want to overload your top 3 or 4 batters and your key bowlers with so much information they almost become paralysed. Certainly with this Spanish team, for example, we will make the team well aware that they're going to face multiple forms of wrist spin, that Said's almost inevitably going to be pinning the googlies or the right-uns, as Maximo would call it, that Naomi will push hers through much more heavily, that you've got the left arm orthodox, and give them advice on what they like to try to do. But also, I like to try to phrase it in terms of less about what the bowler is going to do, but more trying to think through how the batter is going to attack what they are being given, or how they're going to deal with it, because then it becomes a little bit more positive and solution-focused.
Madia Mohammed, who we just mentioned, into the team and into the bowling attack here to bowl the 5th. Yeah, I think you can overcomplicate cricket at times, and it's great to be prepared. It's great to have plans, but maybe I'm just speaking personally. Even when I still play, but when I play, I try not to overthink what's happening at the other end, because you can't control it. Tumbles over there, Mardia. I hope she's okay, because she just seemed to overextend that knee, but she's back onto her feet. I think she escapes it not being a no ball. It was on the way down, so it will just be a single.
I think certainly it's probably a bigger thing for the bowlers as well, of having plan A, plan B against most of the top batters, and how we will use our bowling attack. We will place our outfielders, particularly if we're talking about the power play overs, and having 1 or 2 strategies to proactively attack those batters. And I think that's something we need to improve as a team as well, being a little bit more proactive in terms of trying to create wickets. We had a chat as a smaller group following the game yesterday of probably just being a little bit passive at times, and the need to set balls short and dispatched very easily by Rufino for a boundary. So Brazil make their way to 54 for 3. But the need to sometimes almost just give the batsman the impression that something's brewing, even if you don't have a great deal of faith in it yourself, but just allowing them to roll through the overs, score between 8 to 10 very easily on a fast surface. It's all about wickets here against the top order, and you need to put some doubt in their mind that there is a plan being hatched for them. Nice length, a little bit of movement for Mohammed. I know she's a player that Spain has a lot of high hopes for, and talented young cricketer. She gets through with some quite reasonable pace. Good carry through to the keeper too. You're sort of looking where the keeper's standing here. Tina's probably a good 8 to 10 metres back from the stumps.
Yeah, showing respect for the speed generated there by Mardia, just 19 years of age. Good to see her have an opportunity here. That one will be called a no ball, doesn't escape on this occasion. And they jog through for a single, so that free hit will be taken here by Maria Silva. Yeah, I think when you look at international cricket, or maybe just cricketers in general who are taking the step up to the next level, it's almost about moving from passively being part of the game to actively trying to take the game by the scruff of the neck. And sometimes, especially when you're playing against a tougher opponent, you just get a bit overwhelmed and you feel like they're controlling the game. And it's about if you can seize those moments where you can really take control of the game back and say, okay, well, yes, you're a strong batter, but these are what the plans are that we're going to bowl against you, or this is how we're going to attack you as a bowler. And that's how, even if the plans don't always come off, that's how I think you take it to the next level in terms of what we want to do as a team. And, you know, I'm sure these are the discussions you've been having with your Swiss girls as well.
I agree, Tina. 2 balls left in this over. Skips down the crease, not well struck, but drops short of the fielders. The thing I'd add to that, and completely agree with you, is probably that a lot of that is influenced by, particularly for the bowlers, confidence in the execution of their skills as well. You can have the best plans in the world, but if you're just hoping to bowl a quote-unquote good ball or an accurate ball, and that's a win for you, then that's one stage of development. And the next one is being able to consistently land ball after ball in the place that you want it. And you can't control the outcome of what the batter's going to do, how they're going to react, but you can certainly chart your path through each over.
I think I'm still at that first development stage. Happy if the ball's on the pitch.
I've seen you bowl. I think you're well past that. I can guarantee it cost an AT10 last week. If I could have landed 1 or 2 in a decent spot, my bowling figures may have looked better.
Slight fumble there in the deep, and well, I think Brazil belatedly realise that a 2 is very much on the cards, and they do get through for the second. That will be the end of the over. So after 5, Brazil 61 for 3. So very much on track in terms of run rate. That requirement 82 off 90 is very comfortable. I think Spain just have to keep plugging away and hope that a couple more opportunities come their way and that they're able to take them. But you have to say, let's not forget the start that Spain had. They got really bogged down in that power play, weren't able to get away at all. And since then, they've been able to recover with the bat, and they've started strongly with the ball as well.
Certainly have. We are going to see the first change of bowler here at the... Not sure what to call this end. Have you got a name for it?
We haven't. We kind of... Well, Henry dubbed the other end the sight screen end.
Sight screen.
Which, I mean, there are 2 sight screens at both ends, but it's the world's longest sight screen in front of those nets.
You would have to have a left-arm bowler coming off an extraordinary angled run-up to have to worry about the extremity of those nets.
It will be Maria Zamorano to bowl the 6th here from the... I think we just called it... No, commentator's end, our end.
Some interesting accommodation that sits behind this end, Tina. In fact, there's some intriguing buildings with some history around them, and some functions. We have lunch every day here in the in a local facility to help people with some psychological issues, which is a great thing to have in the local areas. That ball is struck very sweetly, and will be fielded relatively cleanly in the deep, but scooting through. And I'll tell you what, they're quite quick between the wickets.
Yeah, they are.
Brazilian players.
That's something we've remarked on the last, I suppose, yesterday when they came into the tournament, that they're extreme athletes. And that's maybe something you can work on more if you're a full-time athlete as opposed to just a part-time athlete or, if you've got a job or family or whatever it might be. But these girls are able to commit full-time to playing cricket.
The amount of school kids that they're getting through the Brazilian system in the sort of focused regional area where they are, I guess they're also getting the benefit of being able to pick the best athletes to try to turn into top quality cricketers as well. So that's swung away sweetly down the leg side. Garcia showing a liking for the short ball. Zamorano getting an opportunity at the bowling crease. That one, length and line, was a touch off, and it's easily put away. So Brazil now comfortably in front of a run a ball required to chase down this total.
It's something we've been mentioning as well, is that Brazil as a country feels like a fit country. I don't know. Fit.
Fit country. Thick, which is quite harsh.
I'm not going all guns blazing on their intelligence. Fit.
Okay.
I think it's maybe similar to Australia, that you have kind of this outdoor culture. You've got the weather. So when I was in Brazil, there was people running, there was people playing football, there was people playing volleyball. And I think you have the benefit of having these natural athletes and then saying, okay, well, which ones can catch a ball, can hit a ball? We'll take some of those, please, as that one is well fielded there by Usworth. A direct hit would have been trouble, but a direct hit equally is quite difficult on this outfield, and they do manage to run through for one. It's
an interesting starting point, isn't it? If you're a developing nation that particularly has not a great deal of cricketing heritage and history, that ability to look at some natural skills and athleticism of certain players that are getting exposed to the sport, and then really inducing them to focus on it as a big part of their time. It's certainly worked for the Brazilian group. They've got a tremendous group of athletes as part of this program now, and some players with some really high quality techniques. And absolute credit to Julia Price and the team over in Brazil for the work that they've done in developing the skills of these players over a number of years now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a team effort. We've got to give a shout out to the recently departed, I think she's not dead, but she's stopped being the captain, Roberta Moretti. She messaged me about an hour ago, so I'm hoping nothing has happened to her in the last hour, but she's done an enormous amount of work as well, as that one has been absolutely pummeled away to the boundary. There's been a real team effort then in Brazil. Roberta's done an incredible amount of work, and she still continues to do so in her role at Cricket Brazil. And of course, Liam Cook, who is now the coach of Jersey, he was previously the coach of Brazil. So when he was getting pummeled around yesterday by his previous team, I don't think he was quite smiling at the time, but maybe afterwards he could say, okay, I can be a little proud of what I've done there as well. So it's been a real kind of community effort over in Brazil, and they can be extremely proud of how far they've come. And I know they have lofty ambitions as well for the future.
Liam may be wishing he'd done a slightly sloppier job in training the team over the time that he was there.
Yeah, very much a Frankenstein's monster situation there for Liam. But well, speaking of Liam and Jersey, of course, we've had to say goodbye to them today. They unfortunately won't be able to take part in finals day tomorrow, whereas, of course, Switzerland, you've got the game coming up against Brazil.
Well, I'd like to see that Switzerland's made the semi-final of the Tri-Series already. So just for everyone to be aware, that was completely pre-planned. That this is not a case of Jersey having to travel for some emergency, that the bailiwick is all of a sudden under fire or anything like that.
Roberta's just given me a sign of life, so that's good. She's still in the land of the living. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to finals day. I'm sure you and the team are too, but you've got the slightly daunting task of facing up to Brazil in the next game. What are your kind of thoughts around that? What are the tactics going in?
Tactics going in, I mean, I won't give away what we'd prefer to do at the toss, but I think a little bit like I said with the start of this batting innings here, that we probably feel that our best opportunity against Brazil as a Maximo is slapped backward of square by Rufino. It wasn't a great ball by any stretch from Brown Carrera, but that is a beautifully timed shot, and it's carried the rope by probably a good 7 or 8 metres. But Brazil will attack regardless of the situation, and early wickets, particularly when the ball is swinging, I suspect we will try to attack the stumps a lot and not give them the same freeing of room of the arms that they've had on other occasions. And I've said it many, many times that the best form of defence is attack at this level of cricket, and trying to get some wickets and putting some doubt into the mind of the batting lineup.
I suppose it's pretty much a free hit as well, isn't it? You say you want to attack, as this one's been attacked again. Amy Brown Carrera into the bowling here. First one was a single, then slapped away for a big six. Another single coming up.
You're an experienced international cricketer, Tina. What would you, if you were skippering the Swiss team, how would you go about taming this beast of a Brazilian lineup?
I think I would be fearless, as this one's going straight to Uzwa side, and it's a brilliant catch. That's probably the toughest opportunity that's come their way today, and Uzwa makes no mistake. Came in hot, and she crocodiled it and managed to held on. So Garcia has to depart, and Brazil do lose their fourth, 80 for 4, and another opportunity goes Spain's way, and they're able to capitalise.
Well, those two batters were just careering along very, very comfortably, Tina, and all of a sudden picked out. We're there on the boundary line, and she takes a very, very good catch. Still some runs to go. It's 63 required. Number 6 batters coming out to the middle. Doesn't take too much from this point on to get down into the, let's just say, the less specialist batters, to be generous about it.
It was a good hit, and I thought maybe it was another one destined for over the rope, but Uzwa came in and claimed it just above the ground. It was a great grab from the young leggy. Yeah, well, I've kind of been in that situation. I've captained Germany in our first ever T20Is, and we were coming up against Scotland, Netherlands, Ireland in games where...
Just a couple of good practice teams to go against.
Let's ease ourselves into it. And we certainly weren't going in with the thought, we're going to get smashed, but we also weren't going in with the thought of we're going to win this. It was just a case of, okay, well, let's see what happens. We know what we're capable of. If we can implement all our plans, we can certainly harm them. And then, especially in a T20 format, anything can happen. This one is lofted again, and Ana Clara Sabino cracks it away to the boundary rider. You have to kind of just go in with an open mind and just think, well, we could get smashed, we could cause an upset or anything in between. Cricket can be such an unpredictable sport, but I think if you go in with too many preconceptions, that's when you start kind of falling away, because then you start panicking, oh no, my plan hasn't worked and they're scoring runs against us and X, Y, and Z. You've got to go in with just almost a blank canvas and say, well, let's see what happens. That one's drilled down the ground. It'll take some stopping and the ball wins. And that's a lovely swing of the bat there from Monique Machado.
Good use of the feet. Brazil's not pulling back on the accelerator here whatsoever. Keep in mind, they've already lost one wicket this over. Felt like Brown Carrera was on there with the leg spin more to try and buy a wicket, and it did work with the shot out to Saeed at deep mid wickets. There are Brazil 85 for 4, 7 overs into this T20 innings. So the required run rate is not a concern whatsoever. But Spain keep chipping away with enough dismissals. They'd love to see the back of Rufino. She's been excellent so far with 28 off 14 balls, so going at a healthy 200 strike rate. One question with the Brazil girls. Some of them, I wish they'd have their numbers split on both sides of their shirt, because there are a lot of very, very long and thick ponytails that sort of really, the numbers not the most visible.
Yeah, it's clearly something the shirt makers haven't considered enough when printing on the back. Or maybe they could go for the shirt numbers, or the numbers on the shorts as well, on the trousers, on the pads.
I'll tell you a very mildly amusing story about that in a moment, Tina. So, I mean, I'm sure Maximo has regaled his former indoor cricket career with you, and I was a far more moderately talented indoor cricketer than Maximo. I never had Monday mitts on the Australian Indoor Cricket Federation social media profiles whatsoever, but I did play in a relatively successful Redcliffe City club team at one stage. We'll just wait for Zamorano to steam in here. It's drilled nicely as Rufino continues on her merry way straight through the legs. The fielder there at a cover, Deepa Chukabali, and probably needed to should say, I don't want to say she could have to keep a less together. It's a terrible comment. But needed to get the body in front of that ball. Anyway, onto the story. One day we had names on our backs. This was pre-numbers time.
Yeah.
And one of the guys from my indoor cricket centre decided it'd be a genius decision to put our first names on the back of our trousers. And we had a tremendous guy and a really, really good left arm bowler called Sean Vandermeer, spelled Shaun.
Yeah.
That is nicely lofted again by Rafino, who is in super form. One of the opposition came up to me halfway through a game and said, "Is that guy's name really Shun?" Because the A had disappeared up in between his not insubstantial rear end. And that was the last tournament we ever put the names on the backside. And Shun Vandermeer became a bit of a cult hero of that tournament. So if you're listening, Sean, back in Brisbane, love to hear from you, mate.
Good on you, Sean.
He does occasionally tune into the European cricket, so it is possible.
I would have loved to be in that brainstorming meeting where they were thinking, I know, names on backsides.
What's on the backsides?
Yeah, like, my name's down here. Rufino, 36 off, just 16 deliveries, make that 40 off 17. And it's not going to be stopped there by Alexis Hartley steaming around the boundary. Brazil really putting their foot on the accelerator now. Machado had just the one delivery yesterday to show us what she's about, and she made the most of that one, having a bit more of a time out there in the middle, and she's seemingly enjoying every moment. Again, we were talking about the power in the Brazilian girls. They're not exactly built as if you'd say she's going to absolutely smash it. She is quite a diminutive figure, the wicket keeper, but gets some power through the arm swing.
It certainly does.
3 fours in a row now. She goes again, and she's going to be rewarded again for her positive intent. And it will be 4 fours with seemingly Vinny is finally exiting the building. You're never quite sure, but this time it looks like he will be departing. It's been great to have him here multiple times today.
I feel like I've had a lot of Maximo time the last week and a half with him taking charge of the commentary up at Cosnay for the ECS T10 event out there, and obviously great to have him here for the first, I guess, 2.5 days, I think we can say, of this quad series at the Embrook Cricket Ground.
Well, our gain is Hornchurch's loss. We were thinking maybe he'd be able to sneak in for the final game of the day there in East London, but thanks British Airways.
Our gain was Hornchurch's loss as Maximo trudges off into the distance. It almost looks like he's going to go and just try to hitchhike his way to Zurich Airport, doesn't it?
He was going last time with his shiny banana suitcase. Now he's giving much more kind of Boy Scout vibes with his rucksack on.
He's got some cookies to sell to the local folks around Embrook. Hey, my name's Maximo. 17 francs for a box of cookies.
You know what Vinny's like. He could sell ice to the Eskimos, so I wouldn't put it past him. 103 on the board for Brazil. Just 8 overs into this run chase.
We actually had it was great to see you there as well at the tremendous gala dinner as part of this tournament last night, where all of the teams came along. A lot of the people involved in the management of not only Cricket Switzerland, but European cricket and the like out there celebrating at least what's been a great couple of days of the tournament. But I swear at one time I found Maximo telling stories basically to a brick wall in the middle of the hotel. He'd lost his Spanish fan group around him and just felt like talking for a bit longer. So it was regaling stories to thin air.
He probably just hadn't quite hit his word count for the day.
I noticed, as you can see, he's decided, instead of just going the obvious way around to the car park, I'm not sure if Zach will be able to find him as Naomi is coming in for another over. So it's underneath this, drops what she probably really needed to take, as that would have been the end of Rufino, who's making her way towards 50. That's a disappointing effort from, I was going to say, he took a tremendous catch only a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, she just almost flinches at the last moment, doesn't she?
Does give us the chance to see where Maximo was standing, because as I was trying to mention, he could have taken the much more direct route through the car park, but he's spotted a group of probably about 40 players and parents and fans up there in the shade, and of course going around and giving his sort of final last comments and receiving a bit of adulation from the youngsters who are very pleased to be within the presence of greatness, and he's even found his big banana suitcase as well.
Every human on planet Earth is either a Maximo fan or a potential Maximo fan.
So it's not like Marmite. It's essentially the total addressable market is very, very high amongst cricket fans.
Naomi's come back on here to bowl. It's good to see her back on the field. She was off receiving treatment for a while.
Could have done with her leg spin for another over in that power play.
Yeah, Spain have continued with the spin throughout pretty much, which I think is a good move, but equally, Maximo, is he going to take the catch or he's going to take it on the one bounce? Oh, you just can't get rid of him, can you?
Can't. I suspect at 7 o'clock tonight he'll still be doing laps and noting that he's missed his flight, or his flight's somehow been delayed for another 17 hours.
He still manages
the enthusiasm and athleticism of the man. That's why he's been featured on Monday Mitts on Australian Indoor Cricket Social so often.
This one, though, is not quite as well hit, but it still manages to clear the sprawling jump of Deepa Chukapali. There'll be back-to-back boundaries. Anna Clara Sabino, very much kind of the pinch hitter role here, has been given license, with Monique Machado going so well at the other end, 48 off 21. Anna Clara Sabino wants a bit of that boundary action as well.
Certainly finding it so far. They play without fear, the Brazilian bats, don't they? It seems like bat deep enough that they back whoever's next player up. It's going to be able to continue the carnage, and that carnage will get even bigger as it's launched a huge Maximo that's actually carried the second boundary. So it's gone a good 60-odd metres. And that's a sweet swing from Sabino.
It's excellent grassy knoll traversing there by the chap on the top of the hill. He managed to roll down it. We were talking about the cheese rolling the last couple of days.
I mean, obviously, I haven't had the joy of listening to your commentary, but that was exactly what I was going to mention. Which small village is that? You looked it up?
It's in Gloucestershire, I think, because it's a double Gloucester cheese that's used in Cooper's Hill in Brockworth in Gloucestershire.
I suspect the Cooper's Hill is probably about 5 times the size of that little knoll.
It's 180 metres long. I'd say that one's probably about 30. Yeah, so it's not the longest of knolls, but it's got its charm.
Do you reckon we could do a Swiss version and have a tumbling square of Gruyere cheese going down there this afternoon?
I mean, my first point of order would probably be to remove the fence at the bottom.
No, it stops the people from tumbling too far.
Alexis Hartley into the attack for over number 10 here. I don't think this game is long for this world, with now just 20 runs required. These two putting on another brilliant partnership after, they probably weren't wobbling Brazil, but certainly just a slight twitch with those couple of early wickets to fall. But these two have steadied things nicely as Hartley gives that one a bit of air, and actually she'll get away with one here. Anna Clara, again, as you said, Rhino, they go so powerfully at everything that they almost kind of make their own luck. If they hit it hard enough, they think, well, either it's going to go over the fielder, it's going to go through the fielder, or it's, if we're lucky, finding a gap as well.
You don't have to be as good with your placement if you're bashing the ball. That's what I always think.
Yeah.
Hit the ball hard enough, and the fielder's got 2 metres that they can cover either side.
Especially on this outfield, which is unforgiving. That one's stopped well, though. I think that's pretty much the textbook stop on this field, is that you've got to make yourself as wide as possible. And I think Cat Frost is taking a hit there, but someone who's taken a lot of hits off the middle of the bat is Monique Machado, who makes her way to her half century in blistering style, just 23 deliveries. And, well, it's almost a shame she didn't get there with a boundary, because it's been such a hallmark of her innings so far. 8 4s and 1 6. But she gets there with one clobbered down the ground, which Cat Frost did well to stop. It's very much a dual action kind of shotgun at the moment with Ana Clara Sabino going well the other end as well. That one slapped away for another boundary. And well, I think we're just about going to get it to halfway, but I'm not sure drinks should really be taken here because this game is very much in its dying embers with 12 needed.
We say that as we're comfortably sipping here on a couple of bottles of cola that Maximo procured from the hospital canteen, who have been doing a sterling job in keeping us fed and watered.
He does have
on
his
the payment
uses.
of a recommended retail price within the buffet or the canteen itself. It's another super strike. She hits with some power, Clara Sabino, and she is rocket along to 29 off only 9 balls. Get down to the number 6. You don't expect to be facing this firepower.
There's not too many female batters where they hit it with such regular brutality, and every ball she strikes is a kind of 100%. And here she goes again. That one, well, maybe not quite 100%, because if it were, it probably would have ended up in the next postcode, but it's just a 1 bounce 4, and now it's just the 4 required to win for Brazil. Surely we're not going to take drinks, because even if we're sitting comfortably in the shade, I think both Spain and Brazil want to finish this game off. And we are going to take drinks.
We are going to take drinks.
But why?
It would take... I'm going to take a punt. This is going to take 1 more ball after the drinks break.
It seems like a strange decision right now. I mean, I know they've been working very hard and taking nothing away from either of these sides, and I'm sure both batters are also eager to take on some liquid, but we could have all been finished in, as you said, 1 ball. You can imagine it's not going to take more than another over. But sometimes cricket just likes doing things as it should be done.
Rigidity.
Well, maybe we can look ahead for the final game then. Switzerland against Brazil. And you've now been watching maybe with a bit more of your commentary cap on. You're going to have to do a quick change into your coaching cap. But is there anything you've kind of gleaned from this inning so far, apart from that Brazil hit a hard ball?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I think it's clear that Switzerland go into this as favourites for this contest. The Brazilian lineup just tickling the ball around the place. No, in all seriousness, I think this is going to be a really, really enjoyable challenge for our team. The Brazilians will give us some chances. They will punish balls that are not on the spot, and it's going to be a fiery and feisty game. We've got a couple of players coming in who sat out the first, so they should be nice and fresh and rested, and a good chance for us to try a few things in advance of the Tri-Series semi-final tomorrow morning against the Spanish. So that's there's certainly the ability to look ahead, but our group will be trying their darndest to keep this Brazilian lineup in check. As with all of these things, it's a great learning experience to just be playing against such good quality cricketers and cricketers who play the sport in a bit of a different manner than what we're used to.
Absolutely. And this game will just last the 1 extra ball. Clearly, she's been reinvigorated by the drinks there, Monique Machado, as she justifiably scores the winning runs. She finishes on an outstanding 54 off just 24 deliveries. And Ana Clara Sabino is someone to certainly watch out for. And I'm sure, Rhino, your team will be looking out for her because she finishes on 33 off just 10 deliveries. And in the end, despite some highlights for Spain, a couple of nice grabs in the outfield, it was always pretty much one-way traffic, and Brazil pick up their second victory in the second game in the tournament.
Yeah, it certainly was one-way traffic, but when we had the 4th wicket fall, Tina, there were at least a few question marks hanging over this chase from Brazil, but a tremendous partnership from Rufino and Clara Sabino, both scoring at a truly rapid rate.
Yeah, it's been...
Wrap this up quickly.
It's been an exhibition of power hitting once more. We rattle through the batting then. Lindsay Boas not quite able to repeat her heroics from yesterday. She finished 24, took just 8 deliveries to get there, including 2 big sixes. Laura Agatha misses out. She finished on 6. Cardoso scoring 5. And then we got into the little partnerships with Maria Silva finishing on 17 off 11. But then Monique Machado and Ana Clara Sabino came together at the crease. And the slight wobble from Brazil was then de-wobbled as Mercado finished 54 off 24. and Sabino finishing 33 off just the 10 deliveries. As for the bowling then, a couple of highlights then, especially we were talking about how good it was to see the spin from the top as Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. She finished quite expensive 41 off her 3 overs, but did pick up that wicket. Uzwa Syed, she was brave in her 2 overs, bowling the right uns and the wrong uns, picking up 2 wickets. And Amy Brown-Carrera, who captained well and remember scored that outstanding half century in the first innings, she picked up a wicket as well. So there we have it. Brazil, they continue their march into what will surely be the favourites role going into the game this afternoon. And of course, looking ahead to finals day tomorrow. Rhino, it's been an absolute pleasure being with you for the first time in the commentary box. And I'm going to have to release you now because you do have some work to be doing. And well, the Swiss girls, they've got a free hit now. It's anyone's game, maybe Brazil's game to lose. But this is such an amazing opportunity for the girls, isn't it?
Certainly. No, looking forward to it. They're pepped up for this. And the great thing is they keep a very positive attitude no matter the task in front of them. I know there's plenty of talent in that Brazilian team. Great. And really looking forward to see how our top order deals with the pace of the Brazilian attack. Because obviously with Jersey and the Spanish, it is a predominantly spin or I guess a few paces within the Jersey side, but there is some proper zip within those Brazilian bowlers in the opening stages. So looking forward to see how our opening pair and our 3 and 4 do with that. The batting's been pretty good so far in this tournament. So plenty to look forward to. So hopefully all the viewers, they'll have a little bit of a time for a cheeky coffee break and even a mid-afternoon snooze, depending on where you are in the world. The Spanish fans taking a little bit of a siesta. But apart from that, still plenty of really good cricket to come as part of this triple header Wednesday here at Embrough Cricket Ground. So Great to be with you. Thank you for the invitation into the commentary box. Lovely to share it with you. And thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing out here at Embrough for this tournament this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, the good news is that the work hasn't finished yet. You'll have to jump back into your coaching tracksuit. I'm going to maybe take up that offer of a siesta or a coffee or all of the above. And we've got about an hour, I think, until the next game coming our way. And it will be, well, it's almost a David and Goliath situation. Switzerland take on Brazil. Switzerland have the opportunity to cause one of cricket's great upsets. As for Brazil, they're looking to go 3 for 3 in the tournament, but the action doesn't stop here on the European Cricket Network. So grab yourselves a coffee, have a little snooze, and join me, Tina Goff, back in the commentary box in an hour's time. Hopefully Phil G, he might be lurking somewhere on the grassy knoll and the G-Force will be reunited once more. So come back in an hour for the final game of the day, which will be Switzerland versus Brazil. Welcome back to an absolutely sweltering Switzerland, where we're in the final game of the day, which sees Switzerland, the hosts, take on Brazil. Without further ado, let's go to the coin toss. Switzerland will toss the coin and Brazil will call.
Tails. Heads.
The call is heads, and it has come down tails. Switzerland, what would you like to do?
We'll bat first, please.
So the news from the toss is that Switzerland will have a bat first. At first we can maybe exchange the cap and the wreath.
Oh, sorry. 1-1.
Thank you very much. So Danny, you've decided to have a bat first. Can you talk me through that decision?
We want to give the freedom to our batters to try and have a swing. They have a really good bowling attack. Let's see if we can set a target and then put them under pressure when they need to chase.
I think that's a good tactic. I'll probably be right in saying that Brazil's the most formidable opponent you've come up against so far. What kind of tactics are you thinking about? I mean, you obviously want to win the game, but if you don't win the game, there's still a lot to learn from it, I'm sure.
We still want our bowlers to hit their lines and lengths, maybe mix it up a little bit, experiment, since they are a good batting attack as well. And yeah, with our batting, we see where they're placing the ball, and maybe we're able to adapt better with their consistency.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in this heat as well. I'm sure you're going to have a great time out there against a very strong Brazilian team. So I'll bring in the captain, well, the stand-in captain, Laura Cardoso. You lost the toss, so you've been sent into the field. What would you have done had you won the toss?
We are going to batting first, but it's okay. We have a good target on the bowling, and we need to improve more than the first game today.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about that first game. So it was another good win for you guys, but I think you have very high standards for yourself, and maybe in the field there were a few too many mistakes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, we didn't bowl our best ball. We bowled like a little bit short, and the field we set a wrong field sometimes. But yeah, we need to change this and get better.
Well, certainly you've been impressing us with the bat so far. And one of the things we realise in the commentary box is that you hit the ball as a team very hard and you are fearless. Is that's something you practice? You always try and hit the ball as hard as possible and maybe not worry if you get out?
No, all the time. Of course, we have a train for hitting, but now we need to be more careful of this and try to find the gaps. And if the ball is a bad ball, we can hit to a boundary, but yeah, not all the times we hit a boundary.
Well, you've hit the boundary a lot of times so far, and you're coming up against Switzerland, who have, of course, been the hosts of this tournament so far. Just a final word on them. We had the gala last night as well. How welcome have you felt here in Switzerland, and what is it like being in a new country as well?
It was a really good time to be in a new country and know about the new culture and meet other persons. So it was a good night yesterday.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and I'm hoping that you will have a good afternoon as well. So best of luck in the game today. So there you have it. The news from the toss is that Switzerland have won and they will have a bat. And the even better news is that Phil G will be back joining me in the commentary box. We've had blowers on today, we've had Vinny, we've had, of course, Rhino, who's back in the coaching hut. But now the G-Force is back in action. And Phil, the news from the toss is that Switzerland have won and they will have a bat. Welcome back to an absolute...
And hello, everybody. That's right. It's Phil G here at this lovely MBRAC cricket ground in the basking warmth to welcome you all to this final match of the day. It's match number 6 here in the Switzerland T20IW. The players are set to go, and you can see the Switzerland women are out there, the Brazilian women in the field. Here we go. Opens the face, runs it through the slip cordon, and nice bit of work is on the boundary rope there. I think she's, despite the slip, just meant to save that, so nicely done. More by accident than design, but the boundary's been saved nonetheless. Nice little guided shot, that one through the slip. Have a look at this. No problem. Yep, there it is, just behind it. Nicely done indeed. So hello everybody, welcome. It's Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you all around the world and hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday wherever you're watching from. It's a lovely warm Wednesday here in Switzerland. Hope you've enjoyed the series so far. We have. Gets to pushing this one outside the off. Nice delivery. Just shakes up Kunenberg there. And you see there on the scorecard there, it's Magahe is actually a Duda. Tina in my ear there, just letting me know who that is. Yes, that is indeed. Anyway, what a great day. Blue sky as far as the eye can see, except for right on the horizon, just a field of wispy white clouds, but nothing to worry about there. That one's pushed a little wider, but not wide enough for the umpire to indicate. Yes, it is wide enough. I've noticed the umpires here tend to wait a little bit longer, just wait a beat before they extend the arms out to indicate a wide ball. Nothing wrong with that, as long as they get the call correct. And that's what we like to see. So a wide there with that delivery. Let's try that one again. Duda in again. Nice follow-up delivery, that one. Just pushed away to the onside for a nice dot there. Steady start here for Switzerland, looking to get runs on the board against Brazil. Switzerland winning the toss, in case you missed it. Thank you, Dorado, for the toss news as well. And win the toss, elected to bat first, keen to get a score on the board and set a target for Brazil, who will bat during the hottest part of the day. Probably pushing into the 30s now, 33 degrees in the shade. Add another 3 or 4 degrees out there in the centre, as umpire indicates, nah, not going to interest in that appeal. 2 to come. 2 without loss early on in this first over. So big shout out to Vinny Sandu, who is currently into his travels. He's done a great job here. Well, we think he's into his travels. The latest news. Well, we'll talk about that a bit later. But yeah, anyway, Vinny, if you're tuning in, I'm sure you are. Thanks for all the great work and the heavy lifting you've done this week with Tina. It's been absolutely brilliant. I know that the chat has been alive with all the guest commentators we've had as well. Been a bit sport this week, I think. And now yours truly turns up. How about that? So 2 without loss, 1 more ball to complete the first over here. Brazil looking to keep the brakes well and truly applied. Swings hard at this one, connects nicely, hesitant on the run. And in the end, it is a dot ball as it finds its way straight towards the mid-on player. That's going to finish the first over. Just 2 off that over from Duda. And it is 2 without loss. Switzerland, cautious start. And G-Force are back. Tina, you're back. I'm back. How good is it? We're back.
What a time to be alive as G-Force back on the mic. I mean, we've had every kind of force imaginable today. We've had blowers on with Vinny, we've had Rhino on with Vinny, we've had me on with Rhino, me on with Vinny, and now me on with you. I think that's all 5 combinations.
I think that's every combination we can possibly get, right? That's quite a day out for you then, isn't it?
Unless Rico's hiding in the bushes somewhere. I think that's all we can manage today. But it's been a brilliant day so far. A good day, I think, for Brazil. And I say good, not excellent, because by their own high standards, I think that last game, as I mentioned at the toss with stand-in captain Lara Cardoso, as Carolina Nascimento misses out on this occasion, was saying they probably weren't up to their high standards in the field as we go into this second over, and Lara Bittencourt will bowl it as that one just gets popped up by Sri Kumar Divya. Yeah, Brazil, they were so blistering in their start into the tournament yesterday. I know you were watching from back home, and we were also incredibly impressed. And this morning, I wouldn't say it fell flat. They still won comprehensively, but there's still room for improvement. There was a couple of chances that went down, and well, the heat thrown in with that one kind of shows what they are all about in the field, which is hustle, it's accuracy, it's precision. And I think they'll have a point to prove to themselves and probably also to the coaching staff this afternoon that they can keep up those high standards they set themselves.
Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. Yesterday was quite an introduction for me to watch the team play from Brazil, and I was so impressed, thoroughly impressed, and all the good noise in the chat was very much well deserved.
Just a single so far in Bittencourt's opening 2 balls, but this one's going to go all the way to the rope. And well, something you should know about Franziska Kuhnberg is that she's incredibly strong square of the wicket. Anything that's just even a shade short, you'd probably call this one actually relatively full delivery, but she gets enough on it to knock it round the corner, and you've almost got to bowl Yorkers as a minimum to Franziska, because anything else she's going to whip away. We saw that in the first innings she played 2 days ago, and she didn't feature yesterday. She's back at the top of the order today, so she's a really exciting player to see, and she's been joined out there in the middle by Sri Kumar Divya. So we've had a couple of changes to the Swiss side as well. Ananya Srinivasan and Amrita Sasidaran miss out, which does mean that Franziska is, in fact, taking the double responsibility. She's back at the top of the order, and she's also been carded to take the gloves. So a few changes rung by Switzerland, and I know they're very much relishing the opportunity against a strong Brazil side here, as that one's clubbed away, and it's almost taken. It bursts through the hands of Evelyn Muller, who's into the team as well, and almost direction. we'd call that a drop, but it was a tough opportunity, wasn't it?
It really was. Look at how quickly she runs across to the right there, tries to catch it with both hands, and shells it. But it does go down as a drop. But that was tough. That was tough. Moving all the time, never settled. Could have been a really big wicket here in this second over.
That one's dabbed away nicely, and a slight hesitation by Divya, but Francisca, no hesitation whatsoever, getting herself back to the striker's end. Yeah, so Evelyn Muller comes into the side to replace the skipper Carolina Nascimento, which means that Laura Cardoso, who we saw at the toss, takes the captain's armband, of course, someone who has a wealth of experience and, of course, holds the world record of the best ever T20I bowling figures, male or female, against Lesotho. 9 for 4.
Okay, I just need to process that because that is incredible.
Good day at the office.
Oh, yeah, not too bad.
Should be hoping to repeat that today, but as skipper, maybe she'll just take a bit of a back seat as well, see what kind of options she has with the ball, and she has plenty. Of course, you've got Duda, who opened up from the top end. Bittencourt gets to the end of her first over, going for 7. Then you've got the left arm orthodox as well, of Mariana Arthur. Several options. Nikki Montero as well. Hasn't actually bowled much, and this tournament was leading wicket. So lots of options for Cardoso to mull over. Second over complete then, 9 for no loss. As Duda will continue from what we've dubbed the sight screen end. Well, Blowers dubbed it actually the sight screen end because it is home to the world's widest sight screen, which must go good. What would we call that? 75 metres?
It's quite a length, yes.
Dabbed away nicely again, but they do have a fielder out there in the deep, and it's Lara who does the fielding on the third boundary. Yeah, it would take someone to ask for that sight screen to be moved, either left or right.
I think just out of pure cheek, I'd probably ask the question.
You would?
I would. I'd like to test the umpires, test their sense of humour and also maybe test a few other things as well by asking that, and no doubt turn down very quickly.
You are known to have the audacity.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. I wear it with pride.
Well, I'm very proud to have you back by my side, Phil. Deep Force is back. When was the last time we were together?
Did we commentate in Portugal together for a little bit?
I think we might have done.
For just for a couple of days, you came into Portugal. That's right, just before Vinny came along, just for the finals.
We've been very much ships in the night the last couple of months, but it's great to be back here. Very much humans in the hot rather than ships in the night.
Yeah, I think we were trying to get you down to the to Prague for the ECS checkout, but that coincided with, I think, you were being in London, I think, with STC duties. So that was not going to happen, unfortunately.
You know what? I really want to go to Prague, but it's such a hotspot that I feel like I'll never get the call up because there's so many in-house commentators there, but it's on my bucket list. As that one zips through to the keeper. Well, speaking of Prague, that's where you've come from this morning. How have you been, Phil?
I've been good. I've been really good. I've life in Prague's been pretty good. It's been a good summer. We've had a lot of good cricket there as well. A lot of non-cricket things going on. Obviously, Danny Hudacek, who I caught up with on the weekend, he says to say hello to everybody as well. And I know that a lot of people in the chat will always like to get me to say hello to Danny and his dogs. Shot. Oh, elevates this one away. It's going to find the boundary rope on the leg side now. 4 runs through mid-wicket. Nice strike, that.
That's a textbook hit from Kuhnberg. Again, just plays it on length more than anything else and lofts it over the fielder at mid-wicket. Still in the power play, remember, so anything that goes past the ring is bound for the rope. They've got 2 out, but both actually on the offside, which I might question for Kuhnberg, who we know is so strong square of the wicket, but they've got deep covers out and they've got a deep third. I think for Kuhnberg in particular, I'd probably cover that deep mid-wicket area. Yep, that one about there.
Yep, that's perfect, Tina.
I've played this game before, I tell you.
Yeah, there's a sense of you've been here before. This is not your first rodeo.
Although I did have one yesterday, which was an all-timer with Vinny, where I was calling, I can't remember who was batting, but I said, I don't think she's likely to hit it through the deep covers. Next ball, straight through the deep covers.
Right, okay.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, cheers.
End of the third then, 18 for no loss. A good over there from Switzerland. Those back-to-back boundaries from Kuhnberg, just lifting the run rate up to 6. And, well, for Switzerland, I was talking to the skipper Danny Medagoda at the toss.
Mm.
And I think they were realistic in their expectations. They're certainly going into this as underdogs, but it's not a bad place to be. You've got kind of the surprise element. Brazil won't have faced Switzerland before, I suppose, likewise. But
Yeah.
Switzerland, they've got nothing to lose here. They can play with freedom. And if they lose the game, then, well, that's kind of what people were expecting anyway. And anything else is kind of just added experience. And who knows, maybe they can spring a surprise as Bittencourt carries on into her second over here.
It's a good point you raise. Yeah, I mean, the outcome of this game, if they beat Brazil in this game, it could change up the finals tomorrow, and they would play, therefore, in the second match and not have to play in the qualifier. But you're right, they've pretty much got carte blanche just to maybe test out a few, try to poke a few holes in the Brazilian sort of armour, if you like. You know, get after a couple of bowlers, just try a few different things and see how those tactics work. You know, just, you never know, shake it up a little bit.
I suppose even if there is a big golf in international experience, the golf in the rankings is actually not that big. Brazil ranked 29th in the world, Switzerland 36th before the start of this tournament. And I know both sides have aspirations to climb that ICC ladder. I'd say Brazil probably in particular, because they are slightly further along in their international journey and they've made the huge step of turning professional. So all the players are able to dedicate their full time to cricket. A lot of them study on the side as well, which is also funded and supported by Cricket Brazil. And a lot of them also help out in cricket projects in the local area and in schools. So it's really kind of, cricket is the life for all of these players. And you can sense the passion with which they go about their business as well. As that one has been slapped away and it burst through the hands of Lindsay Villas-Boas out in the deep. Just checking here if it does go all the way. It was an almighty blow by Franziska Kuhnberg, and still checking for this one. Well, Phil, cast your eagle eye on this one. Well, still inconclusive. I think 4 has been signalled. It was worthy of a 6 because that was a cracking shot from Franziska.
It was. I think because it was probably the furthest part of the ground from where we're sitting, we couldn't tell exactly how far in the rope the fielder was. But yeah, indicated by 4 by the umpire.
Does she go twice? She does, this time along the ground, though. There is a fielder out there in the deep, and, well, she's going to be sent back here. Franziska says to Divya, no, I need to sort my footwear out. Divya was pretty much joining Franziska at the non-striker's end. Another good strike. This time, equal to it is the fielder out in the deep. Just checking that one again. Yeah, maybe that one did go all the way. It kind of lands in this lighter area of turf, which is actually the other side of the rope. There's a lot of spectators down there. Maybe they could help with a bit of spectator signalling.
Well, umpire was gesturing to them and saying, like, you could see him saying 4-6, 4-6, and wasn't getting much response. And I think the only people talking about it was you and me, which is a shame because we're, a good 80 metres away from where it landed.
Should we call it 5? Split the difference?
Split the difference.
Yeah.
Like it.
It was a great hit nonetheless. Divya hasn't quite been able to maintain the pace of Kuhnberg, but as we mentioned, she's new to the top of the order, so she's happy to just play second fiddle for now as we get to the end of the 4th, rattling through the overs here. Switzerland, though, are starting with promise, 25 for no loss, as we say hello to everyone in the chat, which I can do very slowly because my laptop is slowly cooking in the heat. It's, according to my watch, it's 36 degrees.
36, and that's in the shade.
Yeah. So the fan is on. We did have the best delivery of the day earlier from Alistair, who came with some ice creams. So he can come again because that's a sight for sore eyes.
Welcome anytime. Indeed.
But yeah, it's an absolute scorcher, and I think it's going to be possibly even warmer tomorrow. So the heat is on for finals day, with, of course, both of these sides featuring whatever happens as Duda continues from the sight screen end. This one's up in the air, should be taken, and it's the first wicket to fall. It's an uppish cut there from Franziska Kuhnberg and a relatively easy grab for Anna Clara Sabino, who was almighty impressive in the previous game with her power hitting. This time it was more precision as she just lines that one up and takes the grab, and the opening partnership, which showed promise for Switzerland, is broken as Kuhnberg departs and Switzerland 25 for 1.
Yeah, first wicket falls at a time when Switzerland, they just started to find a few boundaries in the previous over and started to just to free their shoulders a bit. And you sort of felt, okay, now the openers have got their eye in, and this is a good time for them to challenge the bowlers. But just holds out there with a mistimed strike, taken pretty easily in the end, and Brazil draw first blood in this match with 25-1 on the board for Switzerland. But still, a long way to go. Not a bad start, but albeit a cautious start. And obviously the weather will play its hand in this game throughout the entirety.
You have to say good intent there from Franziska Kuhnberg. Yes, she falls in the end, but she was good value for her 18 off 16.
Yeah.
Played the leading role in the two, kind of the senior partner of that opening pairing. And I've really liked watching her in the opening 3 days of this tournament. She knows her strengths, and she's respectful when the ball is good, and when it's there to be hit, she's disrespectful. And she smashes it away.
Best way of putting it, yes.
So it's great to see her scoring a few runs. She'll be disappointed with how the way she got out, but a solid start nonetheless against what is surely the most formidable bowling lineup that she or a fair share of the Switzerland batters will have faced. In at number 3 comes Meghna Rajan, who must be full of confidence after her 95 she scored against Spain yesterday. Probably the most experienced batter, or one of the most experienced batters in the Switzerland lineup. She's the leading run scorer by some margin for the national side. And it was agonising that she fell just 5 runs short of that milestone against Spain.
Deserved the ton. Absolutely. I watched that all the way through. Deserved it. And really gutted for her that she couldn't bring up the triple digits. But the 95 was exceptional.
Duda then zipping another one through. She's got a lovely snap of the wrist at the top of her action. And picks up the first wicket for Brazil. I've got to say, it's been a slightly tidier start for the Brazilians than in the previous game. Just the one extra in that first over from Duda. But otherwise, have been bowling tight and consistent lines outside off stump, just trying to keep a lid on this Swiss batting innings.
Punched away. Oh, no. How did that miss? Oh. The right idea, wrong idea by the batters there to try to sneak a single there. Just no understanding of the fact that the ball was right smack bang in the hand of the fielder in close. Should have been a run out.
There's a brilliant pickup there by the fielder in the covers, and she almost had too much time. She could have taken the ball in the one hand that she grabbed it and just whipped off the bails in the momentum that she was running anyway.
Totally agree.
Decided to have a shot at the stumps and missed out. Would have been a spectacular run out as it is. Rajan lives to fight another day.
Would have been a huge wicket to see the back of Rajan like that. Just would have been massive. Goes in the books as a dot. I just saw a message in the chat from Vinny. He's at Zurich Airport selling a kidney to get a meal. I'm sure he could probably find a piano and maybe do some busking or something. He's got a varied amount of talents. I'm not sure an extra kidney is one of them.
Well, we weren't ever sure that we would see the back of him. He gave a big departure, a tearful farewell as we get to the end of the 5th, 26 for 1. Great over there from Duda, picks up a wicket.
Yeah, well bowled.
Could have got another on the run out as well. Well, would have had a hand in another. Vinny left with his banana bag, came back saying his flight was delayed. Finally left again after a short little cameo with Rhino.
Yeah.
And now we've heard his flight is cancelled.
I'm surprised he hasn't come back. The airport's just down the road. It's not far from here.
Don't encourage him.
Vinny, if you can hear me, why not? Why not?
We are, just so you know, having more regular drinks breaks in this game because of the aforementioned sweltering conditions here at Embrach. So this is an enforced break. The umpires rightfully saying safety comes first with the conditions out there, especially, I suppose, for the two girls out there with the helmets on. You just suspect the Brazilians may be a bit more accustomed to these hot conditions, but it has been an absolutely scorching day, just as that wind picks up, which is the most welcome wind.
I tell you what, when you're in the shade and that wind does pick up, just coming from behind us here, it's really lovely. It's what I was missing in Prague a couple of weeks ago for the Central Europe Cup, where we had the finals day on that day where it was 40.9 degrees in the city, and out in the centre it was at least 44, possibly 45. Drinks break. At one point they were taking drinks every 3 overs, and I really felt for the players. It was a struggle. It was tough. And also the officials too. Let's not forget the officials. You know, they're been out there for as long as the players, if not sometimes longer than the players, because they're constantly out there.
We must never forget the officials. And they have to stand still, which is in some ways more taxing than at least being able to roam around and get the wind in your hair. And of course, they've got to be fully concentrated. I mean, speaking from personal experience as a fielder, my mind often wanders, especially if I'm hiding myself at third or at fine leg. But no such luck for the umpires as Lindsay Boas comes in to bowl this 6th over, the final over of the power play. Remember, she had an absolute day out yesterday with her 3 wickets and 126 with the bat.
Incredible performance in that game, wasn't it? Absolutely amazing performance. A scintillating innings, and then she backs it up with a handful of wickets for her team. And talk about player of the match, just simple as that.
Big appeal.
There was something. Maybe bat hitting the ground, possibly.
Yeah, I think that can be the only conclusion drawn by the umpire, because there was certainly a sound. Yeah.
I heard a little something. I thought it was bat hitting the ground.
Yeah. Blowers
is agreeing with us. Yes. Thank you, Henry.
It was just the timing of the ball passing the bat just didn't quite match with the flick. I mean, we don't need to talk about clickgate again.
I was about to say, I didn't see first slip having any clicking of the fingers there. Just remembering an old tune that they were listening to last night and clicking the fingers along with the memory. I'm sure that's the given excuse, no. Anyway, we don't have to go that garden path again.
So an escape for the Swiss batter, although I suppose seemed a fair call, a good call from the umpire, whose concentration levels have kept up to make that judgment call there. Clubbed down the ground, miscued though. I suppose the one thing I would say for Switzerland, and I'm sure it's something that Rhino has been talking about with his batters, is Meghna Rajan and Vanni Danuka are probably the 2 key batters for Switzerland. And it's just a question of where they bat. And sometimes, you don't want your best batters opening, but equally, you also want your best batters facing as many deliveries as possible. So I think there's a bit of an argument. I know both of them prefer playing in those 3 and 4 positions. I would say there's maybe a bit of an argument for opening with one of them, especially if your normal opener isn't playing, with both Ananya and Amrita sitting out this one. You've then thrown Sri Kumar into the furnace, and she's playing admirably, but she's not seen much opening cricket either. And now suddenly she's facing against some tough bowlers from the Brazilians. So maybe it's something that they want to consider going forward in games where the result is maybe not as important as the experience. But Meghna Rajan and Vanni Danuka have both had extreme success in their positions of choice. So I suppose they know what they're doing, and that's why they're in the coaching hut and the playing hut, and we're here in the commentary box as we get to the end of the 6th. End of the power play then, 27 for 1, just a solitary single in that over bowled by yesterday's Centurion.
Yeah, how fast things have changed after the wicket fell. In the over, just prior to that wicket falling, there were a couple of boundaries being hit, and we saw the batters start to just start to get a bit keen and interested in going after the Brazilian bowlers. But since then, it's been incredibly quiet with, look, that over just 1 run from it. So 27 for 1, as you say, Tina, after 6. And yeah, the power play is now going to be a distant memory as the field gets moved around, a bit of extra protection out there. Although with the lack of boundaries being hit, yeah, you got to wonder if it's even worthwhile.
Well, this is something that we were discussing quite intensively, Vinny and I, in the previous game, where Brazil really had Spain in a chokehold. That it was pretty much similar. I think maybe even a couple of wickets more at the end of the power play. It was about 30 for 2. And it was the end of the power play, and I think almost cricket instinct kicks in as Nikki Montero has the 7th over here. Instinct kicks in and says, okay, end of the power play, put 4 out. That is what we do. That is the law of cricket.
Yes,
but
yes.
For what?
Yeah.
You've now got, okay, for Meghna Rajan, I'd say she's a stroke player, and you can do with some protection. But if you've got batters who are scratching around, why are you suddenly giving them that release shot?
Yeah.
You've got long out, on out, you've got long off out, which I don't think we've seen a shot so far in the 6.1 overs go to either long on or long off.
Nope.
And you've got cow corner out. So they've at least only got 3 out, but I still think that's possibly 1 or 2 too many.
Yeah, boundaries have been hit square of the wicket, and I think there's only been about 3 or 4 of them. So it's a really good point. to not necessarily just go to the script because you're used to going to the script. I completely agree with that idea. This is something funny enough. I also talked about it during the Century Europe Cup, the Women's Century Europe Cup, because we saw that as well. And it was Norway on top against not the Czechs, it was against Luxembourg. And they immediately put the field back. And straight away, I put my hand in and I thought, why have you done that? That's crazy. And Luxembourg started getting runs.
Yeah. You're almost inviting the singles because you're going from a nice little through the legger there from the wicketkeeper. You're going from a situation where you've strangled them and you think, okay, this is our winning formula. We're not going to change it. But suddenly, because the fielding restrictions are lifted, you decide, oh, well, let's change it. It's like, well, whatever you've been doing for the first 6 overs has worked very well. So just keep doing that. But Brazil certainly haven't gone completely into defensive mode, but I still think they could attack a bit more, as that one's well fielded there by Laura Cardoso. Again, had she been 2 or 3 meters closer to the bat, that could have been a catching opportunity. You've got Sri Kumar Divya, who's plugging away out there in the middle, but she's 5 off 15.
Yes, and she's looking tentative as well. This is someone who they, Brazil should be earmarking this one, saying this is a wicket we should be getting with pressure. Look at that. Even, struggling to middle a short one, even to send it towards the, through mid wicket. So, apply the pressure, you'll get her wicket because she's just not showing enough confidence at the moment. She's showing a little bit of intent, but her timing's off. And that's something Brazil, I'm sure that's being noted down in the coach's notebook as we speak. And that's going to end the over though. So 28 for 1 with 7 overs gone.
You have to say though, from the Swiss perspective, this is kind of what they wanted. And that's why when the coin went the way of Switzerland, Danny Medegoda said, we'll have a bat first. And when I asked why are you batting first, she said she wanted the batters to play with freedom and to have no pressure of the scoreboard and to just go out there and express themselves. And Sri Kumar Divya, yes, she's only got the 5 off 16 so far, but that's 16 deliveries that she's faced against a professional team. And it's all experience that can just really enhance her game as an individual. And of course, Switzerland as a team, as that one's guided away nicely. Meghna Rajan gets herself immediately off strike. And I suppose here the challenge for Divya is, can she get bat on ball and rotate the strike? Because that's what Spain were doing in the previous game against Brazil. Firstly, they were getting bogged down, which is kind of what's happened to Switzerland here. But then they started just playing a few shots, getting the confidence. And that's when suddenly the runs started flowing and the intent started to grow as well. It's Laura Cardoso who's brought herself on here. She's not going to give you much. And Divya is really being presented a challenge here of how she can find a gap, how she can get herself to the safety of the non-striker's end.
You just see there with that shot, she was just keen to get bat on ball. And that's very good for her. Very good for her just to feel that and say, okay, this is what I'm aiming for. This is the bare minimum I need to be doing.
That's nicely played, off the hip. Yep. And that's exactly what we were talking about, Phil.
Yep. Case in point. So well done. Rotates the strike, and that's exactly what a batting partner would like to see. And that's what the bench want to see.
And Meghna Rajan will know exactly what her role is here, which is the senior batting partner, the run scorer. So she should have a bit of responsibility on her shoulders as well to kind of guide Sri Kumar Divya through this innings and say, look, get me on strike. I'll try and get the runs. You just help me by sticking around and knocking it into gaps. Divya's done her part, and it's over to Rajan now. And this should be out, but it's a wild throw by Laura Cardoso, who I think she was so focused on throwing down the stumps that she didn't realise all she had to do was just lob it back to the keeper. And Monique Machado would have done the rest. Let's take a look at this one. Cardoso just hurried the throw, didn't she?
She could, and it's another one of she could have walked it in herself. A 2 or 3 extra steps, and she'd be letting the ball go from inches away from the stumps. As it turned out, it went for a buzzer. Quite bizarre, quite strange.
That was the proverbial open goal there. Cardoso had the goal at her mercy. Divya had given up, and she was caught between a rock and a hard place. Again, this might be a chance of a run out there. Going for it, and it's a slight misfield there by Maria Silva. And again, Brazil just slightly letting themselves down with a few fumbles, a bit of sloppiness. And I know Julia Price, the Brazil coach, will be furiously scribbling in her notebook because I know she's very much of the opinion that the standards for Brazilian cricket are high.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what the game state is. This is the way we play. And again, just not going cleanly to hand. That's third ball running that has just been a slight misfield. And you can see that the Brazilian side just a little flat. If we get to the end of the 8th, you've got to say, though, well done to Rajan and Divya, who are making the most of that, scoring 5 singles in that over, 33 for 1.
Just to that point, and it's a small thing, but even throwing the ball back to the bowler, there was, I think, the second ball of the over, the ball was missed by 2 fielders. It actually rolled all the way to the boundary line just in front of us here. And that, to me, just like, girls, come on. That's one of the simplest things to do. And that is the kind of thing that make a coach pull their hair out and say, you know, that's absolutely insane that should be happening. I mean, you know, keep the ball off the deck. Throw it to the fielder so they feel the ball in their hands. That's something that you get out of that. If they're not even taking the ball, they're not ready for it, then, okay, heat of the day, you could say that all day long, but that's just a little bit of a poor excuse and just something they need to watch out for. It's the smallest thing, but just something to watch out for.
No, I think it's a small but significant thing as Nikki Montero comes back in to bowl her second over, went for just the 1. And again, not cleanly into hand. And I'm a firm believer that energy is contagious. And I think the energy of the Brazilian fielders at the moment is low. It's kind of been sapped. I don't know if it's by the Swiss sun, but I don't really think that's a real excuse. I'm trying to be kind. But as soon as this kind of energy of, I'm a bit lethargic, I'm not feeling it, I'm not getting it cleanly to hand, as soon as that starts kicking in, then suddenly everyone kind of feels it in the camp. But that was well picked up there by Laura Cardoso, who I think also has a responsibility as skipper to just rouse the troops here and get everyone going again, because they're well on top on this. Let's not make a mistake. 34 for 1. Switzerland are not challenging the scorers too much, but that one's nicely played away into the deep by Divya. But it will just be a single again, a rocket arm there from the deep by Evelyn Muller.
Great throw. Really, really good arm she has there in the deep. Isn't that right? That's really, really good. Hey, shout out to David Swan of the chat. He was just on the back of what we were talking about before in the last over. He said, yeah, they do look sharp, the Brazilian women. Then immediately after those little blues, he went, chatter's curse. David, I hear what you're saying.
I mean, we have very high expectations of Brazil ourselves, and as that one's flown in, and that's more of what I'd like to see. Lindsay Boas challenges the stumps at the non-strikers, and Laura Cardoso is backing up. So they're kind of just firing a warning shot to the 2 batters that maybe they're trying to get themselves back into a rhythm. But Brazil do have high standards, which means if they drop at any point, it's almost noticeable. So we're being hard on them because I know they'll be hard on themselves. And these are the kind of things that you really have to tweak and fine-tune if you want to kind of break into that top 20, which I know is Brazil's target. Big appeal and nothing doing from the umpire. Nice hands there from Machado behind the sticks, but it will just be a dot ball. Nikki Montero being miserly with her economy as we get to the end of the 9th over. Switzerland 35 for 1.
You can see there she well and truly got the foot down in time, but the foot was up just for a second, but then the ball passed the bat, and as soon as it went past, the foot came down. Hey, something I haven't had a chance to do, and that is to send my very good happy birthday wishes to the European Cricket Network for today as well. So happy 7th birthday, ECN. I know that is on this day 7 years ago when the very first match was played. Vinny sent us the link to that wonderful, was it the second game, but there was the first game he commentated.
Yeah.
And even he himself declared he was like the deer in headlights. And he put a message in chat as well saying he's having some birthday cake at Zurich Airport. So well done, Vinny, and well done, ECN. Happy birthday. I haven't bought you a present, but I tell you what, I'll try and do a really good job while I'm here. How's that for a present?
Has he sold his second kidney for that cake? Can one survive without kidneys? As Lindsay Boas comes in back into the attack, having also only given away just the 1 single in her first over.
Speaking of kidneys.
Okay.
I'm going to give you something a little bit out of left field here. Did you know it's very common if you have an operation to have your kidney replaced, doctors will leave the diseased kidney in your body.
Why?
It's more trouble to take it out.
Yeah.
But they'll put the new one in, connect it up, but they'll often leave the other one behind. Quite astonishing.
It's like shaming the old kidney, being like, this is what you should have done, kidney. Sit there and look at what you've done.
This is what we expected from you. Your mother and father are very upset with you.
Kidney's been benched.
You have to sit there and watch it. You're right. It's a shame. It's a shame ride.
Dotting up here a touch. Switzerland 5 in a row. Montero, the back end of her over, and Lindsay Boas has started with 2 through to the keeper. Make that 3. And again, Divya, I feel like something's got to give here. And the trouble is she's eating up deliveries all while Vanni Danuka has got her feet up in the tent. And this is where kind of my reasoning comes in, Phil, that you need your best batters out there for the longest amount of time. And
absolutely,
Divya has done well. I mean, she's stood up to the challenge, but she needs to put her foot on the gas at some point. Well, it will be the end then. So maybe not the worst wicket to lose, but Sriya Kumar Divya does fall on her 25th delivery for 8 as Lindsay Boas continues her rich vein of form, picking up her first wicket of the afternoon as Switzerland lose their second, 36 for 2, halfway through the 10th.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, and I felt the wicket was coming for a few overs now, but that's just had to be right on the money there. It looks like a couple of a bit of drink soap's going to be taken here, which is the right thing to do, of course. So they are going to grab themselves some liquid refreshments, which is definitely needed on a day like today. We've been talking about the heat quite a fair bit. But for Divya, look, 25 deliveries for those 8 runs. We sort of mentioned before she was labouring it quite a fair bit. But look, it's still good for her to get some experience out there in the centre. So she'll take some solace from that, and the team will take a bit of solace as well. So that's the good thing.
Be interesting to see if Vanni Danuka then comes out next up, as we say hi to you in the sweltering commentary box. Still 36 degrees. It hasn't got any cooler or any hotter, but that wind is just sweeping through, which is a nice relief, and maybe relief as well for Brazil after a sloppy couple of overs. They found the line again and have broken the resistance of Kumar.
They have indeed. Look, I like what I see from Brazil. Look, they haven't been a bit sloppy in the field, but just in this last over, I kind of feel like there was a good throw from the outfield into the stumps. There was a little bit of more hustle in the field as well. So maybe our voices are carrying. I've always said before that when we talk about certain things, the centre tend to respond pretty quickly. And I kind of feel that just in the last over and a half, things have picked up a little bit now. So I think they've got a bit to prove. And you mentioned before about that coach having some pretty strong words, and fair enough too. I think that was absolutely well deserved. Funny enough. For Switzerland, look, they've lost their second wicket now, and maybe there's a chance now for these the middle order or the upper middle order to really get into these middle overs and really sort of try and knock out 50 runs in the next 7 or 8 overs and just try to get some respectable score on the board and give Brazil something that they've got to work towards.
I absolutely think 100 is still more than achievable for Switzerland now, assuming Vanni is going out there. In fact, it looks like it's not Vanni coming out into the middle, but Meghna Rajan is there, and she's more than capable of scoring runs by herself. And they've got license. This is what they wanted, Switzerland. They won the toss, let's not forget. They wanted to bat. And it would be a shame if they almost missed this opportunity to just have a go at Brazil for the last 10 overs. As for Brazil, I think they'll have had maybe a bit of a rollicking in their ears from Julia Price, and they've got a point to prove as well in these next 10 to show why they are favourites in this tournament. And that really, whoever they play, whether it's a Switzerland, whether it's a Scotland, they need to keep those personal limits, and they need to push the limits of what they're capable of.
They really do. Yes, you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter who your opposition is. You need to, have a plan, execute the plan, and if it needs to be changed or if it needs to be readapted on the way through, then you do so with obviously the coach leading the charge on that sort of thing. A bit of work to be done here for both teams. I think Brazil well and truly on top. Look at that scoreboard with 36 for 2 on the board. So, yeah, there's a fair bit to do for both teams. But, yeah, Brazil right on top here, got them on the ropes. Isabel's bowling beautifully at the moment.
Still 3 balls left of that 10th because we took the early drinks break because of the wicket. And it is a bit of a switch up in the batting lineup. Melissa Pienaar gets her opportunity out in the middle and shows signs of intent on that very first delivery. Takes a big swing at it, just gets a feather edge on it into the ground. So it'll be interesting to see quite how inventive Switzerland get with their batting lineup, with Vanni Danuka still to come. And let's not forget the skipper as well, Dani Medagoda, who put in an excellent knock this morning as well. A nice little cameo from her, which I'm sure would have given her a whole world of confidence as well. But for now, it's Pienaar who Yet to get off the mark, but showing signs of intent in those first 2 deliveries. Will it be third time lucky? Well, that's a big swing. Loses her shape on that occasion and is lucky not to see her stumps rearranged as we get to the end of the 10th, then halfway. And there's a wicket maiden from Lindsay Boas. Continues her impressive couple of days out in the middle. 36 for 2, Switzerland.
She looks almost impossible to get away at the moment, doesn't she, Lindsay? She's bowling so well. And that just that last strike there, just really head in the air, looking for something way beyond the deep mid-wicket boundary and connecting with absolutely zilch, unfortunately, for Switzerland. And yeah, at 36 for 2, with Lindsay bowling with very good pace and good variation there, just keeping everything at bay there for Switzerland.
It looks like we're going to go back to a touch of spin in the form of Lara Bittencourt, who is easy to recognise because she always bowls with her cap on. Which is
Yep.
nice of her so that we can always see where she's at. She's bowled 2 overs already, gone for 14, hasn't picked up a wicket. Be eager to get her name in that wickets column now with Meghna Rajan on strike, who hasn't quite been her expansive self so far, 7 off 17. Again, maybe just a little guilty of playing the situation of the match or playing the opposition rather than just her natural game as she goes for a big old swish to the leg side but misses out because she is an accomplished batter. And sometimes, I'm not saying this is the case, sometimes you can just get a bit psyched out by the opposition rather than just saying, well, it's another bowler. It's spin bowling, so it's nothing I haven't faced before. It's not, suddenly 90 miles an hour. And she should just take every ball as it comes. This time, she just squeezes her bat down on it. It's a nice pick up there by Sabino. Direct hit would have been interesting, but they managed to jog through for a single.
Yeah, it's funny. Even her advance down the wicket was very nervous. Like it wasn't like a proper dance down the wicket or a little sort of dubstep. It was like a trot almost on the spot because she was very aware that Machado is lightning quick with the gloves behind the stumps and has taken the bails off, I reckon, probably about 8 or 9 times already in this innings. And so there's just a bit of trepidation there to come out of her crease. In the end, she goes to play with the open face behind the keeper anyway.
Peanut, again, big swing of the bat. She's not afraid to give it some welly, but it's the 4th time now she's got bat on ball, but hasn't been able to pierce the gap.
Runs are becoming a bit of an endangered species at the ground at the moment.
This time she does make contact and long on has to come in off the rope, and for some reason they don't take the run. I think Pinar was maybe just guilty of a bit of ball admiring there.
I think that was ball watching.
She played it nicely, and unfortunately you don't get any runs for saying, oh, what a good shot.
Unless you're playing golf.
True.
Which could have been, so close to getting an inside edge on the stumps there. Going to get a run on this occasion, though.
Well, it was certainly the worst of the 2 shots, but gets finally a belated single to get Rajan back on strike, but very much just scratching around for scraps at the moment at Switzerland. Just odd singles here and there. Brazil trying to turn the screw. That's a great grab. Sharp as you like from Bittencourt as Rajan tries to ignite something under the Switzerland innings, only manages to get underneath it and slap it back to Lara, who was quick as you like, got both hands to it. And that's maybe the little spark that Brazil need in their fielding innings to get themselves back up to their high standards, because that was a nice catch, wasn't it, Phil?
It was so clean. That's what I love. No juggle, no one hand, no slapping out of the hands. It was a clean catch in position nice and early. She saw it quickly and got in position. I thought that was such a good catch. And her teammates did as well. And didn't she give out a big happy roar as well? Big wicket falls as well. Rajan has to go. And, well, Switzerland now, well, if they're in trouble before, they're in a lot of trouble now. Rajan cannot believe I don't want to say she's middled it. I think it's sort of towards the bottom of the bat, but she has struck it pretty well, but it's gone straight back at a bowler who stood their ground and said, not on my watch. Lovely catch.
But she's kind of cursing the cricketing gods a touch there, Meghna Rajan, because she was kind of scratching around in her innings, and clearly something in her mind said, right, I've got to kind of show a bit of intent. As soon as she does that, she absolutely middles one, and all she does is find the sharp hands of Bittencourt So a frustrating innings for Meghna Rajan, who wasn't able to emulate her heroics of that 95 yesterday. She departs for 8 off 20. And does look like it will now be Vani Dhanuka coming out at number 5. So a quick run through of where we are so far. Sri Kumar Divya, her resistance lasted a good old while. She finished 8 off 24. Franziska Kuhnberg was exciting at the top of the order, but fell for 18 off 16. And Meghna Rajan has followed the two openers back into the hut, 8 off 20. Melissa Pienaar still out there, 1 off 6. And Vani Dhanuka new to the crease as Switzerland at the end of the 11th, 38 for 3.
Yeah, Franziska Kuhnberg, she looked good for those 4 boundaries she hit. Look, in control. There was a very close catch on the boundary which exploded through the hands and went for one of those boundaries. But apart from that, I thought she looked really, really good. But gone too far. This has been elevated. It is going to fall safe, though, down towards deep mid-wicket. And just a single. Nice throw again. The throw from the outfield, from the boundary ropes from the Brazilian team, has been a real lesson, a really, really good lesson for other people watching. I've really enjoyed that. I think the outfielding there has been good. The infielding is probably where we've seen a few moments. But I think the outfield has been very good. Yeah,
especially the power and the precision of their long throwing has been remarkable, as it's Arta, the left-arm orthodox bowler, in. As that one is stopped well. It was an awkward one there for Maria Silva as it bounced just in front of her on that baseball catcher's mound. But she manages to stop it.
Yeah, there was an awkward moment there, and I almost had to suck in a big breath as well, think, oh no, look away. But she does very well. Can elevate, get some runs flowing here. So good intent now been shown. Score now get up to 40 now. Also 3 wickets just inside the 12th.
A few adjustments being made in the field, and interestingly then they have resorted to just the 2 fielders out in the deep, but neither of them will be able to stop that one, and nor will the man in the shirt behind, who sticks out a foot and it goes straight over his shin. Nice hit there for Melissa Pienaar, and in fact is the first boundary of the innings that hasn't been scored by Franziska Kuhnberg, and she's been threatening it, Pienaar, and she finally gets one out of the screws.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, that one. Just too short, though, from the bowler. The second time in a row that she's bowled it, just pitched it a bit too short. And this one's set up and she got the angle a lot better than the previous one. Hit that previous one in front of square, this one just slightly behind square for a boundary. That one again short. Like, gets away with it as well as it goes into the close infielder.
Yeah, just needs to readjust her length here. Does Marianne, if anything, as a spin bowler, you're almost better off over pitching it and going for the low full toss than you are dragging it down, especially on this AstroTurf where it just sits up and asks to be hit away. That's the better length. That's the one she has to bowl. It's a good comeback ball there from Marianne.
Yeah, much better delivery, that one.
And you kind of know what Melissa Pienaar's trying to do here, which is to slap it away to deep mid-wicket, to square leg, and keep it outside off and kind of take that option away from her. But this time she does manage to contact, and that's going to go straight through the 2 fielders. Again, just maybe missing a trick here, Brazil. You know exactly what Pienaar wants to do, and almost just inviting her to do it here as she picks up another boundary, and that's 10 off the over. It's the best over so far for Switzerland as they move to 48 for 3 after 12.
It's a good shot, that last one. Yeah, thread the gap very nicely. 2 fielders out there protecting the boundary rope at the deep mid-wicket, and square, very square on the leg side. Pierced the gap beautifully. But yeah, just again, too short. And spin bowler's going to bowl short. And you just mentioned seconds ago, Tina, you're going to bowl short as a spin bowler. Well, you've sort of negated most of your arsenal right there, because the batter can just say, oh, I've just got an extra few seconds to make up my mind where to put this one, and they will go and execute accordingly. So, yeah, 10 off the over. Very nice over there for Switzerland. Gets score up now to 48 for 3 after 12. Still a fair way to go to get a decent score on the board. They definitely got to be eyeing off the 100, though.
Nikki Montero in for her third over. This one is straight down the throat of the fielder, and that's an important wicket to fall for Brazil, as the dangerous Vani Dhanuka hasn't been able to impact the score much at all as she departs on just her second delivery. It was a solid catch out there in the deep, and the 4th wicket falls for Switzerland, still too shy of that half century.
Picks it up on the full and absolutely gives it everything, but unfortunately everything was not going to be enough on this occasion. Nice catch. Fielder didn't have to move too much left, right or anything like that. Held her nerve and held the catch beautifully just in front of her face there for the next wicket to fall with 48 for 4. Oh boy, yeah, Garcia there with a very good catch.
And that's exactly what we were saying, Phil. If you're going to pitch it one way or another, over pitch it, because the amount of times that over pitched low full toss gets maybe not the just rewards, the unjust rewards, and picks out a fielder, because as a batter your eyes just light up and you say, okay, this one's going into the trees. Fortunately for Vali Danuka, didn't quite manage to hit that tree line, and only found the grateful hands there of Garcia. So it will be 4 down, and that brings the Swiss skipper Dani Medagoda to the crease, who, as I previously mentioned, batted excellently earlier today in a losing cause. But she's got a chance here to practice what she preaches and give herself a timeout in the middle, play with freedom, see what she can do in these remaining 7.5 overs.
I like what Brazil are doing with the bowlers too. I think the rotation of the bowlers has been very good, giving them sort of 2 spells here, then letting them rest, not bowling anyone through. I mean, it's fair enough too in these conditions. You wouldn't really want to have someone bowling through all their 4 overs, but just swinging around a little bit. And this has been a pretty good start to Nicole's 3rd over, picking up a wicket straight away. Only gone for 3 runs off her first 2.
Yeah, Brazil's leading wicket taker back into the wicket action there with that catch in the deep. Nikki, who spent a significant amount of her formative years in South Africa, has actually represented Brazil in hockey as well, so she's a dual threat, but in most recent years has been threatening the stumps of the batters.
Just saw Steve McVeigh in the chat. Say hello to Steve. We saw him in Portugal when we were there last time as well.
We did.
Yeah.
It's all flooding back to me now, Phil. It's been a long couple of months.
It has.
So forgive me.
To be fair, it has, yeah.
Right on the money again, Nikki. And that one squeezed away nicely by Medagoda. Yeah, I've seen Steve several times since as well in the UK.
Oh, yeah, I've seen the pictures. Yep. He's a man who gets around. He's also great to have a chat and have a cold beverage with as well. Hope you're well, Steve. Hope you're doing well.
Halfway through the 13th here. Melissa Pienaar, back-to-back boundaries in the previous over, goes for a big swing. I mean, you can kind of read her like a book, and the book is 1 page, and the page says hit to mid-wicket.
Yeah. They're looking for the chapter on offside attack. There is no chapter on offside attack. See chapter 1, hit to mid-wicket. That's what it says. You could almost apply the Fight Club rules to her form of batting as well, couldn't you? The first rule of my batting is hit to leg side mid-wicket. The second rule is to hit to leg side deep mid-wicket.
Why change a winning formula?
It's true.
Hit 2 to mid-wicket for 4 runs in the previous over. And she goes again. This time finds the grateful hands of Laura Cardoso at mid-wicket, at least, true to form.
True.
But Melissa Pienaar, her explosive but short stint at the crease comes to an end as she departs for 10 off 14. And Switzerland do lose their 5th. They're still 1 shy of that half century, just inching their way closer. But Brazil, after having that sloppy kind of, what would you call it, 10, 12 balls, have rallied here, probably thanks to the rollicking from their coach at halfway as well. And they've sharpened things up, and the difference is palpable, isn't it? Suddenly balls are going to hand, there's no fumbles, there's no drops, and as a result Switzerland have really been strangled again here.
They came together at the drinks break, end of the 6th, end of the power play, and that was where I think you and I were talking about that at length, and the chat was talking about it, we saw it, Henry made a few comments as well, and we were all in the opinion of, well, they really need to sort of get a bit of a rev up here, and surely the rev up note came as well with the drinks, and it said, come on, this is not us, it's not good enough. And you're absolutely right, Tina, they've turned it around, and pressure on, despite a couple of overs. Obviously that we saw 10 runs in the over previous, but fielding has gotten better. The catching's been good, so it's been very good. Yeah, there's another loud breeze comes across the microphone.
Yeah, it's kind of been a bit swirling actually for most of the day. It's been, the wind is coming into our faces, and now somehow it's behind us. Just any kind of wind would be gratefully received.
I know we've got a fan on the end of the desk. Is that doing anything? It's probably helping Al out, isn't it?
He's looking windswept and handsome on my left-hand side.
Oh, so that's what we need the fan for, right?
Yeah, it's purely aesthetic.
All right, I'll have a chat to Mrs. G about that. Get me a fan. Struck down the ground. Good bit of fielding there as well. Nicely done. Gets everything behind that, does Anna Clara. Can't stop the single though.
Cardoso, having pouched that grab on the final ball of the previous over, has brought herself back into the attack here.
50 up as well, 50 for 5. A bit of a cheer from the Swiss dugout as they realise they've notched up their half-century, the team half-century. It's taken 13.1 overs though. That's a cause for concern.
Big appeal, and the finger of doom is raised. Lara Cardoso celebrates as Layla Picard has to take the long trudge off, given LBW certainly kind of found herself trapped on the crease. Just a question of whether it was going to hit those stumps. I mean, famously, that is the LBW question. And the umpire says, yes, it would have. Can see why it was given. Maybe just, again, from this angle, it's almost impossible to tell because it's a deceptive angle to make any kind of judgments from. And that's why the umpires have the best seats in the house. And the finger was raised. So it's the second wicket to fall in 3 deliveries. And Switzerland, well, I think they've got to almost realign their ambitions now and say, okay, let's bat out this 20 because they're 50 for 6 with still over 6.5 overs to play.
Indeed, 3 wickets falling, 2 runs in the last 8 overs in total. But yeah, Tina, those last 3 deliveries, wicket, pitch hitter goes, and then another batter goes. And so we've got a big rotation, a big revolving door of batters at the moment. So Switzerland just not finding any rhythm at the moment. And this middle order looking like the wobble is settling in. And Laura is bowling beautifully. Well, Lindsay's bowling very well too. But Laura, who's bowling this over, she's looking like an absolute superstar with the ball.
It's been very democratic as well, the share of wickets.
Yeah.
Only Marianato, who's just bowled the 1 over so far, has gone wicketless. Everyone else has picked up at least 1. Nikki Montero has picked up 2 in her 3 overs so far and gone for just 4 runs. Lindsay Boas, as you mentioned, Phil, gone for just 2 runs in her 2 overs.
Incredible. Be interested to see if they bring Artur back because they got after her a little bit, just a little bit. But that was Melissa Pennar, who's gone now. So maybe they'd be tempted to bring Artur back just to make sure she doesn't lose any confidence by being hit for a couple of boundaries. I think that would be the right thing to do.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Just to
give her another one.
Especially Lara Cardoso, she's a bowling captain, and I can absolutely understand why she's brought herself back on. But maybe now that they've broken that slight resistance, she can throw it back to the left arm spinner. They've used 6 bowlers so far. They do have plenty of options in their ranks. New batter is Naina Meti Saju, who is fearless in her swing in that first delivery, but doesn't manage to make contact. And I think certainly Brazil here are looking to turn the screw and almost ensure that this innings doesn't go the distance, whereas for Switzerland, I say that's their primary aim for now. Yes, don't just grind to a halt, but let's see if they can play out these balls and frustrate Brazil and almost tire them out as well. Let's not forget that it's a tough old stint out there in the middle. Brazil still have to get the runs. That one's chipped away nicely. It will fall safely in the Bermuda Triangle of fielders as the throw comes zipping in. So Saju gets herself off the strike and off the mark.
Oh, that'll settle her down nicely. Saju coming in with the fall of that last wicket. 51 on the board. Only 51 on the board, folks. It's really tough going out there. After that little bit of, like you say, a bit of a flurry there of a couple of boundaries in that 1 over, we've sort of gone back now to the dots and the ones with the occasional wicket.
That's nicely played through the covers, and I think that's going to race away for 4 runs unless a dive is put in. And while the dive is put in by Ana Clara Sabino, but the ball wins that battle. And that's probably one of the shots of the game so far. Doesn't try to overhit it, just gets bat on ball and gets full reward for that, despite the brilliant effort there in the field by Sabino.
In complete control of that shot. Lovely strike through the covers. And who doesn't love to see a cover drive?
We saw a few from Danny Melagoda in the previous game.
Yeah.
Clearly someone who's got a bit of confidence with the bat. And again, has to probably take the responsibility of the senior batting role here, especially as skipper as well. To get to the end of the 14th, 56 for 6. So that expected score at 80. I think Brazil certainly want to turn the screw and maybe even keep Switzerland down to 75 or less. Switzerland 100 is probably a bridge too far.
Yeah.
Certainly if they can get up to 80, possibly 90 if they put their foot down, especially if Danny Medagoda plays a few more of those cover drives.
Well, motoring along at 7 runs and over. Yeah, the expected score is being generous, giving him 80 as a possibility. But 6 wickets down, the middle order need to stand up here. But Medagoda, there's a lot on her shoulders here for these next 6 overs. If she can stick around to the end of the 20th, then, hey, never know, in with a shout. But she needs assistance, and she needs people to stick around with her. I just feel that the Brazilian bowling is just they are absolutely on top. It's not just the feeling they're on top, they are on top. The scoreboard suggests it. Looking at the bowling card suggests it as well.
Well, clearly they don't think we're complete mugs, Phil, because they have turned back to Marianne Arthur to bowl from the other end, seeing if that can change her fortunes. And yeah, I'd agree with you. I think this is a good move.
Yep.
You are well on top of the game, and almost the only thing you can do here is damage yourself if you kind of pull a bowler off after 1 over and say, nah, it's not today. But instead they're giving the ball back to her, hope that she can chip in with a couple of wickets.
Saju facing up, and have a look at the ringer fielders on the boundary up on the leg side. Got a whole, like a wall there extending from the sight screen all the way around. She hasn't learned the lesson, has she? It's short and it's 4. It's connected beautifully. So Saju there jumps onto one. It's short and it's on leg stump, and then maybe even going down leg side, and it goes a long, long way along the ground. 4 runs, lovely strike, and good fielding there by Al.
Yeah, I think no one is more frustrated there than Marianne Arthur herself. She knows that's not the right delivery.
Yep.
It's almost one of those where in your head you're saying, don't bowl this delivery, don't bowl this delivery, and then that's the exact delivery you bowl.
Yep. Brain got scrambled.
Just had a few encouraging words there from the skipper, Laura Cardoso. She's been bowling excellently the last couple of days. Arthur just needs to get that rhythm back. That's a better delivery. That's exactly where she should keep it, both line and length, spot on there.
Yep. To your point you made during her first over, get a fuller. If you muck up a fuller delivery, live with that. But if you muck up a shorter delivery, there's nowhere to hide. That's a much better ball.
Speaking of nowhere to hide, there's nowhere to hide here as the sun is encroaching.
It is encroaching, yep.
This one's up in the air. This could be the wicket that could change Arthur's fortunes, and it will be taken. And first and foremost, great captaincy from Laura Cardoso to bring Arthur back into the attack.
Yep.
Good grab there in the deep, as the sun was certainly glaring into the eyes of Ana Clara Sabino. She makes no mistake. Arthur then gets in on the wicket party along with the other bowlers used so far, and Switzerland lose their 7th as Naina Metisaju. That 1-4 added to her highlight reel, but otherwise not much to speak of. And Switzerland now 59 for 7.
Yeah, she jumped onto that very wide leg side short delivery and got herself that 4 runs. And I thought, okay, well, that's a bit of a ray of light there for Switzerland. But yeah, then the 2 balls later, just cars on straight in the air and gives Arthur her first wicket. So every bowler with a bit of success getting at least one. And look, I'm happy for Arthur as well to get that wicket. That first over just was completely wrong, and I felt that with the first ball she bowled in this over, we could have a carbon copy. And you want to return the favour to your captain, don't you? You want to be able to say, Skipper, I'm gonna repay you in spades for letting me come on to bowl that second one, because the first one was a shocker, and that'll boost their confidence as well. Doesn't matter if you bowl into the tail or the top end or the middle. It doesn't matter. You pick up a wicket, that's going to boost you. Going to just have a bit more spring in your step. And even also seeing your fielders coming off the boundary rope, coming into regular infield positions, that's also going to boost your confidence too. That's a personal thing for me. I like to see that.
Absolutely.
Captain shows me a little bit of credit and a little bit of confidence.
Funny enough, Arthur
they set one back.
She's like, I like your confidence in me, but not that much confidence. So they have deep mid-wicket out. They still have cow corner and long on in place. And that one's lovely. Little dab of the bat from Samiha Konuganti, who's the new batter, and she'll get full reward from it. You can hear the cheers from the Swiss tent, because that's a perfect way to start the innings for Samiha. And again, just dabs it, but you get full reward for those kind of dabs and pushes and kisses on this pitch, and 4 runs to start the innings for Konuganti.
Well, she finds the gap and just lets the pace of the bowler do all the work with the ball. It was a very, very clever shot. Very clever indeed. Some more of that wouldn't hurt Switzerland's scorecard, that's for sure.
Decent delivery there from Arta, who seems to have put her opening 7-ball woes behind her. So, final ball of the 15th coming up. With Dani Medegoda, the Swiss captain, still out there at the non-strikers. She can still certainly score runs as that one goes through to the keeper's gloves as well. So at the end of the 15th, 63 for 7. 5 overs left. Phil, where do you see this one going?
Oh, if they could get to that projected 84, then, you know what, at this point, for Switzerland, you probably say, yeah, take it. I think you probably would take it. They would love to boost up towards 100. I can't see 100 being scored at the moment. I don't know if Dani Medegoda's got that in her artillery to fire the team up towards triple digits. Look, there's 7 down as well. Brazil getting quite on top here. Look, another wicket falls, and you know what? Switzerland will be in danger of not batting out their 20. That's the one fear that I would have for them. So Medegoda and Kunagati need to come together and have a discussion about that too. Need to make sure that they keep playing for the singles, loose deliveries be put away, but make sure you bat out those 20 overs. Don't leave anything on the table. That would be a bit of a cardinal sin.
I think certainly the discussion in the Swiss tent will be, first and foremost, let's make the most of every single one of these remaining 30 deliveries.
Yep.
You got to be in it to win it, and they'll certainly be frustrated if they get skittled before the close of the innings. As for Brazil, that's, I think, aim number 1 for them is, can they finish this innings off prematurely? They've got to kind of get back to that ruthless streak, and they've certainly been ruthless with the bat. There's no question about that in the 2 innings we've seen from them so far.
Yep.
But I think they need to be equally cutthroat, equally brutal with the ball in hand, because it means when you are coming up against maybe slightly more experienced batting lineups, then you keep the momentum in the game and you make sure they don't get away from you, because there's been times in the game today against Switzerland and in that game against Spain where they just took their foot off the gas and they allowed the batting side to get back into it. And if you've got a stronger batting unit that you're coming up against, that could be the difference between chasing 120 and chasing 220.
Totally true. That's so true. And you're a team who's angling for a top 20 ranking. These are the small things you absolutely need to nail and get right early.
Lindsay Villas-Boas back in to the attack as that one slapped into the covers and just eludes Lara Cardoso. But the mopping up is done there by Evelyn Muller. Boas goes for just the 3rd run in her first 13 deliveries.
It's amazing how in the last 70 minutes how the sun has moved into a position where everything on his desk now is getting cooked. Everything.
Yes.
In the next 10 minutes, we're going to be cooked in direct sunlight. Amazing.
It's certainly been heating up. That one's dabbed away nicely, but equal to it is the fielder. I think it's Duda there, scampering away to her left. Nice clean pickup as well. And she gets the high five from her teammate, Nikki.
It was a good pickup, wasn't it? No mess, no fuss, and just had to steady herself and get a throw back to the keeper, but they were already home, made it through for a valuable run. All runs valuable at this point at 65 for 7, just in the start of the 16th.
Nicely played, and again, positive intent from the 2 Switzerland batters, and while they're going to
a howler.
They're going to get rewarded for that. I was going to say it's a nice intent to run for the single, but it goes straight through the legs of Sabino. Brazil, a country known for its footballing prowess, but she won't want to see that nutmeg again. So that one goes through and bobbles away for 4 runs.
Sydney Harbour Bridge in action here today in Embark. That was a bit of a howler. That I like the intent though from the batter as well, because you could hear her straight away when she hit the ball. She said yes straight away and set off even before the ball had gotten past the bowler's follow through. So good judge, really good judge of the run, and well, the bonus obviously of the spill and the misfield on the boundary rope was icing on the cake really.
Boas, not quite a figures ruiner, but maybe frustrated that the amount of runs she has given away doubled in that one delivery.
Yeah, she probably won't be happy about that. She might put a little bit of extra hot sauce on the next delivery, and it went through pretty quick.
I think it's certainly true, though, Phil, that the psychological impact of fielding and hearing a big, loud yes from the batting side because crumbs, they're definitely running now. This is a pressure situation. So that one's cut away. It could be a chance for a catch, and it's spilled through the fingers of Nikki Montero. Again, probably one where on their best day they would expect to take that. She got 2 hands to it, just wasn't able to hold on. Let's take another look at this one. You can just not quite see on the replay, but she moved quickly to her right, was alert to the danger, but wasn't able to reel it in. So a missed opportunity there, and they were able to run through for 2.
I think you're right. I think on a good day that sticks, that stays in the hands. That's that's a bit of a sharp chance put down.
Had a bit of everything, a misfield, a 4, a drop, and a couple of dots in between as well as we get to the end of the 16th, 71 for 7. So certainly 90 still in the sights of Switzerland here. The expected score just a shade below that, but they've got 24 balls left. If they go at almost a run a ball, then they could even sneak over that 100 barrier. I think the odds are against them, but just one big over and that could just ignite something for the Swiss.
It's possible. I mean, the projected score, 89 is to say, but one big over and suddenly it is triple digits. And Brazil will feel that they would have missed a trick if they let Switzerland get 100. That's the catch for me. I think Brazil will think, sub 100 score for us to chase is what we're looking for here. Definitely sub 100.
It will be Lara Bittencourt to bowl again with her cap on as we go into the 17th over. And again, you've got Konuganti out there. Is she hitting it through long off? I mean, she might prove me wrong, but instead she edges it. And we'll get value for those runs instead, because that will be 4 added to the collection. But just question the field once more.
Yep.
You've got Samiha Konuganti out there who has just hit a 4, but otherwise hasn't shown too much intent to at least hit that shot over the top, long on, long off. But you've got a long on, you've got a long off, you've got deep mid wicket, and you've got deep square leg. And I just feel like pressure can be applied here on the Swiss tail ender, and it's just not happening. And she gets her rewards there with a 4 to start the 17th over.
It's also the second time she's got a 4 in that part of the ground as well, by playing just a shot that isn't. She's not trying to hit in front of the wicket. She's trying to find an open face shot that slides off the bat, and the bowler's pace does all the work. So she's managed to pick up 2 boundaries there. So clever. Well done.
You've got the ball turning in to the right-hander, and you've got let's say middle order or middle to tail order batter in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I just don't think she's lofting it over long off. I think I don't think many people are lofting it over long off when you've got right arm off spin into the right-hander.
No.
So I just think it's almost a wasted fielding position. Either bring the fielder into mid off, or even bring her into some kind of catching position. Put her in slip. I mean, 2 have gone through slips, none have gone through mid off.
I actually would drop. I'd drop third outside the circle and bring long on or long off in. Long off will come in. Drop that one back and force her to change her mind about playing that shot like that one, the one she's trying to just run it off the face. Make her change her mind. Good throw. It's home. Umpire quickly says, nope, she's definitely home.
Again, it's just a case of, I think, the Brazilian bowlers or captain, I suppose the onus is on the bowler as well to adapt their field. I'm assuming Bittencourt knows her field for a standard setting, which is long on, long off, cow corner, deep mid wicket, and that's kind of been ingrained into her, more of a deep square leg. But you've got to play the batter and play the game in front of you. That's going to be out.
Yep.
As that one was just kind of running in treacle a touch there was Konuganti. So her watch at the middle does come to an end and the 8th wicket does fall. But there, again, then you show a bit of intent and you play the game as it is in front of you rather than playing your game plan. And then you're rewarded for that. As Switzerland lose their 8th, 76 for 8. But I do think Brazil, again, they're just not quite firing at their best in the field. And I think with the ball, they've been decent, but they've missed a couple of tricks both out in the field and with a few of the tactical decisions.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing that as well. I think you've absolutely nailed it on this occasion. It's just the little things. I mean, look at the player. Look how the players played their shots. They've got a couple of runs in that way by playing this shot. There's no aggression down the ground. She's not trying to belt it in front of the wicket. She's looking to play it off the face behind the wicket. Yep, okay, we've just run her out, so that's the end of that wicket. You know, we can sort of move on from that player. But just the fact that she got those 2 boundaries, you think she'd never have had them.
It's 8 runs to the total that probably shouldn't have been there.
Yep.
While long off is twiddling her thumbs.
almost enjoying the shade, but I was looking at that part of the ground. I was thinking, now, the captain says, "Oh, she'll put a long off in." I'll take that. I'll take long off. Yep. That's. I'm happy to take it in the shade.
There has never been such an enthusiastic long off fielder as one that's standing in the shade in 37-degree heat. So we go into the 18th then, and Laura Cardoso bringing herself back on for her third. She's picked up the 1 wicket so far, has gone for 11 runs. Every single bowler so far has picked up a wicket. The new batter here is Saranya Kotta, of course, at the non-striker's end, having had the run-out dismissal on the final ball of the last delivery, as Danny Medagoda plays around that one. Good delivery from Cardoso, beats the outside edge.
Poor old Danny's not really been able to control the strike rotation as much as she might like to here. She's got 13 from 12 with a couple of boundaries, so she's standing up for the team. But just these last couple of overs, she really needs to just farm this striker a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Just take control.
Maybe just be a touch selfish as well, which is, of course, not something that naturally comes to a skipper. But if they want to score runs here, then she has to get the lion's share of it. As she turns down the single on that occasion, the big stop sign put up by Cotter at the non-strikers.
You never had a chance to play for me, did you, when I was captain?
No.
Yeah, see, that comment would have been redundant. I was a little bit selfish as a skipper when I used to play. I was a little bit. But
I think a lot of the time, especially more so with bowling skippers, is that they tend to underuse themselves, don't they?
Yes.
There's so much going on in a fielding innings. You've got to think about your field placement as well as 10 other people and whatever the two batters are doing as well, that sometimes you forget, I should have bowled as well.
Yeah.
So it's good to see Cardoso saying that. I'm going to bowl in these death overs. That's what she's known to do. And she's not going to change anything for anyone. And she's going to get that one straight through the gate. She picks up her second wicket. And something had to give there for Danny Medagoda. Fortunately for her, what came out were the 3 sticks of timber. And Switzerland lose their 9th now as this innings just tails away a touch. 76 on the board.
16 balls still left. And I mentioned this a couple of overs ago, Tina, that Switzerland, I wouldn't want to see them leave deliveries on the table in this innings, but you know what? They're just 1 wicket away from that happening, and they need to see out these 16 deliveries. Just need to make something happen here. And also just for themselves, not necessarily for the score on the board or for the game. Leave that as it is, but just for themselves as well, to be able to say, you know what, we batted it out against Brazil, against a strong bowling attack and a formidable bunch of people in the field as well. We batted out the 20. We scored this. Okay, it wasn't enough, but we still batted it out. They didn't bowl us out. So, I would like to see these this last batting pair really wag that tail.
Well, the wagging will have to be done here by Sajal Vinod, who joins Saranya Kotta out in the middle. Neither of them faced a ball yet.
No.
And Kotta, well, if the wicket falls, she'll remain ballless. That one flashes past the edge of the bat.
What do you think? Just full at the base of the stumps? Something like that?
Well, that's pretty much how Laura Cardoso got her world record against Lesotho. I lost track of how many were clean bowled, but it was a good 5 or 6 of them. Just full and straight, employing the old adage, if you miss, I hit. It's what she did to clean up the Swiss skipper. It's what she's aiming to do here. Again, that one just almost on 4th stump. Just needs to realign here, Cardoso, but we'll have to wait. Maybe won't get another opportunity as we get to the end of the 18th. So 2 overs to go, maximum, with Switzerland 76 for 9. And Vinod facing up those 2 deliveries. So Kotta will have an opportunity to face a delivery here from what looks like Duda lining up to come back for her final over, going for just 12 in her opening 18 deliveries, picking up that early wicket of Franziska Kuhnberg, who was probably the pick of the batters for Switzerland. Seems a long time ago now, but she scored 4 of the 6 boundaries in the innings and showed good intent early on.
She showed very good intent early on. I was very impressed with her, and just kind of felt that when her wicket fell, Switzerland they looked really fragile. And it wasn't until, middle order sort of had a bit of a fire up when Melissa Pinar came out, hit a couple of boundaries, and showed us some real proper hoik to mid-wicket intent as well. You know, really sort of singing the right song from the song sheet and saying, this is what I want to do. I want to do this. I want to do this. I'm the pitch hitter. I'm going to try to elevate. But yeah, unfortunately, take those two out and it's been a little lackluster.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And the L word probably could be used for Brazil in those kind of opening exchanges. But since then, they've lodged a good comeback and they've gone back to the Brazil we know and love, as that one zips through a half appeal from Brazil. I don't know if it touched anything on the way through. It wasn't the most convincing of shouts as Kota survives her first delivery.
Yeah, maybe bat hit the ground, but there was a few people put their hands up. It was, I mean, it pretty much pitched right in front of the toes of the batter, so they felt that was maybe connected or maybe it was in bump ball. Anyway, dot ball.
Nicely worked off the front pad there from Kota, but it does seem to very much be survival mode now for Switzerland. Not too much backing up to speak of from Sejarvinod at the non-striker's end. And Duda looking to finish off the job here for Brazil. Maybe
Vinod's lack of movement is part of the discussion they had at the over break.
Well, she won't have to move much anymore apart from to wiggle off the pitch, because that is the end of the Switzerland batting innings. Duda does clean up the tail as the 10th and final wicket falls. Clean bowled Saranya Kota for a 3-ball duck. And Switzerland, well, they promised a bit throughout. There was flashes of maybe potential of the team that they could become. But Brazil, in the end, a few dips in energy, a few dips in concentration, but it was a professional performance from them.
It was very good performance for them. But look, I agree with your assessment completely, Tina. There's just a few moments there that they'll reflect on with their coach, and they'll definitely want to have a deep dive on that before the finals get played tomorrow. But they've still got a few runs to come out and collect. I said before, and I'll say it again, I was a bit concerned about Switzerland leaving a few deliveries on the table. They leave 9 deliveries on the table untouched, which, well, that's not great. I thought it could have been worse, but getting bowled out for 76 in the 19th over, it all happens in the 19th, and it has all happened, and it's all finished in the 19th. 76 on the board. And Brazil, yeah, glimpses of, I think you described it beautifully, glimpses of the team of what they could be, but we saw a bit of everything of who they are.
Quick rattle through the batting then. Franziska Kuhnberg, she was the shining light early on, 18 off 16, including 4 boundaries. Melissa Pienaar, she showed us 2 of her textbook slaps through mid-wicket. She finished 10 off 14. And Danny Medagoda, the skipper, was the only other, apart from Samiha Gonaganti at the end, to get into double digits. Danny finishing 13 and Samia finishing 10. As for the bowling then, it was a very democratic performance with every single bowler, the 6 used, all picking up a wicket. 1 apiece for Lara Bittencourt, Lindsay Boas and Marianne Arthur, and 2 to add to the collection for Duda, for Nikki Montero and Lara Cardoso. So at the halfway mark, very much kind of as expected, Brazil in the box seat. There's 77 runs for them to get. I think probably it's a question of how quickly they can get them more than anything else. But you know that cricket is a game that throws up surprises. So don't want to go anywhere just yet, because I feel like there might still be a few twists and turns in this one. And whatever happens, Phil G and I will be there to take you through it, as we'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the last run. In the final, Switzerland called the upset of all. Well, it's about 10 minutes to go before we give you the answers. So join back on the air on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to sunny, sweltering Switzerland, where we've retreated into the shade here, but the heat is on in the middle as Brazil look to chase down Switzerland's target of 77 in what was probably an unsurprising innings in terms of the form of the two sides and where they are in their cricketing journeys. But Switzerland were valiant in their efforts and in their defence, but their defence in the end was overcome inside 19 overs. There was 9 balls left to play as the final wicket fell. And for Brazil, I certainly have the feeling that they want to finish this one off as quickly as possible as the Centurion, Lindsay Boas, faces up the first delivery and gets herself straight off the mark as she's joined out in the middle by Laura Agata. Interesting then that Brazil haven't changed things up. I think the coach, Julia Price, will be keen for them to remain professional in their performances and almost not play the opponent but play their own game and play themselves into a bit of form after that form maybe dipped from their own very high standards today. They were irrepressible yesterday, but in the game this morning maybe just lost a touch of rhythm, especially in the fielding. You have to say their batting has been excellent throughout, and I think they want to repeat that trick here as they look to chase down this target of 77. As for Switzerland, you've got to give a shout out to Franziska Kuhnberg, who didn't play yesterday, back to the top of the order today for Switzerland. She was probably the pick of the batters, scoring 18 off 16, including 4 boundaries. And otherwise, there was a few glimpses of potential, first from Melissa Pienaar, clattering 2 boundaries through mid-wicket, and Dani Medagoda, who's had a decent day personally, as she fell for 13, but late on in the piece when she knew she had to put the foot down. The bowling duties were shared between 6 bowlers, and every single one of them picked up at least 1 wicket, with Nikki Montero particularly impressive, going for just 4 runs in her 3 overs and picking up 2 wickets as that one's dabbed away to that hotspot region at third by Agata to get her teammate back on strike. Konuganti is opening the bowling here for Switzerland, who had a decent little cameo with the bat herself, hitting 2 boundaries, both almost behind the keeper before she was run out, also late in the piece. She has the responsibility to open the bowling here for the hosts and has done a decent job, just giving away 2 singles so far in the opening 5 deliveries, as that one's clubbed down the ground, and that will be the first boundary of the innings. Just as we were wondering whether Konuganti would get out of that first over unscathed, it is clubbed by Lindsay Boas, and they pick up 6 then in that first over, Brazil, as well. We're a good 10 metres back from where we were a couple of minutes ago, because all of the equipment and the commentators themselves were getting cooked. But I'm pleased to say Phil G's got himself out of the oven and back into the action.
Thank you very much, Tina. Yes, I am back indeed. It's that temperature's really picked up and everything was getting absolutely baked in the sun. So myself and Henry were just moving everything back as well, and got caught up in a bit of a chat about Czech cricket, would you believe? Who would have thought I'd come along to the ground and start talking about Czech cricket? Anyway, the action is happening out there in the centre with 6 on the board after that first over. Brazil with a bit of a cautious start, chasing a very modest total. Don't need to really go gangbusters, do they? But let's see what happens with the second over about to kick off.
It will be Vani Danuka to bowl it, who's often seen either opening the bowling or first change for the Swiss side. Certainly one of the more consistent bowlers for Switzerland, as Agata lines her up. But Brazil, they can be watchful. I think it's unfair to call them just a kind of clubbing team. If the ball's there to be respected, they do generally do that. It's just any time there's even a hint of a mistake in terms of line and length from the bowlers, they're so quick to capitalise. So they know here that of course, they want to chase down the total and chase it down quickly, but they want to do it in the right way. That's clubbed away nicely. That will be a similar boundary to that first over goes into same region, and well, Phil G, who's just got a prime spot in the shade, scuttles into the sun to do the fielding. Good work there by my co-coms, because the players out there in the middle have been really toiling away. And Phil doing a bit of fielding himself there.
Every little counts.
And now it's Alistair who will be in on the action as he hits that one. Well, she hits that one. He does the fielding. And it's back-to-back boundaries as he launches it straight back to Vani Danuka and almost takes her head off. Back-to-back boundaries here as Brazil start the chase. So 10 coming off the first 4 deliveries of Vani Danuka's spell as Brazil rattling along nicely now. Danuka just loses her footing on that one, but Agatha isn't able to capitalise on that slightly shorter delivery. So Lindsay Boas doing the early hitting once more, recapturing that form yesterday, which saw her score her record, and the record for the tournament so far, hitting a century in blistering fashion. So that one's knocked down the ground and will be a single to end the second over. So 17 on the board for Brazil. 60 runs required to notch their 3rd victory in a row. As Phil, well, he got out of the commentary tent to do some fielding, and now he's been kicked out for a far more better reason. And that's because I've been joined in the dugout by Julia Price, the coach of Brazil Women. And Julia, you've been making notes, and we saw you out in the middle at the innings break, or halfway in the drinks break in that first innings. I know you can't share all your secrets, but how do you think your team are faring so far?
Well, a lot better than the first game today. They're a bit flat this morning when they turned up, and to Spain's credit, they batted very well, and we weren't quite on our game this morning. It's been they got a stern turkey. He was talking to at the lunch break, and much better performance with the ball today.
Yeah, certainly you set high standards for yourselves, I know, throughout, and certainly you raised the bar yesterday with your performance. As that one goes up in the air, chance for a catch here, as it's gone high rather than long, and the wicket will fall as Laura Agata, she departs for just the 3. Conor Ganti picks up her first wicket, and Brazil lose their first 17 for 1 at the start of the 3rd. Just a missed shot there from Agata. Looked like she was trying to loft it over the top, but only manages to knock it straight up in the air. And it's a comfortable catch there for the fielder in close, as it's Vani Danuka, fresh off bowling the second over, who takes the grab. Yeah, we were talking this morning about how the standards you set for yourselves are so high, and we also noted that in the morning, maybe just a few missed opportunities, a bit sloppy in the field. Why do you think that was?
It's a good question. I think they were pretty happy with how they performed yesterday, and we obviously went through a lot of the positives that we did, but I think maybe they turned up and expected it to happen a little bit the same this morning. Maybe a little bit of complacency, and that's what I was saying. I thought Spain batted very, very well, took the game right up to us. We didn't really hold our chances either. I don't think our field placements were overly great. So we've had a real think about, and we've been working a fair bit on an observation of our opposition and being able to see what the batters are doing and how we're going to change our game, change our plans, and go through not only the physical side of the game, but also the tactical side of the game as well.
Laura Cardoso, the skipper for today's game, in at number 3 and cuts that one away, and she'll start with a 4 here. There'll be no stopping that. As soon as it passes the fielder there at point, Layla Pickard, you know it's destined for the rope. Yeah, we were talking a bit about the field placements in this morning's game, because you had Spain exactly where you wanted them. I think after 3 overs, they'd only scored off 2 deliveries. And then at the end of the power play, it almost felt like an instinct to push 4 out. And we were thinking, why are you doing this? You have no reason to. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I think that's maybe just kind of a learning for these girls, who we have to admit are still quite new to the game in some aspects, and just about these small tactical differences, which will probably take you from 29 in the world into the top 20.
Yeah, well, that's what we're hoping. And it is, obviously, the more games you play, the easier it is to have those conversations and talk about things after they've happened. So it's hard to talk about that when they don't really understand how it's going to happen. And Laura Cardoso, in fact, a really nice clip off the legs there. One of our most experienced players playing in England at the moment for Shepparton and getting a heap of cricket under her belt and vice-captain, as we said, stepped up to the captaincy role today. She was the one that came on in that 7th over and just spread the field straight away. We're 1 for 18. And, really, that's where we want them to start picking up on when to squeeze. Don't think all because, like you said, you can put 4 out that you should put 4 out. So I thought they were much better in this game. A lot of the time with the new batter came in, they had 3 out. They probably still haven't quite got the understanding of where the impact player is and where you should still protect and which ones you're able to maybe have that squeeze and bring up the 3rd player. But that's going to come with time.
Yeah, time and experience, as that one is punched down the ground by Cardoso. Already scored 2 boundaries off this over, but happily gets herself to the non-striker's end. Yeah, time and experience, I think there's nothing more valuable than that. And there's only so many times you can talk about things in theory and even do it in training. But there's no replica for being out there in the middle. And I suppose playing against different opposition as well. I know that's been a thing that in Brazil you've really tried to push because you play Argentina a lot, you play the kind of South American, North American countries. But how rewarding has it been to play against completely different teams? I know you've played Jersey before, but Switzerland and Spain, just seeing different players and, of course, playing in Europe as well.
Yeah, well, again, it just sort of helps with all the stuff that we've been talking about and how you can, if you've never seen a batter before, how do you set a field straight away for them? So we've talked a lot about their generic field and then observing what the batter's doing, how they might score their runs, where they feel their perceived weaknesses are or strengths, and adjusting accordingly. So obviously seeing teams that we've never seen before is a perfect way to practice that. And they've certainly been challenged by a few of the teams already with regards to different hitting areas. And I think we sort of have that unique ability to hit in different areas as well. Lindsay Boas-Villas has got an interesting technique and a very effective one against Jersey the other day, but she can be just very difficult to understand where to set your fields to her.
Yeah, that's something we've noticed with the Brazilian batters is that they're fearless with their batting and they hit the ball so hard. And even if it doesn't quite come off, the fact that they go with so much positive intent means, especially on this outfield, you almost always get reward for going with positive intent, as it will be Naina Meti-Saju into the attack here. So Vanni Danuka just bowling the 1 over, goes for 11. And she's swapped out here for a similarly paced right arm seamer. So 29 for 1 at the end of 3, so 48 required. Still very much seems a question of when Brazil will get these runs rather than if. As that one's cut away nicely, that'll be another 4 runs straight off the middle of the bat of Lindsay. And I suppose she's such an infuriating player to play against because, as you said, Julia, she kind of hits them in different areas. Sometimes it feels like she doesn't know where she's going to hit the ball, but every time she does hit it, it very much comes out the middle. Yeah,
the good thing about Lindsay is she just likes batting. So she likes to stay out there for a long time. And even that shot, it was a bit calypso sort of style, back foot, half volley, and punches that one off the back foot when you're sort of thinking, oh, yeah, I've got that in the right area. She'll come forward and she goes back and whacks it through cover. So very difficult to set fields to sometimes. And she's worked really hard on her game over the last couple of years. Spent last year at the Gold Coast in Queensland playing in the Queensland Premier Competition.
That one's going to go to the rope as well. This time slightly straighter, but the result is the same. It's so tough when you're in the power play as a bowler and you feel like, okay, I'm going to have to protect the leg side because Lindsay is also so strong through there, but it gives you no protection whatsoever on the offside. Oh, we probably won't have too much time to chat, Julia, but I really want to talk a bit about the Brazil project and how exciting it is. And I know you're very excited to be a part of it. It's just such a fascinating kind of microcosm, isn't it? In a country that is so obsessed with football, you have this city in Poços, which is almost like a little cricket village. You must have been there quite a few times now. How special a place is it?
Oh, it's actually a wonderful place. It's about 75,000 people that live there, so very small compared to 26 million in Sao Paulo, which is pretty much the population of Australia in one city.
That one's brutally clubbed away. There is a fielder out there and it's taken. So it's a great grab there in the deep by Meghna Rajan. It's a case of putting your best fielders in the hot spots, as you said, Julia. And Lindsay Boas this time will have to depart. It's a very quick fire 23 for her. on the 10th delivery, she goes, and Brazil 37 for 2. I think Lindsay will be disappointed with that. She lined it up, saw it early, and just didn't quite get a distance on it.
Yeah, we've spoken a fair bit. We talk a lot about gears and gear 1, 2 and 3. And gear 1 is generally being able to hit boundaries, but being able to hit them safely so that you're not getting yourself out. And with 2 fielders out in the boundary, getting caught on the boundary during the power play is not ideal. So, yeah, she will be a bit disappointed that she didn't maybe hit that one a little straighter or a little squarer to avoid that fielder that's set up perfectly there. We need to give a bit of credit to the bowlers and the captaincy, obviously, of Switzerland there as well, setting up Lindsay perfectly. But, yeah, unfortunately, Lindsay's been really good for the team. And as I said, she's been playing a little bit on the Gold Coast. Will come back again this year, and I think playing on turf has been a big factor in her continuing to improve as well, because turf can be a bit challenging.
Yeah, there was something that was mentioned actually in the chat earlier, that in order for Brazil to progress to that next level, and I know we've kind of mentioned top 20, we kind of assumed that's what is maybe in the discussions either internally or externally with you guys, but that grass wicket exposure is going to be key, because that's where you want to be. You want to be playing in the World Cups against these sides for whom grass is just a complete normality. And while going back to Poços, it's got amazing facilities, but a grass wicket is not something it has yet. I'm sure maybe it's on the cards. I know the passion of the guys at Cricket Brazil, and the only way is up, especially with the Olympic funding you have as well. And it's a great social project for the girls, isn't it? It's much more than just turning up and playing cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a lot of the girls in the team have actually been found out in the project. So it's sort of like in between school times, the team go out and find the kids in the streets and get them to come in and play cricket indoors or cricket in the streets, and the kids absolutely love it. And we have plenty of carnivals and competitions that they can play in outside of those as well.
Maria Silva is the new batter, and well, that one has been called a no ball, so even if the catch was taken, it wouldn't have counted. So a free hit coming up, which the skipper Laura Cardoso will gratefully receive. Yeah, we've been speaking about how Brazil as a nation are quite a sporty nation. In the same way that kind of Australia, you have this outdoor culture. So you have people going running, you have people playing volleyball on the beach. And it means you have these natural athletes, and it's about tapping into those and almost convincing them to say, come and play cricket. This is what you can do. These are the places you can go and see. Because, of course, football is so massive over there that would be the default. How do you think you go about kind of encouraging kids to play cricket instead of football?
Well, I think that the best thing for Brazil is that probably the Brazilian women's football game isn't as big as it could be.
Yeah.
So there's an opportunity for maybe cricket to sort of sneak past, and now being part of the Olympics, funding's definitely helped to expose the girls to different competitions like this one. But it also, there's a few little, dreams out there of people wanting to play in the Olympics, and also making a career out of the girls are full-time contracted. They get university opportunities if they want to go to university. So to me, it's a really good opportunity for women to be independent in a place like Brazil, where sometimes it can be a little tough.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing kind of playing cricket as a hobby, but it's a whole different proposition to have it as your life. And you kind of see the passion of these girls as well. End of the fourth, 39 for 2, with just over halfway to the total now, with 38 required. They really live and breathe cricket, and I suppose it's just rewards for how they've developed the game themselves. They've been real trailblazers, and they're coming through now as heroes for the next generation. I mean, I've mentioned a couple of times now Roberta Moretti as well, and she stepped away now from playing, but she's still such a trailblazer for the women's game as well.
Yeah, she's great to have her as that role model, moving into the presidency role of Cricket Brazil, the first woman to do it in South America, and that's a pretty big deal in South America, and she's been great for the team as well. I suppose her stepping down now has allowed us to have we call her Malu, but Maria Garcia. God, I never call her that. Has come up into 4 now, so we get to be able to trial a few more other people to get those opportunities in that sort of middle to top order. So it's a great evolution of the game, and Roberta was there right at the beginning when they were trying to start it all up. So it's sort of nice that we're sort of shifting now. She's gone into that administration role, and we've got all these new kids coming through. One of our players, I don't even know Hillary's last name, she's that new in our blue shirt. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Iacino, we'll go with that. And she's just a young, we call them blue shirts. Green shirts, who are our first team that come away in the national team. Blue shirts are our sort of like our A team.
Yeah.
And Hillary's in our blue shirts, as is Julia Ribeiro, who's our 13th as well today. She's played a few games for the team in the past and the senior team, but she's only 17 years of age. So we've got a couple of the blue shirts that are now pushing into the green shirt program, which is brilliant to see. And it means that we're going to have a sustainable program of being able to replace people if they are dropping out, if they're injured, if they're retiring. And that's what you want.
Absolutely. And it must be inspiring for those blue shirts as well to very much see the pathway that's accessible to them. And it's something that's probably been replicated or has been replicated in women's cricket across the world now as well, is that you suddenly see that there is opportunities for you that weren't there 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And not only in Brazil, but across the world. And you've got the role models in world cricket. And then in Brazil, the blue shirts are saying, okay, well, I want to be the next Roberta. I want to be the next Dara Cardoso, who's broken a world record and got presented the trophy or the record at the Oval last week. And there's clear role models, and that's the most inspiring thing, I think, rather than saying, you know, oh, look at these blokes who can play cricket. It's like, these are the girls. They have been exactly where you are, and look what they're doing now. Rajan is bowling here, and that one is going to go over the top of mid-on, who's kind of not quite on the rope and not quite in the ring. But she will have to get that one from beyond the boundary, as that's lofted away for another 4.
We can go back to Possos, and we're talking about the turf talk, and we are planning on getting some turf wickets there. It's not quite as easy as you'd think to get some turf in there, but there are plans to see what we can do and how long it takes to seed and be able to use them.
Clubbed away with brutality there from Garcia. And that first boundary, I think, just gave her that confidence to swing through the line on the next one. A bit of a flourish of the bat there as well. Nice shot to take Brazil now, just one shy of that 50 mark. Maybe a word for Switzerland as well. They've been such welcoming hosts, and they're probably a few years behind their cricketing journey from where Brazil are, but you've seen a lot of associate cricket, you've seen a lot of worldwide cricket. What have you made of them the last few days and the potential that they have?
Yeah, I think they've been absolutely wonderful. I mean, the fact that they're able to host a tournament like this is so good for the development of the game. We've had a few young girls actually coming around the outside and wanting to chat to our girls, and it's really exciting for the game, how quickly it can grow. Obviously, being on European Cricket Network as well, I mean, a lot of people are getting to see a non-European country as well. So to me, I think it's great that every country has the opportunity, both male and female, to be able to represent their country and to play a sport like cricket, because it's and like you, Tina, it's brought a lot of joy to both of us, a lot of tears as well, I'm sure. But yeah, absolutely wonderful game.
53 for 2 after 5, triple boundaries there, which will bring around the drinks break as well. So 24 runs required, as you know, being joined here in the commentary box by Brazil head coach Julia Price. So what's the plan for Brazil going forward? Do you have, I assume you have short, medium, long-term goals? Top 20, I know we've thrown about, but more short-term, have you got more tours planned this year and next?
Unfortunately, there's nothing really left for us this year. We were supposed to be in a tournament in Argentina in September, but that's been called off, unfortunately. That was a multi-sport tournament too, because Pan American Games on next year, so it's similar to a Commonwealth Games, which has never happened before. So that'll be Peru in July next year. So we're sort of building up to the qualifiers in March, Canada, USA, Argentina, Brazil. And whoever obviously wins that goes through for the globals. And that's always been quite hotly contested between just the 4 countries. So the rivalry there is great. So that's probably what we're building towards. We haven't performed overly well in the qualifiers previously, but it's probably in the last 18 months we've really sort of clicked a lot more than we had in the past. So we're feeling confident that we've done some good groundwork. Hopefully we'll have a tour early next year just to see who we can play in against some different opposition to challenge ourselves and get prepared for March. Quite tough time to play cricket in the rainy season in Brazil in December, January. So it's a good time to get out of there.
Yeah, well, that's something that the Brazil players have done quite well individually, is find their cricket elsewhere. As Sadhu comes back in, there's a big appeal and the finger gets raised immediately. I was about to say that one looked close, and Cardoso has to take the walk off. She departs for 12 off 9, and a highlight again for Switzerland and for Sadhu individually. She picks up her second wicket. She's bowled excellently in her opening 7 deliveries, and yeah, I think that's a fair call. Trapped on the back leg, certainly wasn't going over the top of the stumps. Cardoso has to depart 53 for 3.
Probably a bit of a decision-making issue there from Laura Cardoso, but well bowled as well. Keeping the stumps in play, it's really important at this level. And always 2 modes of dismissal. You don't want to miss out on those if you're going away from the stump. So well bowled, keeping that in play.
It looked like she wanted to kind of smack that away to the boundary. Last minute, realised that actually it's probably a better ball than she'd hoped. Tried to get her bat down on it and wasn't quick enough, and it just slammed into her back leg. The umpire did the rest. As Evelyn Muller comes out at number 5 for Brazil. Just the 24 runs required. So very much still in control here, Brazil. But Switzerland were talking before the game, and we had their coach, Andrew Ryan, in the commentary box as well about what they can get from this game. Of course, first and foremost, they wanted to get the win. But in the absence of that, they wanted to show what they're about and measure themselves against what we have to say is a professional outfit compared to Switzerland, who, of course, are still, in some cases, learning the game. A lot of them are teenagers as well. A fun fact is they actually have no player in their 20s. They've got a couple in their 30s, and every single other player is a teenager. So they're very young in terms of age and in terms of T20I experience, and measuring themselves against a team like Brazil can only do them a world of good as well.
Yeah, well, I've been with the Brazilian team about 4 years now, and I think we were exactly the same as that. So, it'd be nice in 4 years' time to see where Switzerland will be.
Yeah, it's exactly the kind of progression we want to see, and Brazil's rise has kind of been quite meteoric, but I know you have big ambitions going forward as well. And yeah, I just wanted to mention the fact that a lot of the players then do go out individually to either England in the English summer or Australia in the Australian summer. And that must do them a world of good as well, because it's one thing being together as a team, but because of, as we both know, the restrictions of budget and time, and Brazil being quite a big country as well, it's great to see these players go out individually and what is surely out of their comfort zone as well, and find their cricket in different parts of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And they get different conditions, they get different cultures and that exposure, and that really helps them grow, not just as cricketers, but as people as well. Their English has improved enormously. A few of them have come back, to the horror of our CEO, who's from England. They've come back with some good Aussie accents. So he's absolutely disgusted with that. I love it.
It's maybe why he sent a few more over to England to try and redress the balance.
We do have a good relationship with the MCC Foundation as well. They came out last year for a tour in Brazil. First time the men's and women's teams came out.
Yeah, I mean, I was part of that tour, and it was, apart from the weather, I'll lodge a complaint about the weather, which was certainly not as glorious as we're having in Zurich today. But otherwise, it was a brilliant tour, and amazing to see firsthand the work that's done, not only at national level, but as you said, also at project level and in the schools. And I think we had one day where there was a softball tournament in Poços and about 400 kids, which was slightly overwhelming, but mostly just inspiring, because they all just wanted to play cricket, hit the ball, run after it, and it's just great to see. And I'm sure the connection between MCC and Brazil will continue to burn strong. I've already had a few of the Brazilian players trying to twist my arm to get a game at Lords. If only I had that level of authority, then I'd make it happen, but I'll try and put a good word in for you.
Well, good luck. I'd like a game at Lords as well, thanks.
I'll add you to the list. So 21 required here for Brazil. I mean, I don't want you to divulge too many secrets, but what was the plan going into this run chase? Of course, first and foremost, chase the runs, but was there a target in mind in terms of how many balls, how many overs?
No. Pretty much I just want the girls to go out there and play with a bit of freedom, enjoy their cricket, because there was a period of time where they were just so obsessed with technically making sure that they were looking good as cricketers. But I say you look good when you score runs as well. So they're actually having a lot of fun at the moment. They're being a lot more positive about their cricket. And like I said, we've discussed really how to shift through gears and not put the pressure on themselves that they have to go hard from ball one. It's more about understanding what your scoring areas are and from what balls early on that will allow you to keep rotating the strike, but also getting comfortable and getting used to the conditions and then being able to accelerate from there. There's not many that can go from ball one. And Clara Sabino, we saw her yesterday absolutely whacking a few. She likes to go from ball one. I was going to say, does Monique Rufino. She's pretty good too.
Both of those go from in the dugout, I think. They come out ready and raring to go. Haven't seen either of them yet, which I suppose speaks to the depth in your batting lineup as well, that you've got those two who are probably more kind of the pinch hitters, and you've got Evelyn Muller who's getting a go here as well. And I suppose it's a nice position to be in, where you can still play a strong side but also give different players a go, because as we've previously said, there's no replacement for being out there in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's what we've learnt, is that in the past it was sort of like a set 11 every time. So we'd like to sort of just adjust it every now and then just to give someone an opportunity around a lot of experience as well. I mean, Evelyn's been in the squad for a couple of years now.
Half appeal there, but nothing doing from the umpire.
Yeah, interesting shot. I thought it actually might have clipped the stumps, but
Maybe a bit of pad on the way through. I mean, it ends up going between the batter and the off stump, which is not something that happens too regularly.
No.
An eventful dot ball.
Yeah, but either way, we're really happy with Evelyn being able to come into the game today. We're resting the captain in Carol Nascimento, which allowed Laura Cardoso to practice her captaincy skills today.
And Carol, of course, has only recently stepped up to the mark as skipper after the retirement of Roberta. How has she settled into the role? She's still only quite young herself, so it's a lot of responsibility on her shoulders.
Yeah, there's lots of discussions going on. Good thing about it is she really wants to learn, likes to ask questions. They all cringe when they see my little book, getting me pulling my little book out with all my. They all wanted to. They said, "Oh, we'll do the scoring for you. Won't do commentary, so we can read your book." And I said, "No chance."
Yeah.
So, no, but she does that. Both her and Laura both are good learners of the game, and they want to get better and better all the time. They're happy to have discussions about where the field is, when to squeeze, why wasn't that right, what was the best time to do it, who should be bowling here. Yeah, and particularly as a bowling captain for Carol, it can be quite difficult to know when to bowl yourself as well.
Yeah, it's certainly the case, isn't it? When you're a bowling skipper, we were talking about that earlier, you mostly end up under bowling yourself because a lot of people are too kind of shy to over bowl themselves. Laura Cardoso is a good example because she shouldn't be shy to bowl. She's a world record holder, and she's been such a force in that Brazil bowling lineup for a good few years. Still very young herself, but she's, I'm sure, a future leader for many years to come as well.
Yeah, I like the fact that she bowled herself a bit today, so hasn't probably been bowling as well as she would have liked. Probably the change of conditions from England to here, a little bit different on the synthetic.
That's not called a no ball. I think the umpire at square leg remains cross-armed, but it will be smashed away to the boundary for another 4 runs.
I've been a little lucky to get away with that one over the waist.
We've had a few kind of marginal calls. I guess the one thing you can say is the umpires have been generally quite consistent on them in not calling them, whichever way you go, if you're going to be consistent, that's the main thing. We're also talking about the heat out there in the middle as well. It's worth noting that the umpires are doing a fantastic job out there, often forgotten, but they've been putting in the hard yards as well, with now just 14 required. Speaking about heat in the middle as well, we've just had a photo over from Hornchurch, and just as we thought we'd seen it all on the European Cricket Network, as that one stroked away nicely by Muller for 4 runs, a fire has stopped play at Hornchurch. It's not quite on the pitch, but it's very much billowing in the background. It's behind the sight screen, so it might be a bit distracting for the batter if they see flames licking above the sight screen. I'm sure that's a new one. I know we've had thousands of games on the network, but never have we had a fire stop play. I think we've had various insects stop play or various animals and the usual kind of weather conditions, but I think fire will be a new one. That one is attempted to be swept away, but just slightly miscues it, does Muller. 10 runs required here, which has more or less already booked your place in the final tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure that the girls will be enjoying a bit of a lie-in tomorrow morning and then eyes on the final in the afternoon.
It was certainly a motivating factor. After that first game this morning, they were really struggling and a bit flat, and I said, girls, you win this game, you get the morning off, and they did play a lot better today. So
there's no better motivator than a lion. And almost goes for overthrows, but they decide against it.
So Evelyn's a good example as well. Came through our blue shirt program. Her brother plays in the senior men's team as well for Brazil, opening bat. I was going to say Luis Muller, but everyone calls him Alamon. I actually just learned his real name. I didn't know what his name was.
Well, we do need maybe the formal team sheet for Brazil and then the actual team sheet, because we want to do everyone's names justice. Of course, we've got Duda, who's I think down on the team sheet as Maria Ribeiro.
She's actually Maria McGeehee Ribeiro, got married recently as well.
Exactly. So we need kind of an updated team sheet. But it's it's just great to see different players, different names on the European Cricket Network. The first time we've welcomed Brazil. We have had Thailand before on the network, so we have had non-European representation, but the first time we've had a team from South America. And fingers crossed not the last time either, with 9 runs now to get at the end of the 7th, 68 for 3. How would you assess this run chase then? You said there wasn't any kind of set goals. Would you be relatively happy with what you've seen from your team?
Yeah, I think going at nearly 10s is pretty reasonable. It's a smallish ground, particularly to the leg side, bowling from the far end, the nets end. I don't know what you call that end, but
we called it the sight screen end because of the world's longest.
It is the world's
screen.
Biggest. With one, it's not like you've got a block that's that long, is it? It's just one pitch in the middle. But we'll go with the sight screen end. Yes, so probably going at 10s is pretty reasonable. It's probably more how we get the runs as opposed to the number of runs. And generally, they've been playing reasonably good shots. They've been confident and having good intent against the ball that's been bowled. Yeah, so generally I'm reasonably happy with how this chase has gone.
Into the attack then once more is Vani Danuka. Chance for a run out here with a clean pickup, but she manages to just pick up a clump of grass instead. Would have been a tight one. I suppose a decent enough call, but just wasn't able to grab it off the turf was Vani. You have to say it's been a decent bowling performance from Switzerland as well. They probably had a few, even if they didn't say it out loud, a few goals in mind with how long they wanted this game to go. And they've not bowled too many extras and they've put in a decent performance, haven't been intimidated by the power of the Brazilian batting lineup. And it's something that could easily happen. You sit on the sideline and you see the likes of Lindsay Villas-Boas crunching it to all 4 parts, Ana Clara Sabino. You don't want to get on the wrong end of her bat. And it could be easy to just say, you know what, I don't really fancy this. But Switzerland have been really up for it from the start.
Yeah, well, strength and conditioning coach copped one from Ana Clara in the warm-up. So he's very aware of how hard she can hit it.
Yeah, we've been very watchful here in the commentary box because we're in a bit of a hot spot. Anything that's kind of crunched through the covers or swept behind square. And we've been quite active here with our fielding. Vinny, who's now hopefully somewhere between here and Hornchurch, was up and down like a jack in the box as this one's lofted away. It doesn't have the distance on it, so it's chance for another catch. And it's taken on the tumble there by Meghna Rajan, who pouches her second catch of the innings. Again, not an easy one as that one stayed in the air for a long time. Big hang time off the bat of Maria Garcia, but she does have to depart. And that was a low full toss, almost made it an even lower full toss by charging at it. But nicely done there by Rajan, who takes it and takes a tumble for good measure.
Yeah, they've been very good with their catching today. I think the Swiss have kept most of their chances. Other things that I've been impressed with the Swiss and pretty much most of the teams here is the running between wickets has been really aggressive. I think everyone's aware that the ground isn't quite Lord's, and it's not quite as smooth as we'd like, but so it is a bit bobbly. So it's really good that they've identified that they can run on the field and really put some pressure and challenge people. And that's what I've been impressed with so far is the running between wickets for all the teams. But the catching as well for Switzerland's been quite good in Spain as well in the previous game. Took a fair number of their chances where we probably grasped a couple. So we've got to lift our game a little tomorrow for the final.
The fielding has been exceptional, as you say, Julia. It's not exactly the smoothest of outfields, and that's no criticism on the ground team because it's just been so dry. It's difficult to, as we see in Hornchurch, where there's fires being set off, it's difficult to make it as smooth as possible as Ana Clara Sabino comes in to bat now. But the fielders have made the pitch almost look better than what it is, or the outfield, and that's because they've attacked. And they've also recognised that, okay, I might get hurt here, but it's going to hurt more if I let it through my legs. The same with the catching as well. It's not easy when you're kind of running and you're not entirely sure what's underfoot. But it's been brilliant from Switzerland. And, well, from you guys yesterday as well. And today, I think you reeled it in after maybe a disappointing performance this morning and not getting everything right. I think this has been a decent performance as that one gets away from the sliding fielder. So now just 3 runs required. I suppose that's kind of the hustle that you're used to in Brazil as well. We spoke to Jersey and Brazil before the first game, and Jersey were almost looking on in horror at the outfield, whereas the Brazilian girls were just like, yeah, this is fine. What are you worried about?
Yeah, I mean, Pozos, we've got one field in Pozos, and it's probably similar. And so they're like, sweet, we feel like we're at home. This is great. Maybe a little hotter than it is at the moment. It's only about 10 or 12 in Pozos at the moment. It's actually at altitude as well in Poços, and you've got the thermal springs there. We've got some amazing coffee there. I feel like I'm at tourism Brazil at the moment, but it's absolutely wonderful to the area that they live in, and they've done a great job in setting up the Centre of Excellence there.
They absolutely have, as that could be the end of the game. In fact, it might plug and it could be rescued in the deep. And well, there's a clash of heads there, and we're first going to have to stop the game to make sure the two of them are okay. The ball will have been called dead. So whatever happens, we're just going to stop here as two fielders both just had eyes on the ball. And I think they did manage to stop it in the end, but also took a blow for their troubles. But it looks like they're laughing it off here. It's Neina Metisaju, who looks like she's maybe slightly the worse off as she bumps heads with Sri Kumar Divya. Where does the ball end up? I think the ball ends up being stopped by Divya, who also gives a little love tap to Saju. But it looks like both of them are okay. I'm just wondering where the ball was called dead there, because a boundary would have stopped it, but they managed to run two. So the scores are level.
I love the way that Danashi comes in, doesn't even care about her two teammates, picks up the ball and throws it back in.
There's a game on here, girls. Come
exactly. I love the competitiveness of that.
Does look like they're okay. I mean, it's almost one of those where you can just be a bit practical and say, okay, well, if you're not feeling great, just go off the pitch because it's scores level. There's one run needed.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how many people you need for a concussion test, but there's a lot of people right there at the moment.
It's the brains trust here of Marzi and Andrew Ryan and the two umpires. There's a nice swing of the bat there from Ana Clara Sabino. She didn't quite get hold of it, because if she gets hold of it, no one's got a chance to field it. It took two Swiss fielders to stop the ball and knock each other out, but it looks like they're both okay to continue. It's almost like the drunk driving test here. Can you recite the alphabet backwards and forwards? Can you stand on one leg?
Look, I'd probably struggle to do that anyway without having been drinking, so she's done well. She's probably too young to drink, I would imagine, and the age of the Swiss team is quite young. She looks like one of the teenagers.
Yeah, I don't think she's one of the 30 plus, but it looks like they're both okay to continue. A nod of the head there from Sri Kumar. And I think Neina Metisaju has come off the pitch, which is probably the better call as well. I think she got the worse of the two, and Marzi is just making sure she's okay. But while this continues, maybe then we just have a final word on Brazil. You've got the next game, or your next game in the tournament, which will be the final tomorrow afternoon. Remains to be seen who you'll play. It'll be either Spain or Switzerland. I know a lion is first and foremost the priority tomorrow, but otherwise, how would you go about going into that finals day tomorrow?
I don't think we're going to change too much. I think we'll probably have maybe a bit of a chat after this morning's game and just losing our way a little bit with our field placements, and we might do not quite a quiz, but we'll do a little bit of discussion about opposition analysis and what were we thinking at certain times, what are our strengths with our bowlers, and are we setting our fields for our strengths. I think that's more of our issue. Our battings, I've been really happy with the intent with our batters at the moment. They've generally been making really good decisions, clean hitting. We'd love, obviously, Lara Agata, who's been opening the batting, or Polly is her nickname. Probably love, she got 49 in the first game and has probably struggled a little bit since, but I think everyone is just a little weary. It'll be an early night for them tonight. Plenty of relaxation. I know that they've got ice baths when they get back, which they're going to be so happy about, just to get them motivated for tomorrow. But just I think a bit of relaxation, a bit of a way from cricket time. And I don't think they've been doing too much too wrong, so we don't really want to change that. We just want them to continue enjoying their cricket and playing with the freedom that they're doing at the moment.
I suppose there's always a danger that you can overanalyze games, especially when you're in a tournament where you don't have too much time, and you also want to decompress from the game when there's so little time in between games, and you don't want to overload the players. I suppose then the time for analysis and going into depth is then after the tournament. What are your general kind of contact times with Brazil? Obviously, you yourself are not based in Brazil full time. Do you kind of hop on Zoom calls? Do you, of course, have the setup in Poços and give that over to assistant coaches? How does that work?
Yeah, well, technically, I'm not the head coach. I call myself the mentor coach, and I support the coaching system there, and I have for the last sort of 4 years. The head coach is in Poços. He just, unfortunately, hasn't been overly well lately. So he wasn't able to come on this trip, but he's all good. He's going to be fine. So we work very, very well together. And I'm going back with the girls until 13th of September, I think it is, where 2 of the girls will come back with me to the Gold Coast and they'll start playing in that competition. But we'll analyse what we've done here, work on small things individually that girls could do differently. Great footwork. We've been working a lot on that with Evelyn, and she hits a lot better down the ground now, very confident using her feet and coming down to spinners. So that's really pleasing for me to be able to see her come down at that point of the game to be able to hit back over mid-on that had been pulled up.
Well, it's a delightful way to end the game as well. Probably one of the best hits of the day. Lovely high elbow there from Evelyn, and I'm sure pleasing for you as coach as well that she's implemented exactly what you wanted her to do. So in the end, it's taken 8.2 overs for Brazil to get themselves over the line as they knock off the total imposed by Switzerland. If we just rattle through the batting lineup, Lindsay Boas, she exploded on early as she got 23 off just 10, including 5 fours before she departed. And you have to say it's been great catching out in the deep, as you said, Julia, from Switzerland. 3 catches taken, 2 of which from Rajan, as Laura Agata, she will have a chance again tomorrow. She went for 3 off 7. Laura Cardoso, a quick fire 12. Maria Silva on 16 before Evelyn Muller and Ana Clara Sabino finished things off with 15 and 6 respectively. As for the bowling then, I suppose congratulations and commiserations to Naina Metisaju because she picked up those 2 wickets but also picked up a blow to the head. So I'm hopeful that she'll be okay. She was walking towards the tent, so it's probably just a case of having her sit down and a bit of an ice pack on that. Samia Konaganti picked up 1 wicket, as did Vani Danuka. And before we finish off with Brazil, maybe then a final word for Switzerland. I think they can be happy with their performance. As we've mentioned before, they're a bit further behind their cricketing journey than Brazil, but there's lots of potential in that lineup.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned before, it wasn't that long ago that Brazil was probably in exactly the same position as Switzerland. I think they became full-time contracts in 2021, I think it was, just after COVID. And up until that point, they weren't winning in the South American Championships. Argentina were beating them all the time, and they've managed to, just through hard work and a really good program before it even became professional, to be able to continue to improve their game all the time, have access to facilities, good coaching, and just sheer love of the game. A lot of them have come through into the system, and then it was a bonus that they were able to make it a full-time occupation as well. So hopefully that will be the same thing for Switzerland. As you mentioned, I've seen it in so many associate countries that Papua New Guinea I do a fair bit of work with as well, and they've also gone into that professional stage as well, but they're ranked in that sort of 13. But it's all the associate countries that can generally benefit from playing a sport like cricket, to be able to give and empower women and be able to give them independence in countries that mightn't be quite as easy as to get through in occupation wise in life.
Yeah, absolutely. Brazil, I think, can be such a shining light for a lot of cricketing nations, and Switzerland included. And we'll see, of course, both of them back tomorrow. We can confirm now then that Brazil will fly through straight in first place into that final, which is tomorrow. Scheduled for 2 p.m. local time, and then in the morning it'll be the winner of Spain versus Switzerland who will greet Brazil in the final. So 2 games coming your way tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. Hopefully cricket from Hornchurch, if they manage to extinguish those flames, which is a lesser spotted reason to stop play in the network, but hopefully the games will continue there, and if not, again tomorrow. So Phil G will be joining me back tomorrow. He's had a bit of an easy day of it today. He rocks up and then he gets us to do the heavy lifting for him. But it's been an honour to have you in the commentary box with me, Julia. Thank you very much. And of course, you've got a bit of a time off now, but then you'll be angling for finals tomorrow as well. So we'll be seeing Brazil again. We'll be seeing Spain and Switzerland. We've said goodbye to Jersey as well, who have lit up the tournament at various times as well. But all that's left to say then is thank you very much for all the officials who have done a brilliant job out in the heat. And thanks, of course, to the teams, to the support staff, and, of course, to our ECN crew. And I wish all of you a lovely evening. And thanks again, Julia, for joining me. And join us again then for tomorrow, finals day. G-Force is back in town, and we'll start with Spain and Switzerland in the morning. And then the winner will face Brazil in the afternoon. But until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and have a lovely evening.